Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates won again against the Detroit Tigers yesterday by an 8-5 final score. The Pirates were able to score 5 runs spread out across the first 4 innings of the game. Mitch Keller had a respectable pitching performance, 6 innings pitched, 3 earned runs given up on 6 hits. He struck out 5, and all the runs he gave up were in the 5th inning. Pirates and Tigers play again tonight, or rather today. They play this afternoon at 12:35. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Also, Steelers training camp is here. Starts today. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Eric Gallis. It begins after this right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too, with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory's great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get to Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Malsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. It is me. That's who I am. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. In a good mood this morning, and happy to share my good mood with you out there. Hopefully you're in a good mood as well. It's hump day, so we're halfway through the week. Steelers training camp is beginning. Very exciting. Pirates won 2 games in a row against baseball's best team after being swept by one of baseball's worst. Very much a frustrating season for that reason for the Pirates. How do you beat one of the league's best after losing, getting swept by one of the teams, one of the league's worst? I don't know. It's tough. Mitch Keller with a respectable performance, staying around his average of the season. He gave up 3 runs in his start. Not going to dive too much into the Pirates this morning. They play this afternoon. They could sweep the Tigers if they win. So that would indeed be an interesting development. But if you want to talk about the Pirates, you can call in 412-928-9370. I want to focus a little more on Steelers training camp. Just because I have some questions, I have some thoughts, I have some opinions. If you have any opinions, you can. You can call me, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X, at Callis_33 if you can't pick up the phone and talk, but you can type out words. I don't check the text line because I'm scared. And sometimes the comments make me sad. That's for Crowley to read. So I usually stay away from those in the morning. So if you do want to reach me directly, though, you can just tag me in a post on X, at Callis_33. Like I said, CALLAS_33. And you can type things out. I usually acknowledge those on this show in the morning. Okay, let's talk. So, I got in an argument. I do a sports talk show as well every Tuesday night on Bethel Park Public Access Television. I've been doing that. I was doing that a little before I came here. And me and the one guy were arguing yesterday because he's insisting, hey, playoffs. The Steelers make the playoffs. That's what you want. You got to make it to the playoffs to have a chance, all this stuff. And my argument to him was, well, if you walk in circles, would you rather walk in circles for days, or would you rather walk where you want to walk and find different ways to achieve what you want to achieve in your life every given day? Because walking in circles is no good. That's what the Steelers are doing. It's like the Steelers get to go to the club every year, right? But then, the bouncer halts them right at the door and says, nope, can't go any further. I mean, would you keep going to that same place, or would you try to find a different way to get in? Kind of how their playoff feels, right? How their playoff appearances have felt over the last several years. Even if they did make the playoffs, because sometimes there are a few seasons intermixed in this 8 seasons of not winning a playoff game where they didn't make the playoffs at all. And if you listen to this show enough, you know, I'm tired of walking in circles. I'm tired of being halted at the door. Or right inside the door. Like, well, you made it, but you can't go any further. No good. And so as we come into Steelers training camp, I'll ask you at 412-928-9370, what are you most looking forward to? What do you anticipate from this season? What do you as a Steeler fan out there, what do you want for this Steelers team this season? What are you looking for? Are you expecting anything? Do you care if they win in the playoffs this season? Are you more excited to just see the new toys and the new pieces? What do you want out of the Steelers season? I want to know what Steeler fans want out of this season. I want to know what you as a Steelers fan want out of this season. So give me a call, 412-928-9370. The Steelers had another interesting offseason. And I was arguing with this guy on BPTV yesterday. I was just arguing because he frustrated me a bit because he was just like, hey, playoffs. They make the playoffs. Isn't that what you need to do, make the playoffs? They make the playoffs every season. They're not like these teams that lose, and I get that, but I never want to feel like I felt again when they lost to the Ravens this past season. Never want to feel that way. Because though they made that playoff game, there was not a single shred of hope in my body that they had any chance to win just based on how flat they looked coming into that game. Do I have confidence that this new bunch of players, these new players the Steelers have, that a TJ Watt, who's historically extended, getting the most money by a non-quarterback in history? Do I have faith that that's going to automatically make them come out with more energy? I really don't know. I personally don't. I'm not buying it. Like, I would rather miss the playoffs. I would rather miss the playoffs. I would rather the Steelers miss the playoffs or finish with a losing season and have to reflect on that than have them pretend like what they're doing is working. Because undoubtedly it's interesting. It's entertaining. It's entertaining to see what they do every offseason. And Omar Khan's done a great job of being entertaining as general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He has made moves that are intriguing. He's made moves to keep them relevant enough. But are we searching for entertainment value or do we want Super Bowls? I like entertainment value. It has its time. It has its place. The Steelers are overdue. We've seen this show. We've seen this type of entertainment. I'm not falling, again, and I've said this before, so I'll just emphasize it again. Like, I'm not falling for the big splashy moves again, and I'm not going to get overly excited about those. Like, I am going to be interested in this team this season to see what they do. But I'm not having any hope that this team's going to do anything significant and win in the playoffs. Like, I don't want to get my hopes up again. Like, I was fooled the last few off seasons. I gave them a pass because I said, oh, look, they're trying. They're slowly being more aggressive off-season to off-season. But as you know, I don't agree with the TJ Watt extension. I don't agree with the timing of it. I don't like how he handled it. And I don't like how they gave in to him. It felt like it's just a bad look. I don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do for you as a quarterback other than be entertaining. Because I don't have confidence that he's going to play at a level that is going to bring them to win baseball games and then eventually win in the playoffs. So again, I'm interested to see how this group of players meshes and what they're able to accomplish, but I don't expect that to be much. So as we go into training camp, as that begins, I just want you to keep that in mind. Keep those thoughts in the back of your head, and that's why I want to know. Like, I'm curious to know where everybody's expectations are. Where are you at as a Steeler fan? Where is everybody as a Steeler fan? Like, what do we want from this season? What do you want? Like, why are you watching this season? Are you saying, you know what, this is entertaining football. I love that Aaron Rodgers is here. DK Metcalf's an interesting piece. I want to see how TJ Watt does now that he's gotten paid the largest amount of money for a non-quarterback in NFL history. And how he beat Myles Garrett on annual salary by $1 million. You know, how's he going to do? Does anybody out there seriously think that the Steelers team is going to be able to win in the playoffs and seriously contend for a playoff spot? And then once they get a playoff spot, do you seriously think if they do get that playoff spot that they could actually win a playoff game? Like, are they actually Super Bowl contenders? Like, what are we talking about if they're not Super Bowl contenders? That's what frustrates me. Congrats on being perpetually entertaining, but also congrats on perpetually not winning Super Bowls every season. Losing's not going to guarantee their future success, but at least if they start losing, that the team might have to stop pretending like what they're doing is actually going to is actually the best way to try to win Super Bowls. And they're making the playoffs every year, they can pretend. They can pretend, hey, you know what? Hey, we're doing the right things, right? We're close. I want them to lose so they can stop pretending like they're close, because they're not. They don't have a solid foundation. Their foundation is very unstable right now, because they're just band-aiding these pieces together. Now, there's the argument, too, that once they get a quarterback, that, you know, they definitely could get better. But we don't have that quarterback yet. The quarterback's unconfirmed. To be determined. Talking about this season. I mean, what's the point? What's it all about? 412-928-9370. What are you looking to watch? What are you looking to get out of the Steelers this season? 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Callis. It's Donovan.
Hello.
I was just calling to weigh in about the Steelers and a little bit about the Pirates. I feel like I'd be happy with winning the North and, like, getting to the conference championship round, because that would be progress. I'd be surprised if the Steelers made it to the Super Bowl. But along with the Pirates, how do we beat, like, the better teams in the MLB, but then we lose to crap teams like the Chicago White Sox?
Yeah, I don't know about the Pirates' sake. That's something interesting. But I mean, I'll ask you the question: like, what are you expecting out of the Steelers this season? Like, based on how they've constructed their roster, like, what are you hoping to get realistically out of the Steelers season, Donovan?
I would like to see them win not only one playoff game, but two, and at least make it to the conference championship game.
I know that's what you'd like to see, but do you think they can do that? You think the way this team is constructed that they're going to do that?
I can see them maybe winning one, but I don't see them getting past the divisional.
Okay. Thank you for the call, Donovan. And that's kind of my point. Winning one is kind of the goal right now, isn't it? Like, that's the thing that's going to make Steeler fans happy. So congratulations, Steelers. You've lowered the bar. There's no hope for a Super Bowl here. We just want to win one. Now, Donovan seems to think they can win one. I don't. But that's a good perspective, and that's one perspective that I can appreciate. Donovan has hope they can win one. And that's kind of, that's sad that that's the thing that Steeler fans will be most excited about. Let's win one. Let's win two and go to the conference championship. I mean, it's frustrating. It's sad. It's no good. So I appreciate Donovan's perspective. If you have one as well, 412-928-9370, you're welcome to call. You're welcome to talk to me. With training camp beginning, I ask, what are you looking for? What are you looking to get out of the Steelers season? What hopes do you have? Do you have any hopes? Or are you like me and you're very skeptical and very annoyed because of how this team has approached its roster construction over the last several seasons? I will not deny, I'll say it one more time, I will not deny that this team has entertainment value. But I was entertained over the last 3 seasons, and by the time the playoffs came around, there was very little hope they were going to win in the playoffs, if they even made it at all. What do you think? 412-928-9370. What do you expect from this season? Not, what are you looking forward to? Who are you looking forward to see? I mean, what do you realistically expect this Steelers team to do based on how this team is constructed? Because for me, it's not much. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning. My name's Ken. I think they're going to do the same, 9-8, 8-9, be in that middle of the pack, worthless draft area. They need to go probably like 3-14, draft a quarterback if they're not going to give Howard a shot. Break the mold,
Yeah, no, I hear you. And thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted to say something else. You're welcome to call back and try again. I thought you were done. But, yeah, I guess, they would have to win 3 games. And I'm not excited about them winning 3 games either if they were to do that. And I don't necessarily think they would fall that far. I mean, I'm talking just like under 500, like 6-7 wins. I don't think they're going to have an absolute collapse. But, I'd like a losing season for us just to stop pretending like everything's okay with the Steelers. And maybe they need to do a little better, have a better draft position. Right? That's what I'm going for here. So, again, losing doesn't guarantee success necessarily or guarantee the draft picks are going to work out. But at least if you're losing, if the Steelers are losing, we can all stop pretending like the moves they make every offseason are good ones. And maybe a different approach might just yield them better success. And maybe we can get back to a time where the Steelers are considered serious Super Bowl contenders. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name? Hello. Going once. You're on the air. What's up? What's your name?
Randy.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, I kind of agree with you on almost every point. I think they should have traded Watt in the offseason, got a pick for him, built more picks for the draft this year, and finished 5-12. Show that some of the young talent can play, they're ready to go, and then move on from Tomlin and get a new quarterback and see where they can go from there.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I honestly would have explored a TJ Watt trade, especially since he held out of mandatory minicamp. That's no good. And again, it's a bad look for the Steelers that he held out. He was doing all that stuff on social media, and then they paid him. I'm not saying TJ Watt's not worth the money either. But whether they invested in TJ Watt or not, they're not winning in the playoffs. He has not single-handedly contributed all that much in the playoffs for them to win. He can help you in the regular season, that's fine. But he has not been very effective in the playoffs. And yeah, it's not only him that was the issue for why they weren't winning playoff games, but still. He wasn't helping them win playoff games. He wasn't contributing all that much. So pay him, somebody pay him, just not the Steelers. Or at least not now. See how this season unfolds, because now you're locked up with him, and that's fine. But I'm just worried at how much other aspects of the team they're going to be able to invest in if they have all this money invested in him, this record-setting money invested in him. Now, I've heard from some fans who are not worried about how this is going to fall out financially. Doran and I talked last week on the air, and Doran doesn't seem worried. So, if you guys aren't worried, that's fine. I guess we'll have to see. We'll see what's going on. But, like, for me, I have a bit of uneasiness that they signed him like this. Under these circumstances, after he held out, I think it's a bad look for a guy that, again, has not really contributed in playoff games when they've come around. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Cousin Callis. Johnny.
Hi, what's up?
How's it hanging, Cousin Callis? Listen, Rogers got that quick release. Do you think because he got that quick release, we're going to start finally using the tight ends this year?
I sure hope so. I mean, that makes sense. They got Jonnu Smith as a tight end who may get to play out in the slot as well. That's what Doran was telling me last week. He's a good pass catcher. So, I hope we get more passes to them. I hope we can have a different offensive approach this season for sure.
Yeah, he got it. I'm telling you, if he stays healthy, he's going to be hitting these fellas. And they can go across the middle because if he ain't going to listen to them, if they tell him he can't go across the middle, he's going to do it himself. You know what I mean?
I hear you. And perhaps that's what the Steelers need. Thanks for the call, Johnny. 412-928-9370. Yeah, maybe the Steelers need a guy that's not going to listen to the coaches and just do his own thing whenever the time comes, kind of like Ben Roethlisberger did in the fourth quarter of several games in 2021. Maybe, sure. Maybe there's some hope. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback they need. I'm not all that convinced. Yeah, time will tell on that front. Another caller, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Sean.
Hello, Sean. Go ahead.
I think the whole situation with Aaron Rodgers, I think it's a win-win scenario. Either he does really bad and we do terrible and we get a high draft pick and then we get our quarterback, or we do really good, do better than we have of the recent history of the one round of the playoffs and lose, and then there's progress to be made. Maybe there's a Super Bowl, and even if we win the Super Bowl, we would still have to to get another quarterback next year, we would have to trade up anyway. So if we win a couple playoff games, win the Super Bowl, we would still have to trade for a quarterback. So is everybody still going to be upset then?
Well, no, I kind of understand the point there. Well, let me ask you this. I wanted to focus on this point. Do you know who we were saying that about last off season? How this guy is either going to cause us to lose real bad or be really successful? You know who we were talking about?
I mean, you could say there's two guys probably, but yeah, Russell Wilson.
There you go. Thank you for the call. Exactly. We did that last season. You know when they finished? They finished with 10 wins again this season. You know what they did? You know how they finished? They lost in the first round of the playoffs. We've seen this movie before. I don't want to say that anymore. I'm not in the mood to be like, oh yeah, no, they'll either do really bad or really good, right? This is how this is going to work. No, they could very well still finish in the middle. It already happened. We already saw it. Your eyes are not deceiving you. This is a story we've already seen. That's kind of my point. We've already been here. I want a new movie. I want to see something different. What are you looking forward to seeing at training camp? How do you think the Steelers are going to finish? 412-928-9370. I got to get to a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more after this. My name is Nicholas Carey Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things are moving nicely for you on the major roadways this morning. Parkways east and west are all clear. 51 looks good as well. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with Awaken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with Awaken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Riverview Chevrolet in North Huntington. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months. Or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit RiverviewChevyGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Room for the crew, power for the load, and tech that keeps the ride easy. Meet your 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab at Washington Chevy. Get your 2025 Silverado 1500 with 0% APR for 36 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash. Or drive this 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with $10,000 off, including our Big Ones discount. Choose your truck from any of our 3 locations. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Take your retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
Viral songwriting sensation Oliver Anthony comes to the Western Pennsylvania area this August, and you don't want to miss him. Oliver Anthony live at Timber Rock Amphitheater in Farmington on Friday, August 15th. Don't miss the raw and soulful vocals of Oliver Anthony, Friday, August 15th. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This is the Family Morning Show, and it has been the Family Morning Show. I am out of time, so we're going to move on to the Fan Morning Show pre-show, which is hosted by Adam Crowley. Doran Dickerson still on vacation. You're going to hear Crowley coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Hungry for flavor? Get-Go's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Fritos, scoops, walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customized with your favorite toppings. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Headed to Latrobe for the first practice? Stop by Dino's after a hot day and cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. And join Donnie Football, broadcasting live from Dino's, 6 to 10 p.m. Great food and beer and football talk with Donnie, July 24th. The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world, with over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
This is Ron Schlau from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216. When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards the master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley with you today. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. And ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. We're here. The Steelers report to training camp today. For a lot of the beat writers, actually all of the beat writers, summer is over. For us, summer rolls on, just with a bunch more Steelers coverage. It's a great day. They won't do anything today. Maybe the pup test. They at least used to do the pup test, physically unable to perform. They would do that on the report day. And the media used to be able to watch, but we'd have to watch from on top of Chuck Noll Hill, and we'd look down, and the test was just running back and forth 100 yards, I think 2 times, and depending on your position group, you had to finish it in a certain amount of time. Casey Hampton never did. Would always start on the physically unable to perform list. And then he'd come off the list, and he'd go out there, and he'd get 4 offensive linemen on the ground at one time, and James Ferrier would go in and make 850 tackles. Yesteryear. Now the media can't watch it, and that's why nobody actually saw Russell Wilson screw up his calf. But let's not linger on the past. Today is a great day. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Harry, how we doing this morning, buddy? It's a big day.
Yeah.
We got ball.
Yeah. I'm all right. Yeah, thank you for asking.
Well, good morning to you, and good morning to everyone out there listening. I'm jacked up. I got a little extra pep in my step. My dad used to really annoy me. Speaking of most wonderful time of the year, there would be the back-to-school commercials. I was like 11, 12 years old. And you'd have the Staples commercials, the Walmart commercials. Every place you'd go to buy backpacks and binders and pencils and pens and pink pearl erasers, all that fun stuff. And my dad would see the commercials come on, and it feels like they come on earlier and earlier now. My dad would sing, "It's the most wonderful time of the year," because he knew that it would piss me off knowing that I had to go back to school, and he wouldn't have to schlep me around to play dates and things of that nature. I'd be in school from 8 o'clock until 3. God knows what he got into. Did you like going back to school, Harry? That's what today feels like, first day of school. I actually did like the first day. First day was fun. Hey, how was your summer? Whoa! Susie, you grew up. Interesting. I did not. I like the first day of school.
Ew.
I'm speaking from the perspective of a 12-year-old, Harry.
That's just weird. I never thought that before. Like, wow, person, you grew up. Hello, lady. Wow, you've really matured.
You didn't think that?
Nope.
So, when you're going from 8th grade to 9th grade and you haven't seen anybody the entire summer, and this girl you might have had a crush on comes back and you're like, whoa, she looks great. You never thought that.
Nope.
All right, let's put you in the minority then.
That's kind of creepy. It's just weird.
You didn't like girls?
No, but I never thought of it like that. Like, wow, you grew up. I've never thought that.
Yeah, I think you're in the minority. 412-928-9370. Text us at that phone number. Wow, Johnny grew 7 inches. I didn't grow at all. You never thought like that.
No, because I actually was one of the people that had a growth spurt early on. So I was one of the taller,
So you
stronger
didn't
kids
walk
my
in and
grade.
go, wow, everyone's shorter than me.
No, I never really was conscious of that. Or at least, again, I never was.
Were you even conscious? The people are begging to know.
Yeah, I was there. I remember things.
Texter writes in, if there was any day to open the show with Mr. Crowley, today was the day. What a missed opportunity. That is a missed opportunity. R.I.P. Ozzy, dead at 76. Not long after performing for the last time in front of 8.6 million people on the live stream. And he still had enough that it was awesome. Yeah, today would have been the perfect day. There's no Doran. I could have made it all about me. Loved Ozzy growing up. Listened to a ton of Ozzy yesterday. That guy had energy from day one until his last day. And we could all be so lucky. That dude lived a life. 76 for Ozzy. That's like a regular human living 110, I think. That dude went balls to the wall, 24/7, 365 for 76 years. The Prince of Darkness. Texter, Harry is absolutely in the minority. Other texter, funny part is your dad probably sang that song until you were almost 24. Yeah, that's right. I got a filling removed yesterday, the dentist. And when they took the bad boy out, they had to drill in and put a new one in. And let me tell you something. I went to the dentist 3 weeks ago. I had no tooth pain. None. Zero tooth pain. Everything was good. Everything felt fine. Get in there. They do the once over. They're like, hey, your teeth are okay. Oh, thank you. Except for that filling in the back. It's outdated. We're going to need to replace the filling. All right, no problem. I go in. No pain. Yesterday, get it done. Wake up today. Couldn't sleep last night. Pain. Friggin' tooth hurts. So I did want to ask this question, too, and we're all over the place on the pre-show, and that's the way we always are on the pre-show. What are the most annoying minor inconveniences? Because I would put toothache among the most annoying minor inconveniences. I wasn't going to call off work today. I am not writhing in pain, but it sure is, you know what, annoys the hell out of me. And while I'm driving into work today, here's another minor inconvenience. My tooth is throbbing, and on Green Tree Road, I got stuck behind a truck, and on the truck it says, obeys all speed limits and traffic signs, which I didn't know that you needed to have on the back of a vehicle. I thought those laws were laws for a reason. I thought the traffic signs were to be obeyed by all. Like, this guy, he stops at stop signs? Yeah, no crap. We're all supposed to stop at stop signs. But you can't get around a truck on Green Tree Road, and when that thing said he follows the speed limit, my God, if he was going 34.5 miles per hour in the 35 zone, I'd have been shocked. And then the second it flips over to 25, which is where they'll get you folks on Green Tree Road, he couldn't have been going more than 23.8 miles per hour. Minor inconveniences. What are the most annoying minor inconveniences, Harry?
Well, speaking of dentist appointments, I had one scheduled, and then they canceled it because of a shortage, apparently. And I thought that was
a shortage of dentists?
Yeah, I guess so. And so now I got to go in February.
That's okay. Put that off as long as you can. I really like my dentist, and I had the fill-in dentist yesterday, pun intended, and the hygienist was super friendly, super nice. But here's what happened. I'm laying there in the chair, and you smell burning tooth, right? And they're having the most obscure conversation right on top of me. And I can't do anything about it. I can't steer the conversation in a different direction. I can't say anything more than, oh. They're talking about snakes. The fill-in dentist was from Kansas. The hygienist lived in Arizona for a while. They're talking about rattlesnakes. They're talking about aquifers and how rattlesnakes out there in the arid climates, they'll get up in the aquifers. So when you have to replace the aquifers, you got to watch out for the rattlesnakes. Have you ever eaten rattlesnake? I have not. Oh, it tastes like chicken. Rattlesnake. Oh, my God. This goes on for like 35 minutes. I can't do anything about it. Can you wear AirPods to the dentist? Or can you not because you need to obey the instructions like spit and open your mouth and clamp down? Because I think that might be the move next time. And again, super friendly people. They did a tremendous job. I thought I'd be there a lot longer, actually, than I was. But I feel like we talked about purgatory the other day. If I die and go to purgatory, if such a thing exists, and it is not one size fits all, but it's just what things brought you mild levels of suffering in your life, and you have to experience that for thousands of years, I think it might be that. Me in the dentist chair with them talking about rattlesnakes just until God's like, all right, let's call that guy up from the minors. So what are the minor inconveniences that you hate? People are texting in hiccups. Yes. I feel like as a kid, hiccups were a huge deal. I feel like I got hiccups all the time as a kid. I feel like I get the hiccups like 3-4 times a year now, and it's not that bad.
No. You ever cut your nail too close?
Oh, that's a great one, Harry.
And then you might start bleeding a little bit too.
And it's all red along where the nail used to be.
And it's throbbing, and you can't grip stuff because whenever you hold something that might be heavy, you can feel the pressure in your nail. Yeah, that's tough.
People suggesting that, yes, I do take earbuds to the dentist next time. Although then I would have had to listen to Mueller while I was getting my tooth drilled. And people might say that's more suffering.
He's on a YouTube. He's on that YouTube chat we saw him yesterday.
I love Mulsey. He had to do another solo show yesterday. He didn't think he was going to have to, but then things came up with Pony. I believe Pony's back today on day one of training camp, baby. Enjoyable listen. I like solo Mulsey. I like solo Filipponi. I love them together, as does the world. Their ratings are through the roof. I love it when those guys are solo, though, because it brings me back to my infancy of listening to the station. Mulsey overnight with the late night loonies. Pony, who was doing, I think, 10 to 2. And I used to prank call Pony and call him Andrew Philip Phony. And he would have fun with me. I don't know that I've ever told him that, but I listen to their shows religiously. A lot of the time I was laying in my friend's van getting stoned.
Yeah, why'd you call him a phony? What was that about?
I don't know. I was just mischievous, I guess.
You're just that kind of guy. Mm-hmm. Am I in the minority for never doing that either? Never.
No, probably not.
Calling a radio show just to insult the host?
Though it's another good use of the van, Harry. Getting stoned in the back seat. Never driving, but just hanging out my friend's driveway in his van listening to the fan.
You were the coolest, I'll tell you what.
I ain't proclaiming to be cool.
That's the life.
But life was simpler then, Harry.
Was it?
Getting stoned and listening to sports talk radio. Now I got 2 kids. I have to be responsible. And I go to bed at like 9 o'clock.
No wonder your dad wanted to get rid of you after the summertime. I mean.
Texter, splinters. Yes. Texter, minor throat pain where you have to constantly clear your throat. I'll tell you what.
I deal with that all the time.
Sore throats suck.
Yeah.
You get strep a lot as a kid?
No.
I would have rather got pretty much anything other than strep throat. When you clear your throat, you take a sip of water, and it's this searing pain. That blew. Texter, trying to leave the supermarket and having a group of old people walk out in front of you. Hey, we need to be deferential to the elderly. We need to respect the elderly.
Doesn't mean it's not an inconvenience.
It is totally an inconvenience. I was setting it up, Harry. I got to respect the elderly. Love the elderly. But, yeah, it sucks. That happened to me at Giant Eagle the other day. I had to get like 2 things. Bang. Self-checkout. Efficiency. And then I got caught behind a huge human. I'll just call it like it is. Pushing their cart very slowly. The walk from the checkout to the exit at this particular Giant Eagle should take no more than 12 seconds. It had to have taken 90. No, I wasn't in a rush. I don't say anything. I'm not trying to pass. You just sort of bide your time. Look over at the magazines. Oh, what did Phil Steele say about the Mountaineers? Oh, they'll finish in last place. We'll keep mocking. Texter, biting your cheek or tongue or burning the roof of your mouth. Yes. The thing about biting your cheek or lip is you're going to bite it again. Like, you have seen your future, and it is no good. You bite your cheek, you know at least 3 or 4 times over the course of the rest of the week you're going to bite your cheek again. But you don't know when it's going to happen. And that hurts. My daughter, who's 5.5, she bites herself all the time, like her hand. Like, she'll be woofing down food as quickly as possible, and she'll just bite her hand. I don't think I've ever had that problem. Texter, any bill dispute that requires calling an automated service. I hate the automated service. Nobody likes the automated service. You sit there, you got to push 800 buttons, and then eventually you get to the point where you're going to talk to a human, but then you're on hold until you talk to the human, and they've always got the worst music. That's right. You nailed that. The best was always when I had have unpaid parking tickets at WVU. And so you'd call and be like, hey, I need to pay these tickets or else I can't register for classes. And they would put on the fight song. It would just be the band soundtrack. That wasn't so bad. UPMC, not so bad. I like their theme song. They'll play it endlessly on loop, but it's not that bad. Some places, you're right. It sounds kind of like the Pornhub theme, which is kind of what you did there a little bit. I might have told on myself a little bit there. Texter, stubbing your toe. I try not to be profane around my children. It's almost impossible to stub your toe and not utter profanity. I find that is I swear in traffic when I'm alone in my car and my kids aren't there. And also every time I stub my toe, I will let out an expletive. Because it's ouch, first of all. It hurts. And it hurts way more than it should. Like, how important is the big toe? Seriously. It hurts more than it should. But then also you're mad at yourself for doing it. Like, watch where you're going, numbskull. Are you back there doing the Pornhub thing again? You are. You're beatboxing the Pornhub theme. I can read.
Can I do it?
Of course.
That's it, right?
I don't know. Let's call Doran. Texter, pulling into a gas station to get gas and the pumps have bags on the nozzles. Yeah, I hate that. That does stink. Do you probably don't, Harry. You and your vehicles are like one and the same. Like, your vehicles are just an extension of you. I do this every time, and I wonder if people agree. You'll look at your gas gauge above your steering wheel in your car, and it has the little arrow left or right. I have to look every time to remember what side my gas whatever is.
Gas tank?
Thank you. Could not think of the word tank.
Yeah.
I'm just like Art Rooney II. Tank is not in my vocabulary.
Yeah, no, I always, all of mine are on the driver's side, so it's all good.
Oh, okay. So it's
Plus,
right
you
size.
don't have a needle in your car. Your gas gauge is actually, it's a bunch of dots that
It
go
is.
up.
I
so,
prefer the dots over the
That's
arrow.
something different, yeah.
Yeah.
My other 2 are arrows. They're fine, but I like the...
My wife has the gauge. I have the dots. But hers is on the opposite side of mine. Now, which is which, I can't remember.
Yours is the left.
Texter, big toe is the most important toe. It's what gives you balance. Without the big toe, you are screwed. I'm not talking about my big toe getting lopped off. I'm talking about stubbing it. It should not hurt as bad as it does. Texter, when the gas pump says, please see a tenant. Yes, that is worse even than the bags. Because then you got to go in there. I don't want to go in there. This isn't New Jersey. I don't want to talk to somebody when I'm pumping gas. All right. It is day one of the Steelers season. That's the way I think about it. The Steelers report today. You will hear from a ton of Steelers on our station today. Jeff Hathorn is at Steelers camp. Are you excited? It's a simple question. At last we saw the Steelers not so good. Are you in the Hope Springs Eternal camp, or are you thinking, crap, here we go again. 10-7, bowing out early. Let's do it. In 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Runs on every play. Can he get to the end zone? He can. Derrick Henry. Touchdown.
The scramble is another run, I guess. So, yeah, every play is a run.
They ran 13. You and I have seen a lot of football. 13 plays, 13 runs. What, they exhumed Woody Hayes?
It sure seemed like that.
They get their two big stars back. Meanwhile, there goes Henry. There goes Henry all the way for the touchdown. 44 yards. So the Steelers trying to climb back in the game, and the Ravens go, take that. Well, they always talk, a game like this, a chess match. It's a cliche. I mean, but if this is a chess match, two grandmasters.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
Oh, man. I remember where we put the Steelers. It's been a long time. Been searching for them. That's the last time we saw them, folks. Getting run out of the building by their biggest rival. A team we all love to hate. A quarterback that the Steelers had bottled up, frankly, throughout his entire career, and then couldn't the last two times they saw him last season. Derrick Henry running roughshod over your favorite team. Baltimore Ravens 28, Pittsburgh Steelers 14, and folks, it wasn't that close. The Steelers gave up 299 rushing yards. It's as embarrassed as I've been as a Steelers fan. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. The once proud Pittsburgh Steelers, built on toughness, built on an edge, defense, running the football. They didn't play any defense. They didn't run the football. Can't get it on 4th and 1. Weak sauce. Just hearing Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit, it broke me a little bit. It brought me right back. I said into Harry's ear, I'm pissed off all over again. That's the last time we saw the Pittsburgh Steelers. And now, folks, it's time for redemption. Let's go. Hope springs eternal. Aaron Rodgers in. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields out. And it's a simple question to start the show. We don't got to get cute here. I want to talk to you. There's no Doran. He'll be back next Monday. We got open phones for the first 2 hours of the program here before we talk to Ray Fittipaldo at 8. He'll be live at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. How excited are you for Steelers season? And not just because, okay, you can put the Pirates in your rearview mirror. They're 20 games under 500. Congratulations to them for winning their second in a row last night. Get swept by the White Sox, then You beat the best team in the AL 2 times in a row. How excited are you? What are your expectations for this team? Do you think they can actually win a playoff game? Is that the goal? Is that too low a goal? Is that too lofty a goal? Broadly, how you feeling right now, Steelers fans? 412-928-9370. So the Ravens rush for $299. They double you up on the scoreboard. Their fans had a really good time with it all. But the team has changed dramatically since then. Out are Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Najee Harris, George Pickens, Van Jefferson, Dan Moore, Minka Fitzpatrick, Larry Ogunjobi, Elandon Roberts, Dante Jackson. In are Aaron Rodgers. Still can't believe it. Pinch yourself. Mason Rudolph is back. Caleb Johnson is here. DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, Derek Harmon, Darius Slay, Jalen Ramsey. Let's see if it works out better this time. Broadly, what is your excitement level for the upcoming season? 412-928-9370. For me, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, Skip. I don't know that this season is going to be better than last season. I do know it's going to look different. And I'd be lying to you if I said that doesn't excite me. The Steelers were boring down the stretch. They've been boring for years. They've played bad offensive football for half a decade. And bad probably isn't a strong enough word. They might play bad offensive football again this year, but it's going to be different. You've got Aaron Rodgers. For a while this offseason, I thought there was probably not a 50-50 shot, but I thought there was a pretty decent shot that we were going to start the season, all of us, watching Mason Rudolph, that he was going to start 17 games. That ain't going to be the case. Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback. You might not think it's going to work, but how can you not be excited? How can you not be intrigued? The Steelers might be meandering their way to another 10-7 season, another 9-8 season. But you can't say that they're doing the same things over and over again and expecting different results. You know, the stupid, brought up way too often definition of insanity. No, they could be doing everything different and still getting the same result. That might be worse. But it's intriguing. And I'm excited to see how this all pans out starting today. Tomorrow's the first practice. Half the starters are different. That's got me intrigued in a way that I haven't been intrigued since Kenny Pickett's second season. The Steelers finished Kenny's rookie year hot, and then he had the greatest preseason in the history of football. My man was Peyton Manning meets Johnny Unitas meets Tom Brady that preseason. He had a perfect passer rating of 158.3. How do they calculate it? Nobody knows, but we know 158.3 is perfect, and he looked the part of a franchise quarterback. They had finished strong the year prior, and here comes Kenny Pickett. Whoa! Year number 2, Matt Canada's offense. This guy, he's the answer. Then the 49ers happened. And I think it all went out the window. Then Mason Rudolph looked better than Kenny ever did as a Pittsburgh Steeler. He got them into the playoffs at the end of the year. But when Mason Rudolph looks that good and your quote-unquote franchise quarterback doesn't, well, you know he's not the franchise quarterback. So the last time I was this excited about the Pittsburgh Steelers, they wound up not being very good. And we all talked ourselves into them maybe going into Buffalo and having a puncher's chance because Mother Nature would be on their side. Hey, the Bills have a huge advantage. They've got Josh Allen, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But if there's 60-mile-an-hour winds and a foot of snow, that kind of neutralizes him, huh? Nah, it didn't. That's how that season ended. And going into that year is the last time I was this excited about the Steelers. Yeah, I talked myself into Russell Wilson and Justin Fields last year, and I was at least curious as to how that whole thing was going to play out. Hey, is Russ going to be the answer? Well, if he's not, or if he gets hurt, yeah, just plug in Justin Fields, who's in his mid-20s and supremely talented. It was a first-round pick. How's that all going to shake out? Can't wait to see. Hey, is George Pickens going to take a step without Kenny Pickett, without Mason Rudolph, without Mitch Trubisky? What's that going to look like? Well, it's going to look like a guy who doesn't show up to class. It was late to the Christmas Day game. They paid Cam Hayward. How's that going to work out? It worked out well. TJ Watt, though, had his worst season since his rookie year. I said last season was boring. It's not like there were no storylines. There were a ton of storylines. There's going to be a ton of storylines with this year's team. Aaron Rodgers, for goodness sakes, is their quarterback. We'll see how he plays, but often with Rodgers, it's not just what happens on the field, it's what happens off the field. Ton of storylines. When you turn over the roster this much, there's a bunch of ifs. There's a bunch of questions. There's a bunch of unknown. I think, and we'll explore this deeper at 7 o'clock, that more of the unknowns will wind up as positives than negatives. And that's why I'm so excited about this year. And I happen to think Aaron Rodgers is not just going to be an upgrade over Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. I think there's a chance it's a significant upgrade. So for all those reasons, I'm giddy for today, the start of the Steelers season. How do you feel? 412-928-9370. We'll nail down on more of the specifics as we move forward in the show, and we'll have some nuanced conversations, and we'll break this thing down chapter and verse. We're not going to spend much time on the Pirates today, though John Wayner's going to jump on with us at 8:35. But right now, just generally, as you're in your car driving to work, knowing that today you're probably going to hear from your favorite Steelers on this very radio station, how are you feeling about the 2025 season? 412-928-9370. I'm excited. I'm as excited as I've been since Kenny Pickett's second year. How about you? 412-928-9370. We'll get Harry's thoughts on it. We'll talk to you on the text line, on the phone lines, on Twitter when we come back. The Fan Morning Show, as always, is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday over the Detroit Tigers by an 8-5 final score. They've won the series since they won the first two. Third and final game of the series takes place at 12:35 this afternoon. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL training camps are open, and hallelujah, at least for us fans. Micah Parsons reported to Dallas's camp, but without the contract extension he seeks, his attitude about the stalled negotiations, let's see if they want me to be here at the end of the day. Now, another all-pro pass rusher, Cincinnati's Trey Hendrickson, posted a picture of himself in Florida rather than at Bengals camp. Bengals have got to get this one fixed and fast. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Doran, you know what I love about my Guardian indoor camera?
Besides catching your dog on the couch again?
That too, but it's the visual verification. If an alarm goes off, real pros check the camera feed and help to confirm if it's legit.
No more guessing if it's a break-in or your kid launching a soccer ball indoors.
Right now, Guardian's giving you a free indoor camera plus 3 free months of visual verification. Just call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera and 3 months of added protection. Terms and conditions apply.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Clouds and sun today, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 51 northbound is slow right around Bousman Street, and the Parkway West inbound is a bit slow between the Banksville on-ramp and the inbound Fort Pitt Tunnel. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is Steelers report day at St. Vincent College in Latrobe tomorrow. Practice 1 at training camp. I don't want to do it, Harry. I'm going to do it, Harry. Aaron Rodgers has yet to take part in a team drill. He has not lined up yet in 11-on-11 for the Steelers. Talk me off the ledge here, and I mean that in a positive way. I think this guy's going to get an MVP vote or two this year, Harry. How about that? How about that for optimism for Aaron Rodgers?
You've just ruined the whole Steelers season by putting that into the universe.
What do you think I am? Who do you think I am?
You're a jinxer.
Pony?
Yeah, both of you suck.
Name one time I've jinxed a guy.
You jinxed the 2023 Pirates. You said, I'll walk off a plank if they don't make the playoffs. And then the next season you said, I will walk across the Clemente Bridge in a thong if they don't make the playoffs. Then, yeah, I mean, I think.
All right, two good examples. I blame ownership. I blame Ben Cherington. That wasn't my fault.
I still think you jinxed it a little too much there.
I can be a reverse jinx, too.
You said Bailey Falter is terrible, and then he turned out to be pretty good.
Exactly.
You said Jared Jones was going to be good, though, and then
his arm fell off.
He got worse, and then that happened.
I said Paul Skeens wasn't as good as he could be earlier in the year, and now he has a ERA under 2 and is...
What do you mean now? He didn't struggle in the first place.
He wasn't pitching as well as he could, and now he is.
Is it ironic that I had the same opinion about Jared Jones the year before, and you...
Lambasted you for it?
Yep.
It's not ironic. It's just par for the course.
Bottom line, yeah, you jinx a lot of things.
I think Aaron Rodgers, statistically, is going to put up the same numbers, roughly, that he did last season. I think it's going to look a whole hell of a lot better. And I think if you would have extrapolated the numbers that Russell Wilson put up with the Steelers, they would have looked a lot like the numbers that Rodgers put up for the Jets. But I think the way it looks is significant here. When Russell Wilson was playing his best ball for the Steelers, I think about the end of that Commanders game. That beautiful ball dropped into a bucket to Mike Williams, who just retired, by the way. You think he'll retire as a Steeler? Mike Williams? That was the best Russell Wilson had played. And it was all deep shots and checkdowns. The game against the Bengals, he throws for 400 yards. It's all deep shots and checkdowns to the running back. He threw the ball 20 times to the running back. That's not sustainable. I think Aaron Rodgers will play a sustainable brand of football this year. I think he's going to target the middle of the field. I think he'll hold on to the ball to deliver it downfield when necessary. Now, another year off of the Achilles tear. And I think he'll get rid of the ball lightning quick, if necessary. That's something that Russell Wilson wasn't capable of, something that Justin Fields never had in his repertoire. If the line stinks, and it might, we'll get into that more at 7 o'clock, I think Rodgers can hide it a little bit better than those two guys because he'll get the ball out quick. Nobody got rid of the football faster last year than Rodgers. Now, that's not always a positive. Think about the end of Big Ben's career. Ben couldn't move. I don't think Ben had the arm strength then that Rodgers does now. The line was also bad, so Ben got rid of it quick. I think that's what Rodgers had to deal with last year. I think that's more of a break glass in case of emergency thing. Hey, this line ain't coming together. Get rid of it quick. He can. Russell Wilson couldn't. I think he puts up good numbers. I think the Steelers win 11 games. And I think he's going to be the talk of the football world. He's not going to outplay Burrow. He's not going to be better than Josh Allen. He's not going to be better than Lamar Jackson. He's not going to be better than Patrick Mahomes. But he's going to play well enough that the national media is going to be turning their heads going, well, dang. It's why I'm excited about this year. But the text line, not so much. And I'd invite you to call as well at 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, as long as Tomlin is there, it doesn't matter how much roster turnover there is. The end results will never change. And that stupid-looking lost stare out into the abyss at the end of games will be the reward. That's descriptive, and you might be right. I don't have a lot of faith in Tomlin either. I have more faith in Aaron Rodgers than I do with Mike Tomlin, and this is the classic case of the immovable object, whatever that saying is. Do you know what the saying is, Harry? I try that one time and time again, and I always forget it halfway out of my mouth.
An unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
Yeah, that. Another texter writes in, new packaging, same product, losers. We asked for changes, and from a roster construction standpoint, you can't make more changes. Different quarterback, different backup quarterback, different running back, different number 1 wide receiver, different number 2 wide receiver. You've added Jonnu Smith. You get rid of one of your better players, even though he wasn't living up to expectation, and Minkah Fitzpatrick. You replace him with one of the biggest name defensive backs in all of football. They have changed a ton as far as the roster is concerned. But the DC is still here, the OC is still here, and oh yeah, the head coach, he's still here. It is report day at Steelers training camp. Are you as excited as I am about it? 412-928-9370. Great. You had receipts of when I was a jinx. Now the texters, they're in. But I can do the reverse jinx too. Adam, as a Pitt fan, do not forget when you said you'd shave your head if the basketball team made the NCAA tournament. This was 3 games into the season. I wrote Pitt off 3 games into the season. I said, no chance. And then they made the dance. They won in the first 4. They beat Iowa State. They actually made it to the round of 32 before losing to Xavier. So, actually, if I want Rodgers to be good, I should say he's going to be a turd sandwich. Speaking of turd sandwich, that's one of our YouTube commenters. You can watch the show every day live on YouTube and join the cast of characters who all chat about the shows as they're going on. When people text in, Harry knows this, they comment generally on the topics, and they want to be a part of the show that way. The YouTube commenters, they like to critique all the shows. They're like the media watchdogs, the ombudsman. So join that cast of characters. You can watch the show on YouTube, and also you can listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, always on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app. Texter writes in, they're all in. Grab a wide receiver, too. Rodgers wants to go out with a bang. The team will rally. 12-5. AFC Championship game appearance. Book it. Let's go, Harry!
No.
The thing I love, though, about this particular year for the Steelers is I don't have to watch Rudolph for 17 games unless there's injury. Let's knock on wood.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, jinx that one.
Let's knock on for Micah here.
There you go.
Let's grab our rosaries and our lucky rabbit's foot. The thing I like about this year is you say all in, and yeah, they've made a lot of win now moves, but they haven't sacrificed the future. They got 12 picks next year. Omar Khan playing chess. Everyone else playing checkers when it comes to the compensation pick game. 12 picks next year. They want to draft their franchise quarterback. This year, there weren't great quarterbacks in the draft. Sure, if Cam Ward were there, they'd have taken him. He wasn't. Was never going to be. He was never going to get past the Titans. So they say, we ain't doing that. Let's look ahead to next year. That's when we'll get our guy. In the meantime, let's at the very least end that pesky, embarrassing, long playoff win drought. I'm okay with the process. We'll see how it all plays out. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Are you as optimistic as our last texter? 12-5, AFC Championship game. Are you excited about this team like I am? Or do you agree with some of the other texters who say, yeah, they changed the roster and things will be fun, but the end result will be the same because Mike Tomlin is making all the decisions. 412-928-9370. And what are the ramifications if this year does go horribly awry? What's at stake for Mike Tomlin? We'll get into that a little bit coming up next. But first, it is a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers training camp begins today. We've got coverage for you, and we'll have coverage as things continue to develop throughout this week. We appreciate Jeff Hathorn being down there. If you want stories on training camp, you want more Fed headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Training Camp Player Profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Darius Slay, another cornerback, you say? Darius Slay joined the Steelers this offseason, coming off 5 years in Philly as one of the best corners in the Eagles' history. With 28 career interceptions, Slay is a 6-time Pro Bowler and won the Super Bowl this past February. And at the age of 34, he'll look to prove that age is really just a number as he joins a budding Steelers secondary.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Must finance HMF Lowe APR Tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offer ends 7/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your giant eagle matters.
This is my giant eagle.
This is my giant eagle.
This is my giant eagle.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I would think this is bottom line the year where if it goes bad again and it's the quarterback and the offense that go bad, I don't know where there would be for Mike Tomlin to hide. We know how much faith the owner shows in him. We know how they've all said things, the owner, the GM, how lucky they are to work with him. That might be the public face of it, the public sentiment that they put forth. If, say, Aaron Rodgers looks more like the guy that wasn't good for the Jets while their season was cratering and not the guy who put up good numbers down the stretch in relatively meaningless games, I would think that Art Rooney would say, man, now you're on double secret probation.
I listened to a lot of Mulsey's show yesterday. Pony will be back today for day one of Steelers camp. Well, it's report day. I guess tomorrow's really day one. Mulsey does a great show by himself. They do a great show together. Pony does a great show by himself. I love those guys. I totally disagree with Mulsey's take. I don't think Tomlin gets a double secret probation this year if it looks like it did last year or the year before or the year before that or the year before that. I think in order for Mike Tomlin to get on double secret probation, Mike Tomlin needs to swing and miss. They need to fail with the quarterback they draft in the first round next year. I think Art Rooney II looks at this as a stopgap year. I think he trusts Mike Tomlin's judgment. I think if Aaron Rodgers doesn't play well in Art Rooney II's twisted mind, I think he'll blame Aaron Rodgers. I think the national media, if this Steelers season goes up in flames, won't blame Mike Tomlin either. The national media, and I'm speaking in generalities here, loves Mike Tomlin. The national media sports hates, Aaron Rodgers. If this thing winds up as a sinking ship, Teflon Tomlin will continue to be Teflon Tomlin, and the lightning rod that is Aaron Rodgers will continue to be the lightning rod. I don't think Mike Tomlin is on thin ice at all with ownership. Art Rooney II wanted Justin Fields or Russell Wilson back to lead this team this year. Mike Tomlin wanted Aaron Rodgers, and Art Rooney II said, go right ahead, Mr. Tomlin. Whoever you want, go get. And if the Steelers fail, if they win enough to make it to the playoffs and then get slaughtered in a playoff game again, I think Art's going to go, oh, well, we took a shot. Aaron Rodgers let us down. Let's go get him next year. Let's draft our franchise savior. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, love the show, just not the shouting. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm jacked up. The Steelers report today, and I'm giddy. Texter writes back, maybe a little less caffeine and nicotine. Yeah, that's probably fair. My wife would agree with you. Are you excited about this season? Do you think there are any ramifications, any real ones, if Mike Tomlin Steelers fail again? 412-928-9370. Two of my favorites waiting to jump on, Anthony in Oakland and Rob in Chicago. Anthony was up first. Hello.
Here's how I look at this season. Seeing a lot of Steeler football since the early 60s. Here's what this is 1990-91, Chuck Noll, as far as it pertains to Tomlin. It just falls off the rails, there's nothing left anymore, and the owner says it's time to move on? Or is it after 2003 season where the Steelers didn't do very well that year? The next year they came back 15-1. The next year they won the Super Bowl. Is that Mike Tomlin? So we don't know.
Well, hopefully, you know how I feel about it, Anthony. What do you think? Which way do you lean?
I think it's going to be more of after 2003, to be quite honest with you. I really do, just from the pieces they do. And you know what? I think there's going to be a big candle on their new birthday cake, because I think Green Bay's going to let one of those wide receivers go, either Romeo Doubs or Christian Watson, and he's going to fall right into their lap, and that'll shut everybody up about the second wide receiver, and then it's Katie bar the door.
They have $25 million to spend. They like to go into the season with roughly $10 million in cap space so they can make moves during the season, whether it be a trade or guys get hurt, you got to sign someone off the street. The way they've been aggressive this offseason, hell, the way they've been aggressive under Omar Khan, I would be shocked if they don't spend $15 million on a wide receiver or some amount of that money on a wide receiver and maybe go out and get a safety. And Romeo Doubs is a good example, Anthony, because he posted a cryptic Instagram photograph. And we know that those mean a lot in today's day and age.
Well, he got suspended for a game last year for insubordination. He's not a fan. He's not a favorite of the coaching staff from that. Christian Watson can't stay healthy. They drafted a number one wide receiver they haven't done in 20 years. The writing's on the wall. If the Steelers, who've been very shrewd in this offseason, that might be the missing piece. But you know what? This Aaron Rodgers is going to look like the 2020 Ben Roethlisberger, where they start off 11-0, except that his arm won't fall off like it did Ben. And that's Rodgers still has his mind in his arm, and that may be enough to pull the Steelers to an AFC championship game. Thank you.
Wow. Anthony in Oakland, who never fires hot takes. He's always as reasoned as they come. He thinks the Steelers can be in the AFC championship game. What do you think? 412-928-9370. I will not go that far. Even if they get another wide receiver, even if they upgrade over Juan Thornhill and he goes back to being the primary backup at the safety position, I just can't see this team in the AFC championship game. I believe in Rodgers. I like the roster. I think it is vastly improved over last season. I do. But I think that ultimately leads to them winning a playoff game. And while that should not ever be the end-all, be-all, if you draft your franchise quarterback next year, I think we'd all look fondly back on the 2025 Steelers. Rob in Chicago next up. Hi, Rob.
Hey, good morning. I remember in 1992, I met a guy at a Steelers-Bears game, and from that point on, I started going to Steeler games at Steeler bars in the city, and I have done so. I can count the amount of games I've missed on one hand since that point, and prior to that as well. Tomlin, Khan, and Rooney have basically let the air out of my balloon. You know, I with my current job right now, I'm working nights, and I only saw about 3 games last year, and wow. I'm perfectly content with that. The excitement that used to be there with these guys isn't there anymore. They've killed it. I mean,
I don't think you're alone in saying that, Rob. I don't think you're alone in saying that. I mean, you had the owner's brother come out this offseason and basically say they're content with just being above the mean, which means going to the playoffs almost every year and bowing out in the first round. Hell, not even bowing out, getting demolished. Let me ask you this, though, Rob. Let's say the same thing happens again this year. They go 10-7, they lose in the first round. But next year they draft a rookie quarterback in the top 15. They trade up.
Big deal.
They get a guy
quarterback who they won't let change the play at the line of scrimmage. He won't be able to throw across the middle. Yeah, it's as long as there's the same philosophy and the same person running the ship, I don't have much faith it'll change.
So as long as it's Rooney and Tomlin, you're going to be watching like 3 games a year.
And that's fine. You know, I keep up with the games through you guys. I keep up on the Post-Gazette. I'll watch replays on YouTube, and that's good. I mean, these pro sports teams, I'm 57, man. They don't pay my bills. You know, I don't have it in my heart like I used to. They've killed it.
They pay mine, Rob. Thank you for the call. I think a lot of Steelers fans agree with Rob. Not that they're going to miss a lot of games. I think most Steelers fans are stapled to their couch, or they go to Acrisure Stadium, or they go on a road trip for every single Steelers game. But I think a lot of Steelers fans out there feel the way Rob does, that as long as the leadership, the coaching is the same, that they're not going to go into the season hoping springs eternal. They're going to go into the season thinking that no matter what changes with the roster, they're going to wind up with a different result, or with the same result, that they're going to just get blown out in a playoff game. It's hard to argue the opposite. And while I am a Rodgers believer, and I am, the reason Rodgers isn't in Green Bay finishing out his career is because Rodgers wasn't exactly bathing himself in glory in the playoffs. So if you're a Steelers fan and you feel like Rob, I get it. If you're a Steelers fan and you feel like Anthony in Oakland, like they can go to the AFC Championship game, I think that's a bridge too far. I'll meet you in the middle. I think they win a playoff game. 412-928-9370. Take a bunch of calls coming up next. Ray Fittipaldo will join us at 8 a.m. So it's you, it's me on day one of the Steelers season. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won yesterday 8-5 over the Detroit Tigers. The Pirates won the series by winning that game, and now they have an opportunity to sweep the series today. They've got an afternoon game for the third and final game of the series. It's a 12:35 start. And if you want to listen to the game, you can over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
28 southbound, you're back between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, heading for the Rams to the north side and out of the South Hills. 51 northbound backs between Edgebrook and Bousman. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 8 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Harry is not at his post. He is not behind the glass. And thus, the intro music is way too loud. I don't know where Harry is. That's always great. Please, give me 8 seconds while I go across the way here and turn the music down. All right, that's better. You can give us a ring in the Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, 412-928-9370. Harry was sweating like he's in a sauna over there, so he had to go into the KDKA AM studio. That's where the thermostat is. That's why he was not at his post, and that's why all of our eardrums got blown out and why you couldn't hear me.
It's 76 degrees in here.
That is way too hot. Texter writes in, this guy calls me a yellow belly every day. I actually like him or her. Tomlin could drop kick Art Rooney and his wife and still not be on double secret probation. He's got a lifetime contract because of people like you. Bro, I do not care how many pieces they add. You never account for the Tomlin factor. How many years do I have to keep telling you this? I said there's nothing Tomlin could do this year that would get him on double secret probation. I would have fired Tomlin 2 years ago. Art Rooney II trusts that guy enough to pursue Aaron Rodgers all offseason long with zero guarantee that he was actually going to sign here. That tells you the standing that Mike Tomlin has with Art Rooney II. I'd have fired him 2 years ago. Now, I think the roster is good enough to win a playoff game. Do I have doubts in Tomlin? Of course I do. I just said I'd have fired him. But if you win 11 games, I think you're going to get a better matchup in round one. You're not going to be playing the Bills. You're going to be playing the Chiefs. I think you could play like the Houston Texans, and I think you could win a playoff game. I think they will win a playoff game. Texter writes in, same guy. You said they'd win a playoff game. You want to bet? No, I do not. I am not that confident that I would make a bet with you because gestures wildly at Mike Tomlin's playoff resume of late. I think they'll do it, not enough that I'll put some money on the line. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Troy in Mount Washington, one of our favorites. All the big dogs are coming out today, Troy, for day one of Steelers camp.
Man, I'm excited, man. I don't know what this dude's talking about. I'm going to watch 3 games. I'm going to be locked in from noon to midnight every Sunday here until I'm just late for work every day after. Like, I don't care. I'm excited to see some Will Howard in the preseason. I mean, the Steelers are doing things these past 3 years that in the past 15 years we would never think of. The amount of moves that they're making, the amount of stars that they're bringing in, the chances that they're taking, I like it. I think it shows it's like, hey, we understand we've kind of been like a little bit of mediocrity lately, and we're going to take a full swing.
I'm with you, Troy, and sorry we're out of time in this segment. You can give us a ring in the 7 o'clock hour at 412-928-9370. They didn't change what has been the biggest problem, and that is the head coach. But I will give them some points for doing everything possible roster-wise to compete this year. Is it going to work? I think they're going to win a playoff game. If you ain't buying it, I get that too. But they've changed half their starters. They are trying. The Pirates, in a lot of people's minds, don't try. We complain about that. The Steelers, you can't say they don't. 412-928-9370. Bill Cowher once famously said, if you have a lot of ifs going into a season, you're not going to be a very good football team. This team does have a lot of ifs. What are the biggest? Where do I come down on some of them? Good and bad. Where do you come down on some of them? Good and bad. 412-928-9370. First Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning. If it hasn't been hot enough for you over the past couple of days, I have good news for you. Highs today will be up near 90 degrees with sunny skies and rain staying away for another day. Morning temperatures are in the mid to low 60s. Humidity levels remain low this morning. It'll be back in the marginal range by this afternoon. Thursday will be hot and humid, and our next rain chance comes on Friday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet clean, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-deckcompany.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound is backing from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and Parkway West inbound is backing from Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShortKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I don't need it. For my ego, I don't need it to keep playing. A lot of decisions that I've made over my career in life from strictly the ego, even if they turn out well, are always unfulfilling. But the decisions made from the soul are usually pretty fulfilling. So this was a decision that was best for my soul. And I felt like being here with Coach T and the guys that got here and the opportunity here was the best for me. And I'm excited to be here.
Aaron, is it?
Aaron Rodgers on why he signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bill Cowher once famously said, if you've got a lot of ifs going into a season, you're probably not going to have a good season. And what he means by ifs is unknowns, question marks. This team undoubtedly does have a lot of ifs. Let's parse it, my friends. Let's make ourselves a little chart here. Of all the ifs, of all the question marks, of all the unknowns, which do you think are going to wind up on the positive side of the ledger? And what do you think is going to wind up on the negative side? 412-928-9370. We'll give you a chance to call. We'll get into it with you. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us at 8 a.m. So we're going to take a lot of calls this hour. I'm going to defend myself real quick from a tweeter because this kind of stuff annoys me. Dude tweets up, says, Crowley, you've said that they've replaced half their starters. I know you went to WVU, but you're way off on that. Just real quick, folks. Starters in the playoff game that won't be starters against the Jets. Russ, Harris, Pickens, Jefferson, Anderson, Minka, Ogunjobi, Jackson, Bishop, Roberts. Half would be 11. I count 10. That's not way off. Back to the subject at hand at 412-928-9370. Steelers have a lot of unknowns. They have a lot of what-ifs. Which unknowns do you think will wind up being positives by the end of the season? Which what-ifs do you think will be negatives? 412-928-9370. On offense, who's wide receiver number 2? Is it going to be Calvin Austin? Is it going to be Roman Wilson? Is it going to be insert former Rodgers teammate here? Is it going to be Jawan Jennings? Is it going to be Gabe Davis? Romeo Doubs? It's an unknown. Are they going to get one? How will running back shake out? Will Caleb Johnson be good as a rookie? What will the snap distribution be? How does Kenneth Gainwell fit into all that? Is Cordero Patterson going to take up one of these roster spots? Blech. How are they going to fold Jonnu Smith into the thing? How's Broderick Jones going to play? How's Troy Fautanu going to play? Those are all ifs, question marks, unknowns. On defense, how will they use Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay? Will that work? Is Juan Thornhill really going to start at safety? Will Watt stay healthy? Will they move Watt around? Can Derek Harmon be good in year one? Can Cam Hayward keep up his all-pro level of play? Can Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, Peyton Wilson all take the next step? A ton of ifs, a ton of question marks, a ton of unknowns. Which of those do you think will wind up as strengths of the team, and which of those won't pan out and will wind up being negative? I'll give you one positive, I'll give you one negative before we start taking calls. Aaron Rodgers wasn't great last year with the Jets. Wasn't great in his last year with the Packers. didn't stay healthy in year one with the Jets. I thought he got better as the season wore on last year, and I think that's because he gained confidence in that Achilles. He's the ultimate what if, the ultimate unknown, the ultimate question mark, and folks, I think he's going to wind up being a positive. When you compare Rodgers to the great quarterbacks, not just in the league, but in the AFC, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, to name a few, I don't know that Aaron Rodgers is going to outplay any of those guys. But is Rodgers going to be better than Russell Wilson was last year? I think the answer is absolutely yes. Russell Wilson was hot for a minute there, and I don't even think it's arguable, played the quarterback position better than anybody had since Ben's final year. But it was deep shots. It was checkdowns. He had some autonomy at the line of scrimmage. None of that wound up being sustainable. And I asked the question at the time, if the Steelers are behind in games, if you need him to drop back and pass conventionally, can he keep it up? Pat Bostic was sitting across from me. Doran Dickerson was sitting across from me. That was a legitimate question, and the answer was a resounding no. And then Arthur Smith took away his ability to change plays at the line of scrimmage. I don't think, come hell or high water this season, that they're going to take that away from Rodgers. Russell Wilson was a reclamation project, yes. Aaron Rodgers is going to be a reclamation project, yes. Russell Wilson signed right away for as cheap a deal as you could possibly sign. The Steelers weren't desperate for his services. The Steelers acted desperate to get Rodgers this offseason. And at varying points, many in the local and national media, many fans, thought they were bending over backwards to make it happen with Rodgers and embarrassing themselves. You don't go to the lengths that they went to genuflect at the altar of Aaron Rodgers to then not allow Rodgers to be Rodgers when he gets here. They're not going to take his freedom away. And I think that the best attribute Rodgers has going for him is the 20 years of experience playing quarterback and knowing what plays to get into, or more importantly, knowing what plays to get out of. If there's a stacked box and it's 2nd and 9, Arthur Smith wants to run the ball, Aaron Rodgers is going to change it up. His brain is still an asset, and his arm is better than Ben's was at the end of his career. Russell Wilson cratered down the stretch last season. I do not think that'll happen with Rodgers. He got better as the season wore on last year. Is he going to be among the great quarterbacks in the NFL this season? Nah, probably not. Is he going to be better than what they had? Yeah, I think so. Aaron Rodgers failed at New York because the Jets let him be the GM, the head coach, the offensive coordinator. The Steelers just need Rodgers to play quarterback. I think he still can. So when I'm throwing out all these ifs, these question marks, these unknowns, Rodgers is one. For me, I think by the end of the season, we'll be talking about Rodgers having a positive effect on the franchise. As for a question mark, an unknown, a what if that I don't feel so hot about, that's Broderick Jones. Is Broderick Jones ever going to live up to his first-round potential? Is he going to do so this year? I think the answer to both of those questions is no. Now, you might say, Crowley, how can Rodgers play well when his blind side is being protected by a guy that you don't think is going to be very good? Well, I just don't think he's going to live up to that first-round pedigree. I think they've screwed him around too much. He never should have been playing right tackle. He was always going to be a project. He didn't play that much at Georgia. I do think he can be better than Dan Moore Jr. And if that's how I'm grading Aaron Rodgers, is he better than the last guy? That's how I'll grade Broderick Jones. I don't think he'll ever be great, unfortunately. I do think he'll be better than what they had last year. 412-928-9370. The Steelers have a bunch of what-ifs. The Steelers have a bunch of question marks. The Steelers have a bunch of unknowns. Which of those unknowns do you have faith will be positives by the end of the year? Which of those unknowns do you think will be negatives come the end of the season? Let's go to Jeff in Zelienople to start us off with that. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, morning, Crowley. My granddad used to have a saying, if a frog had wings, he'd be getting pigeon pussy.
I don't think we can say that on the air. You think it says something about me that twice this week without Doran, we've had callers come on and need to be dumped?
Yeah, because you're just an open door for allowing people to mess with you. You just have a target on your forehead.
I actually have heard what his grandfather has said before, and I like the saying. You just can't say it on the radio.
What was it again?
I can't say it on the radio. Harry's trying to get me fired. So do we have to wait to take calls now? Is that how that goes?
Yep. Okay,
very good. You can get the name for the guy who's waiting on hold right now, and we'll get to him in a couple of minutes at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I've already said I'm excited for this Steelers season. You want another reason to be excited? How about you could join Donnie Football tomorrow? So day one of Steelers practice is tomorrow. After practice, you could pop on over to Dano's. Got the best wings in the area from 6 o'clock until 10. You'll kick off the start of training camp with Donnie. You can cool off with an ice cold Miller Lite and listen to Donnie's takes on the first day of camp. Bill Cowher once famously said, if you got a lot of ifs, you're not going to be a very good football team. I don't always subscribe to that notion. I will, however, agree that this team does have a lot of ifs. Which ifs will pan out to the positive side? Which ifs will pan out, or I guess not pan out, but slip to the negative side? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this coming up next. I'll give you one more positive, one more negative, but I do want to hear from you on that fan hotline. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Detroit Tigers yesterday, 8-5. Pirates have won the first two games of the series. Game 3 is this afternoon at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Time for our daily How Ridiculous is Scotty Scheffler stat. 15 golfers completed all 16 rounds of this year's majors. On the composite leaderboard of those rounds, Scheffler was minus 32, while Rory McIlroy was second at minus 11, followed by Xander Schauffele at minus 10. Scotty dominated, as usual, by 21 strokes. That is ridiculous. Plus, he helped provide NBC with a very nice final round ratings bump on Sunday. I'm Boomer and Science.
Pro Savings Days doorbuster deals are on at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save an additional $120 on a GE 21.9 cubic foot top freezer refrigerator. Plus, members save $70 on a Bosch hammer drill, now only $99. Not a Pro Rewards member? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/23 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on Braddock Avenue and 13th Street, so use caution if you're in that area. Parkway East is backing between the Bates Street on-ramp and the Greenfield overpass. Parkway North 279 is all clear. This traffic is brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text Us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bill Cowher once said, if you got a lot of ifs going into a football season, you're probably not going to have a very good football team. Well, the Steelers do have a lot of ifs, question marks, unknowns. The biggest one, of course, is how's Aaron Rodgers going to fare in his 765th season? I think he's going to play good ball. So I'll put that on the positive side. When the season's finished, we're going to go, that's pretty good from A-Rod. One output on the negative side, one of the what-ifs that I don't know is going to work out all that well, Broderick Jones at left tackle. He's got all the talent in the world, but they've screwed with him so much, I don't know that you plug and play him there and everything clicks for him right away. I got another positive, another negative we'll get to in a moment, but I asked for calls. I want to talk to you about this at 412-928-9370, and we'll start out with Tractor in Pittsburgh. What up, Tractor? Are you there, Tractor?
On the if I could piggyback on the if was a fifth, we'll all be drunk. But I digress. I think I agree with you on the one negative on Broderick. I think they did screw with him a little bit too much. I do agree he's going to be better than Dan Moore. How much better, that's yet to be seen. I think the good positive to offset him is going to be in close games, running the football. I think Caleb Johnson's going to be a great back for us. I watched a lot of tape. He just reminds me of the patience of Le'Veon Bell. I think that keeps us, helping that left tackle get exposed as much as we like. It's going to be hard, though, in games where we're behind or trailing. I think it really shows that weakness. But I think we go as far as the trenches take us. That offensive line and defensive line is going get us as far as we can go.
All right, it's interesting that you say those two things, Tractor, and thank you so much for the call. That's where I was going to go. If I'm looking for a what-if that turns into a positive by the end of the year, I think, and I feel strongly, actually, that the running game's going to be better than it's been in a long time. They ran the ball more than any team in football last season, but their efficiency was horrendous. And that's because, all due respect to Najee Harris, he's just a guy. Najee Harris averaged 3.9 yards per carry. He doesn't have breakaway speed. He was never that dude. He had durability, which is important. He never fumbled, or I should say rarely fumbled. He did against the Eagles, and it cost them dearly. But those were his two positives. But you weren't going to get a lot of bang for your buck on a per-carry basis with Najee Harris. Jaylen Warren had a better yards per carry, significantly so, each of the last few seasons running behind the same offensive line. It is a what-if. What's this running back room going to wind up looking like? Who's going to get the majority of the carries? Is Caleb Johnson going to look good as a rookie? I think the answer to the second question is yes. And I think Tractor, it's a weird sentence to say coming up here, I think Tractor's got a good eye for ball. I do think there were some elements of Le'Veon Bell's game in Caleb Johnson in Iowa. He was a much better scheme fit for what the Steelers want to do. They ran the zone blocking stuff at Iowa. It's what the Steelers want to be running and are going to be running with Arthur Smith. He's also got breakaway speed. I know he didn't run a great 40, but look at the tape. He runs away from people. And the 40 ain't the end-all, be-all anymore. They GPS track all these college players, all these NFL players, because we got the technology to do so in the year of our Lord 2025. And Caleb Johnson hit 22 miles per hour in game last year. There was only a handful of players in college football that did that. The guy's got speed to burn. So Jaylen Warren was already better on a yards per carry basis than Najee Harris. And Caleb Johnson has the one thing we all wish Najee Harris had, that's breakaway speed. Yeah, I think the running game's going to be better. They're going to run the ball, maybe not as much as they did last season, because I think they're going to have more faith in Rodgers than Russ. But they're going to run the ball a lot, and I think they're going to be more effective doing so. As for the defensive line, jury's still out. That's a question mark, an unknown, a what if, that I don't feel super hot about right now. I don't love the depth. Keanu Benton needs to take a step. You're counting on a rookie being a starter, and I love Derek Harmon. I praised the pick at the time. I think he'll eventually be good. But he's going to be a starter from day one. Y.A. Black. He was a mid-round pick for a reason. Now, I think that's because nose tackles don't play as much as they used to, and so they're not valued the way that they're used to. But those were the two biggest additions to the defensive line that gave up 299 rushing yards to the Ravens in the playoff game last year, and both are unproven. So, yeah, you got to win in the trenches. I believe in Cam Hayward. I believe in T.J. Watt. I believe in Alex Highsmith. I believe in Nick Herbig, Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson. But the defensive line, relying on those two young guys, not sold. Ron and Apollo next up. Hi, Ron.
Hi, I just wanted to talk about how I feel about Aaron Rodgers.
Sure.
I just wanted to say, Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. Aaron Rodgers, DJ Metcalf.
Do you want to keep singing? I shouldn't have interrupted you there. I didn't know what you were getting into. Do you have the whole song? Do you have a new version?
No, you guys got to continue it for me.
Oh. It's a lot of pressure on us.
All right.
What gives you faith that Rodgers is going to play that well this year? Because I'm a Rodgers believer. I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl, though. What makes you think they will?
DJ Metcalf. I don't know. Yeah, I'm hoping he pulls one out for us, and then retires just like the bus. I like Aaron then.
Thank you, Ron. 412-928-9370. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be good. I don't think he's going to be wins the Steelers a Super Bowl good. I'm also disappointed in Ron Harry. I thought that he was going to give us the entire Here We Go song with Rodgers and Metcalf, and then I thought he would continue on, and he did not. Someone on the YouTube stream writes, where TF is Doran? He's on vacation. I'm sorry to disappoint. He'll be back with us on Monday.
I'm just as disappointed. It's okay.
Yeah. Of all the Steelers' what-ifs, Harry, what's one you feel good about? What's one you feel bad about?
I oddly feel good about the passing game. I like the receivers. I think Jonnu Smith could be like a de facto one. So I have some odd confidence in that. I have very many doubts in Aaron Rodgers' ability to be an effective quarterback at his age.
I think that is fair. But this is it for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is motivated to end his career with everyone feeling like they got a good taste in their mouth. Speaking of which, my tooth hurts so damn bad, Harry. I am battling through it today. It's a playoff game. It's day one of Steelers camp. The Steelers report today. I couldn't call off because of a toothache. I'm no sissy.
Yeah, you had to leave the show in the hands of me. Think about me for 4 hours.
I did factor that into my decision. The lack of overall depth we've got going right now. Starkey's out of town. It's a Wednesday. Pompiani doesn't work. Jason Mackey could always fill in, but I'm not sure he's not filling in from 10 o'clock until 2 today. And you probably don't want him going from 6 until 2. Although it is 93.7 the Mackey these days, and we love Jason.
Well, Austin got the host this week, though, so maybe you should have called off.
You and then Bechtold from 6 until 2. How do the people feel about that? 412-928-9370.
I know I'd have the YouTube support.
You have a lot more YouTube support in the chat than Austin Bechtold does, but we'll leave it at that. We won't leave it at that. Limits takes it on the chin on the YouTube comments. I mean, the YouTube community hates no one more than that guy, and I don't know why. I think it's misplaced hatred. Texter writes in, what do we think Cole Holcomb gives us coming off injury? He was doing well prior to it. That's a question mark, too. He is their third inside linebacker. Malik Harrison they bring over from the Ravens. He replaces Landon Roberts. I'm not sure that's a needle mover. I think Cole Holcomb, if he's healthy, could be. I think Cole Holcomb's a really good football player, but an injury that severe, you are totally guessing on what he can be. Texter writes in, regarding my toothache, just eat a handful of ibuprofen, it'll help. Well, the numbness wore off 2 hours after the procedure yesterday, and it started throbbing. So I took some ibuprofen. It did absolutely nothing. No help at all. You know how before they give you that shot to fully numb you, they'll rub that the numbing agent, the numbing gel on your gums? I wound up swallowing it, and my esophagus numbed. It was the weirdest feeling I've ever experienced. I digress. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Steelers have a ton of what-ifs, a ton of unknowns, a ton of question marks. I think Aaron Rodgers, the biggest question mark of all, will actually play well this year. I think how the running back room will shake out is a question mark. How effective will the running game be is an unknown. I feel really good about it. On the flip side, I don't love the defensive line depth, and I'm not buying into moving to the left being the cure-all for Broderick Jones. What's one what-if that you feel good about? What's one you don't feel so great about? We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on that coming up next at 412-928-9370. Also, I've come under fire these last couple of days for how I've been talking about T.J. Watt. Well, Watt spoke publicly for the first time since his contract extension. He actually agrees with this guy. We'll get into that too, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers report to training camp today, and we've got coverage for you all over 93.7 The Fan. We'll have updates for you throughout the week and throughout the entirety of training camp to bring you updates. Jeff Hathorn will be out there. If you want stories on training camp or if you want more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is Kevin Moret for Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field, it restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
This is Pat Bostic. Every foundation poured, every beam placed, every mile of asphalt laid, P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group take pride in building Pittsburgh's future. Their work shapes our communities, leaving a lasting impact for generations. With passion, craftsmanship, and an unwavering commitment to excellence, they build more than structures. They build legacies. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Learn more at pjdick.com.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts with special guest Winger. Their latest EP, Mindsets, is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Trying to be the best ever is very tough to do because it's always going to be up for debate. So I'm just going to try to be the best that I can possibly be. And winning a Super Bowl is no doubt motivating me. And winning a playoff game is absolutely motivating me. It's something that we haven't been able to do since I've been there. I think that's absolutely unacceptable. That is what's attached to my name right now. I have to answer for that. As much as it sucks when you say TJ Watt, XYZ, you also say TJ Watt not won a playoff game. And I'm a part of those teams. As much as I'm only one player, as much as whoever is one player, like you are putting your hand in the pile too. I feel like I can make a difference enough to help win a playoff game, and to have that to your legacy, especially when you play for an organization that has 6 Super Bowls and has, when Mean Joe Green comes back, it's Mean Joe Green, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. I don't even know how many Super Bowls he's won. You know, Jerome Bettis, 1 or 2-time Super Bowl champion. Like, it's like TJ Watt, yeah, great individual player, but what's the team success?
That's what I've been saying for 2 days. And all y'all got mad at me. I said TJ Watt, great player, Hall of Fame player, will never be mentioned among the all-time great Steelers if he doesn't put up in the playoffs. Now, I think Watt did a really good job at the beginning of that answer, and I need to give the podcast host some credit here real quick. The in-depth podcast with Graham Bensinger, he got the exclusive with TJ Watt. I think Watt started off exactly the right way there. You can't mention the playoff game first. You can't. You'll get crushed for it by clowns like me. He said, winning a Super Bowl is motivating me. Okay, very good. But then he went on to say that his name is associated with never winning a playoff game, and that's unacceptable. Now, where he lost me a little bit is when he said, I'm just one player, ... You're the highest paid player on the team. And behind quarterback, that to me means you're the most important player on the team. And so you can't go 0 statistically in a playoff game. It's not just that the team hasn't won a playoff game in 8 years, that they're 0 for their last 5, that they've been outscored 72-0 in the first quarter in those games. It's that your best player has 1 sack in his 4 playoff games. When he says not winning a playoff game is unacceptable, his performance has a lot to do with it, and that is unacceptable. But at least it sounds like he understands that. I don't want to hear the part about I'm just one of 22. While factually accurate, you are the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the National Football League. You were getting paid $28 million a season before. Highest on the team. You're getting paid $41 million now. If you have a noble effort in defeat, that means something to me. It's like T.J. McConnell in the NBA Finals. T.J. McConnell played great. They lost anyhow. People will remember T.J. McConnell fondly for that series. T.J. Watt hasn't even done that. He's been a no-show, and he was literally a no-show in the last game against the Ravens. Unacceptable not to win a playoff game. And they got to win one this year. I'd love to say there'd be ramifications if they don't, but, well, there won't be. 412-928-9370. I said this team's got a lot of what-ifs. This team's got a lot of question marks. This team's got a lot of unknowns. I think Rodgers is going to play well. I think the running game will be good. I think the defensive line doesn't have enough depth, and I'm not sold on Broderick Jones turning the corner. There's a bunch of other what-ifs, unknowns, question marks we haven't gotten to. What are some that you think will wind up being positives? What are others that their plan will not come to fruition? 412-928-9370. Lou in South Carolina listening on the Odyssey app. Hi, Lou.
On my way to the dentist, so I feel your pain, man.
Oh, what are they doing to you?
Well, it's the obligatory cleaning that turns into pain, if you've ever been on one of those appointments.
That's exactly right, Lou. I went in, I didn't have anything wrong with me. Then they replace a filling, and all of a sudden I'm in significant pain all morning long. So good luck to you. What do you got on the Steelers?
So, what did Branch Rickey say about Ralph Kiner? We lost with you. We can lose without you. I'm still not a big fan of signing Watt. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I hope it works out well, but he hasn't really. I think he hit the nail on the head. What is he now? Like 20% of our payroll, maybe more. I don't know what the number is. But
next year, when he's getting $41 million, Lou, he'll be about 13% of the cap space.
Yeah, that's a lot, right? And the other thing that I saw an interesting stat, and I'm going to get the terminology wrong, but if you look at the Steelers and their dead cap space potential for 25, 26, 27, 28, they have the lowest amount in the NFL, which tells me that this is a team that they're in a silent rebuild. Nobody knows it, or they won't admit it, because they're not mortgaging their future. The Ravens, on the other hand, are the highest.
And the Ravens are closer to getting to their ultimate goal than the Steelers are. And thank you so much for the call, Lou. Good luck at the dentist. That's why I like ultimately what the Steelers have done this offseason. They're going to have a ton of cap space next year. They have 12 draft picks next year. They brought in a bunch of old guys. I think all of them can still play. What's the worst thing that could happen this year? Seriously, they get blown out in a playoff game? That sucks. But we've seen it. And next year, they're going to try to get their franchise quarterback. I'm okay with the process. We'll see how it all plays out. 412-928-9370. The great Ray Fittipaldo, live from Route 30 at 8 o'clock on his way up camp. But coming up next, there are two things ruining sports for me right now, and I think you may agree. I was pulling my hair out as I'm scrolling through Twitter yesterday. I'll tell you why. First, though, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Detroit Tigers yesterday 8-5. The Pirates won the first 2 games in the series. The third and final game of the series coming up this afternoon, scheduled to start at 12:35. If you want to listen to the game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound is backing between Carnegie and the top of Green Tree Hill. 28 southbound, your stop and go from the Etna bypass to the 31st Street Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Resch on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wakem 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wakem 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wakem 180 weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. And Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or the Road Hog rib sandwich. Barbecue season is here at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Celebrate 20 years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, Perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club. A thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payment starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I told you there's two things ruining sports right now that drive me up a wall. Here are those things. And Ray Fittipaldo is going to join us in 10 minutes here for his training camp primer. He's on Route 30 right now, en route to St. Vincent College in Latrobe. Here are the two things. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. Got to be careful saying that name. He said, if you're 6-3 in the Big Ten, I would argue that's a good record. If you stumble in the non-conference, I don't know why that would disqualify you from playoff contention. So here's what's ruining collegiate sport, and we all know it to be true. It's money. It's always money. They already want to expand the college football playoff from 12 teams to 16 teams, and they're going to make it sound like it's for the good of the sport, for fairness. It has nothing to do with fairness. It has everything to do with TV money pouring in primarily to the Big Ten, into the SEC. And let me just ask you a question out there. Do you want Iowa to make the college football playoff every year? For God's sakes, the answer is no. An 8-4 team that stumbled in the non-conference and then goes 6-3 in the Big Ten should not be in the college football playoff. Get the hell out of here. Now, I understand that it's his prerogative to make the conference and the schools as much money as possible. But that's not for the good of the sport. It's not for the fans of the sport. Iowa in the playoff every year. The rare 8-4, 6-3 in the Big Ten Northwestern team. No, thank you. In the NFL, you get in at 10-7. In the NFL, Steelers did. They got in at 9-7-1. We all make our peace with it. Don't do it to college football. I think the integrity of the regular season was still there last year. If you start letting teams in at 6-3 in conference, the regular season will be chaotic, and it will be fun. College football is always chaotic and fun, but the regular season will not mean as much. Second thing ruining sports, and this is going to make me sound like a Neanderthal, but oh well, analytics. I'm fine with teams using analytics. I think it makes a lot of sense in baseball to use analytics. But this dude who hosts a podcast, Brett Coleman, said that the TJ Watt deal is the reason why Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals isn't going to get a contract, because he says Trey Hendrickson is a better player than TJ Watt because of pass rush win rate. Now, I know Hendrickson had more sacks than Watt did last year. He led the league. Use that as an argument. Watt's been a better overall player. Trey Hendrickson, a really good player. Really good player. Use sacks. You know, a stat that matters. Getting the quarterback on the ground, that matters. Pass rush win rate, that's the football equivalent of warning track power. Sure, getting pressure on the quarterback's important. Finishing the play is the most important thing. Forcing fumbles. Being a total game wrecker. Making the quarterback wake up the next day with bruises all over himself. Pass rush win rate. No, the reason Hendrickson ain't going to get his money is because Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, is a cheap ass. Ray Fittipaldo's not. He's paying the toll fee right now to get out there to St. Vincent College in Latrobe. We'll talk to him next. Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 88, Darius Hayward Bay. Low of 61, clear skies. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Must finance HMM Lowe APR Tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMM dealer choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offers end 7/31/25.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On West Liberty Avenue, Route 19, you're heavy at the intersection with Brookside Avenue as you make your way towards the Liberty Tunnels. Parkway West backs between Carnegie and the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The two big stars back. Meanwhile, there goes Henry. There goes Henry all the way for the touchdown. 44 yards. So the Steelers trying to climb back in the game, and the Ravens go, take that.
That's the last time the general public got to lay eyes on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it was while all of the Steelers' defense had their eyes on the backside of Derrick Henry. Ray Fittipaldo has seen the team in the interim at OTAs, at minicamp. Anybody who wants to can go see the Steelers practice tomorrow. A lot has changed since that terrible moment, that terrible game, the 299 rushing yards put up by the Baltimore Ravens. Will the changes pay off? Ray Fittipaldo joins us now from the Post-Gazette to discuss. Ray, brought to you by the Western PA injury attorneys of Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG, your home team. Ray, do we find you on Route 30?
Not quite yet, Adam. They will not let you on campus until 9 today, so trying to time it up. I should be on 30 in about half an hour or so.
Very good. We appreciate you multitasking. Please keep your attention as much as you can on the road, Ray. We need you to get there and report to us from training camp once a week. Ray, the Steelers have a ton of ifs, and Bill Cowher once famously said if you go into a season with a bunch of ifs, you're probably not going to be very good. So we spent the better part of the last hour trying to take some of those ifs and putting them into the category of positives by season's end and negatives by season's end. Let's start with Rodgers. He's a huge what-if. He's 8 million years old. He didn't play all that well last year. Do you think he'll wind up being good for the team, or do you think he's going to go up in flames like he did last year?
No, I don't think he's going to go up in flames. I think he is, I don't want to say by far because he is 41 years old, but he's the best quarterback the Steelers have had since Ben Roethlisberger retired. I think that's worth something if he stays healthy. And the offensive line is going to be a huge part of that. Jaylen Warren and Caleb Johnson are going to be a huge part of that. But if they can keep him upright, I do think by season's end, and let's not even say 17, let's say he plays 14 to 15 games, I think the Steelers are going to be in contention for a playoff berth in the AFC if that happens.
All right, so another unknown, the offensive line, particularly the tackles positions, where Faltanu's basically a rookie and Broderick Jones is now finally where he belongs on the left side. So you say they got to keep Aaron Rodgers upright. Do you think those two guys in particular will?
Yeah, it's funny when you talk about the offensive line because they spent all of their draft resources, or their highest draft resources in recent years on the bookends. And I don't know about you, I go into the season feeling almost more comfortable or more certain about the centers and the guards. So, yeah, I mean, Broderick Jones is a huge unknown at this point. He didn't play well last year. He's moving to a new position. I know it's his old position, but he's moving to a new position. Then you have Troy Fautanu, who I think, if he can stay healthy, he's going to be fine, Adam. So, I think the tackles are really the offensive season is going to hinge on how those guys play. I'm not really worried about Fautanu, but I am a little bit interested to see how Broderick Jones responds from that bad season last year.
The Steelers ran the ball a ton last year, Ray, and they are fixing to do it again, I would guess. Will they be more effective running the ball with Jaylen Warren and now Caleb Johnson and Kenneth Gainwell?
Yeah, I think so. Jaylen Warren has been waiting for this opportunity. You can make the argument, Adam, that he should have had more touches and more carries the last couple of years
for sure.
Najee Harris. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does. And, you're saying, can they be more effective? We've talked about this since they drafted Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson is a really good fit for Arthur Smith's offense. And, Najee Harris was a good back, but he wasn't a good scheme fit. So, yeah, theoretically, the running game should be better, but you got to have the blocking. You can't have these guys being tackled 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage or, touched two yards behind the line of scrimmage like we saw so often with Harris and Moore in the last couple of years. So if they can get that cleaned up, yes, I do think the running game can and should be better.
Ray, will they acquire another wide receiver? They do have $25 million in cap space. And if they do not, assuming DK Metcalf leads them in target share, who do you think would be number 2 on the current roster?
I think among receivers and tight ends or just receivers?
Oh, you're reading my mind, Ray.
Yeah, I will say Pat Freiermuth will be the number 2 target. And then after you get past Pat, I think you're probably looking at Jonnu Smith or Calvin Austin, 3-4, something in that range. But in terms of acquiring another guy, I do think you'll see training camp and maybe even a preseason game or two play out before they address that. Listen, if they're comfortable with Calvin Austin as the number 2, hey, let's say Roman Wilson's having a really good camp, you probably don't have to go out and get that guy. But the argument I would make is maybe you do have to get that guy sooner rather than later in case there's an injury. Because if there's an injury, they just become really, really thin at receiver, and you don't want to be in that position going into the season.
That's the same thing that happened last year. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Ray, let's flip it over to the defensive side. I think the biggest question there is, how are they going to use Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, and Joey Porter Jr.? I'm guessing that's one of the things you're most curious about seeing up camp.
Yeah, for sure. Jalen Ramsey, obviously all-pro outside corner. He's dabbled in the slot the last couple of years. He could certainly do that, and I think that's probably where he's going to start with the Steelers. Darius Slay has never played in the slot. Joey Porter doesn't really have the build, for that. He's 6'2". I think they want to keep him outside. So I think you'll see Ramsey start in the slot, but I also think you'll see him play outside, and I think you'll see him play some free safety as well. I mean, that's another position since they traded Minka that there's a big question mark there. Juan Thornhill, is a veteran. He started a lot of games in the NFL, but he might be at the end of his career, certainly at the end of his prime. And, there are some good safeties still in the open market. So that's, like receiver, that's another position that they possibly could address at some point here during training camp.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Ray. They've been so aggressive this offseason, and really they've been aggressive under Omar Khan. Now you got $25 million to play with and a couple of holes on the roster. I'd be shocked, frankly, if they didn't add a wide receiver or add a safety. Ray Fittipaldo, he's on his way to training camp. He's joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Ray, TJ Watt wants to move around. Do the Steelers move him around? Are they going to blitz more this year? Are we going to see a different scheme for the Steelers defense than the one they were running last year, where I thought they were really predictable?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. We've seen Omar Khan make drastic changes after the way last season ended. That's the personnel end of it. Now we have to see schematic changes because what they did last year, with the old personnel, but let's face it, a lot of that personnel is coming back. Your most important personnel, TJ Watt, is coming back, and they got to find ways to free him up. So I'm all for that. I think, I don't know if they're going to show us what they're going to do in the preseason games or even in these practices, guys, but once we get to the regular season, yes, they have to move TJ Watt around. They cannot continue to do what they did the last couple of seasons where he's really a sitting duck, and it's easy for offensive coordinators and quarterbacks to scheme into good plays against him.
Ray, did they do enough to address the defensive line this offseason? Obviously, they bring in Derek Harmon, and they get Y.A. Black. but I still look at the depth there, and I'm worried, and it's tough to count on a rookie to be great, even if that rookie's a first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to take a couple of years to rebuild that defensive line. I think it's going to be like the offensive line. The expectation is next spring they're going to draft a quarterback in the first round, but those other picks I think are going to go to addressing the front seven again, and I think it's much needed, especially with Cam Hayward. Nearing the end at some point, you're going to have to find his replacement as well. So, I think they started to do that this offseason. You also get Y.A. Black in the middle rounds, fifth round. I think he's going to challenge for a spot in the rotation. After Hayward, Harmon, and Keanu Benton, I can't sit here and tell you, other than Y.A. Black because he's a draft pick, I cannot sit here and tell you, Adam, that there's another shoe-in to make the 53-man roster among the guys who are now on the 90-man roster. Maybe Daniel Iguale because they signed him as a free agent.
Right.
But, Loudermilk, Leal, Lowry, all those guys. There's going to be a lot of competition, for those final spots in the rotation.
I know that any team in the NFL is going to have a big problem if one of their best players get hurt. But Cam Hayward is getting close to 40, and he was an all-pro last season. If he's healthy, I just will expect him to be great until he's not. But you're one Cam Hayward injury away, even if he misses 2 or 3 games, from, I think, being in a really awful spot on that line.
Well, look how bad it got when he was injured 2 years ago.
Yep.
It was just a disaster, up front for them.
And Ray, not to interrupt you, but when he was on the field last year, the yards per carry allowed was among the best in the NFL. With him off the field, it was among the worst in the NFL. He's that important.
Yeah, and how can you play a 36-year-old 80% of the snaps? You could do that when he's 27, 28, 29, but you got to start rotating guys in there. That's why I think, people are talking about it, but I think Black is going to have a role on this team. Obviously, he's got to prove it during camp, but that guy's a big body, 335 pounds. They're looking for big bodies who can help stop the run. So everybody's talking about Harmon, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on Black as well.
Ray, who are you most excited to talk to today? You don't know who's going to come in the front door, who's going to go in the back door, but if you had your druthers, who's the guy you most are looking forward to speaking with?
Yeah, I would probably, just because we haven't talked to him yet, Jalen Ramsey. Maybe Jonnu Smith, but Jalen Ramsey, we keep hearing that the Steelers like his versatility, but I want to hear him talk about possibly moving to free safety. He hasn't done it a lot, but a lot of guys like him in the past have kind of made second careers out of going to safety eventually. So I think we'll get a pretty good feel for how he feels about it today. And, yeah, he's one guy, hopefully, who stops on the hill and talks to us.
Ray, I love that we're going to have things to react to the next time we speak on Wednesday, buddy. Enjoy your time up camp, and we will talk to you then. Be safe.
Thanks, Adam. See you.
See you, buddy. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. I love that man. He's very good at his job. We hit on a bunch of stuff there. I think Ramsey's a good guy to want to talk to today. I don't think you're going to get much from Mike Tomlin if you're looking for answers on how they're going to use Ramsey and Darius Slay and Joey Porter Jr. this year. But you figure there was some communication between Ramsey and Tomlin, perhaps Ramsey and Terrell Austin, in what the Steelers are planning to do. And I think you're much more likely to get that information from Ramsey than you are from anybody else. I think Ramsey is not shy to speak his feelings. Shoot, the guy announced that he was traded to the Steelers with a produced video. He will speak his mind. I think we're going to get a little bit of insight from Jalen Ramsey on what their plan is if he does talk today. Now, I think I got a pretty good idea what they're going to do. I think that they are going to change up schematically. I think they told us that with the Ramsey deal. Minka was the quote-unquote lid on the top of the defense. They had him playing 20 yards off the ball every single snap. He was no longer making game-changing plays. He wasn't around the football enough. And they still gave up a bunch of big pass plays. They were 26th in the NFL in pass defense. So they asked him to keep a lid on it. He didn't. They didn't believe in their corners last year. And how could you? Dante Jackson, he took the ball away. He stunk. Beanie Bishop took the ball away. He wasn't very good. So you upgrade at one of the most important positions in the sport. And I think they want to blitz more. And you can't blitz if you don't trust your corners. I don't think they trusted their corners. Their blitz rates were down significantly last year. I know we're getting in the weeds here. We're getting X and O's ball. I think they want to blitz more. I think they want to free Watt up for more one-on-ones. Hayward up with more one-on-ones. Ramsey was a great blitzer. Peyton Wilson, a great blitzer in college. Patrick Queen, a great blitzer with the Ravens. They weren't atop the leaderboard in sacks last year. That's where they had been for a long time under Keith Butler. And they blitzed a lot. Trust your corners and bring the heat. I think that's the plan. I think in base, you're going to see Joey Porter on the outside. I think you're going to see Jalen Ramsey on the outside. And then when they're playing nickel, the extra DB on the field, I think they're going to kick Ramsey inside where he's been very effective as a slot corner in his career, and I think Darius Slay will play on the outside. 412-928-9370. A lot to react to there from Ray. We'll do that coming up next. And, George Pickens spoke at Dallas Cowboys camp. And wouldn't you know it, he took a shot at the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get into that a little bit coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a game this afternoon at 12:35. It's the third and final game of the series between the Pirates and the Detroit Tigers. And if you want to listen to that game, you can over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show over there begins at 11:40. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Krell.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551. I did. That's Gherkin Roofing. They've done a ton of work on my home, on my roof. They have hundreds of five-star Google reviews. I'm one of them. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Harris English. The 36-year-old from Valdosta, Georgia, is having quite a 2025. He won the Farmers, he tied for second at the PGA Championship, and he just finished runner-up at the British Open. I think we'll see him on the Ryder Cup team for sure. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM grand stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it. More savings. So check Allstate first, and you can save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon. Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Two of the hottest teams in baseball will meet when Detroit takes a trip to Toronto in a matchup that may have postseason implications. Both teams have sat at the top of their divisions throughout the year, but now the final half of the season is here. Who will be able to maintain their dominance? Will Detroit win with their pitching, or will Toronto's bats be too much? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the new Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9, space for up to 7, range 4 miles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound on the Parkway West, you're backing before the Green Tree Hill. Outbound past the Carnegie Interchange towards the Roslyn Farms I-79 interchange, an accident has been reported. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by beverages2you.com. Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2you.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us at 412-928-9370, the text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We had Ray Fittipaldo on in the last segment, and it sounds like he's bullish on the Steelers' offense. Thinks the running game will be better year over year. Thinks Troy Faltano will play really well at right tackle. Thinks Jonnu Smith's going to have a big role in the offense. Thinks Pat Freiermuth's going to have a good year. His concern is my concern. On the defensive side, that defensive line and the depth of the defensive line. They're replacing Larry Ogunjobi with a rookie, Derek Harmon. And I don't think Larry Ogunjobi was very good in his Steelers career. He was not very good last year. I think that injury that wound up getting him to Pittsburgh kind of ruined his career. And Larry Ogunjobi was a very good player. Bears were going to give him a huge deal. Failed the physical, winds up with the Steelers. He was just a guy. So I don't think it's a stretch to think Derek Harmon could be better than Larry Ogunjobi in year one, but it's far from a sure thing. And what if he goes down? What if Keanu Benton goes down? What if Cam Hayward goes down? If one of those dudes gets hurt, they're in big trouble. Now, Rome isn't built in a day, but if people are critical of the Steelers' offseason at all, I think one place they could be critical is that they didn't do enough to address that defensive line. They could have spent money in free agency, bigger money in free agency on a Javon Hargrave. They've got $25 million in cap space right now. Now, moving off of Minka, that helped tremendously. They're not paying Ramsey very much at all, actually, this year. And so the order of operations does matter, but I don't think this defensive line is necessarily fixed overnight. 412-928-9370. John Wayner's going to join us in 10 minutes. The Buccos are approaching the trade deadline. Two big-time trade pieces performed well in yesterday's game. One guy's performing at an elite level, so we'll take a little break from football. The only Bucco talk we got today is with Wayner, but we love Wayner. Then we're back into the ball with Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. How about George Pickens, folks? George Pickens, day one at Dallas Cowboys camp. It was a typical George Pickens day, according to reports. First pass thrown by Dak Prescott in training camp went for a long touchdown to George Pickens. Pickens also fumbled, and I don't know if you know this. I'm sure you do. They ain't hitting out there. There's no contact right now. They're wearing helmets. They're not even wearing shells. That means there's no shoulder pads, and he's out there fumbling. He also showed that George Pickens didn't all of a sudden have a change of heart when it comes to his maturity since being traded to the Cowboys. Pickens said, quote, "I'm definitely excited to run better plays with the Cowboys." This is why Pickens is gone. Is Pickens wrong necessarily? No, I think the Cowboys' offense can be pretty good. You got CeeDee Lamb and you got George Pickens. The running back sucks, and we'll see if Dak Prescott can stay healthy. I'm not here to break down the Cowboys. Maybe they run a better offense than the Steelers will. Maybe Schottenheimer, who nobody wanted them to hire, is going to be a wizard. I doubt it, but maybe he is. Maybe he'll be better than Arthur Smith at calling plays. But the point here for me is, if George Pickens had grown up, he ain't taking shots at his former team. And say what you will about Aaron Rodgers went out of his way to make a point that he wasn't going to be taking shots at the Jets in his press conference when he signed with the Steelers. Najee Harris goes to Los Angeles, and before nearly blinding himself via firework, he was taking shots at the Steelers' facility, taking shots at the Steelers' leadership dynamic, despite the fact that he, a first-round running back, probably should have been one of the leaders of the team. He was a captain, had his captain status revoked. Wonder what happened there. Addition by subtraction for both guys. This is report day. This is Hope Springs Eternal Day. I've been consistent on this. Addition by subtraction. And I think Pickens, a game-breaking talent and a better player than Najee Harris. But Najee Harris was a jerk who is immature, and he takes his immaturity to Los Angeles. You think I'm wrong? Los Angeles paying him $9 million this year, but only 4 of it's guaranteed. That's all incentive-based, and they drafted over him. The league doesn't think very highly of Najee Harris. If the league did, then he's making more than $9 million max. And as for Pickens, look, he might have a better statistical season than DK Metcalf. But he's going to come with a lot of problems, and is he going to show up to every game on time? No. Speaking of DK Metcalf, we've had some great callers this week. Ron got his name wrong when he called in earlier, but I like where his head's at.
I just wanted to say, Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. Aaron Rodgers, DJ Metcalf.
Do you want to keep singing? I shouldn't have interrupted you there. I didn't know what you were getting into. Do you have the whole song? Do you have a new version?
No, you guys got to continue it for me.
Does he think his name is DJ Metcalf?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I heard DJ Metcalf there. I shouldn't have cut him off. Maybe if I hadn't, he would have come up with more on the fly. John Wayner's going to join us next. Mitch Keller on the trade block. David Bednar on the trade block. David Bednar has been unreal since coming up from his AAA assignment. 15 out of 15 in saves. Hasn't given up a run in his last 21 appearances. Should the Buccos trade those dudes? We'll talk to Wayner about it when we come back. Then it's all football the rest of the way. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers report to camp today. Football season is just beginning. We've got Jeff Fathorn along with other reporters at camp. So if you want to hear stories or read stories from camp, you can go to 937thefan.com. And for more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's a message from Doran Dickerson.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee in materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia. On Route 30 on the way to camp, Derek Harmon. Rookie defensive tackle Derek Harmon is about to be introduced to the NFL as a member of the Black and Gold. Selected 21st overall in this past draft, Harmon spent his first 3 years in college in Michigan State before transferring to Oregon. As a Ducky, started all 14 games last season and received All-American honors. He now looks to integrate himself to Pittsburgh as a key piece of the Steelers' interior D-line.
When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, schly.company.com.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412 2-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero res.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Be sure to stick around after the game. Post-game, kids run the bases. Thanks to Chicken of the Sea. Get your tickets at pirates.com/familyfun. The pitch. Fouled back. Fastball got a good part of the zone. Torkelson fouled it back.
What was the jingle? What?
Ask any tuna you happen to see. No.
What's the best tuna?
Oh, yeah. What's the best tuna you happen to see? Chicken of the Sea. Well,
John Wayner joins us now. Heard that on Monday's game broadcast, and I was laughing the entire time. It is day one of Steelers camp. It's the day the Steelers report to camp. So a ton of Steelers on today's show, but we want to talk to our good friend John Wayner. John, that had me rolling, man. That went on for like 90 seconds with play-by-play interspersed through the whole thing. I was dying, dude.
I mean, sometimes you just got to make stuff up. I mean, I don't know. It was in my head.
I think it's something about a mermaid. Ask any mermaid.
Yeah. We got tons of people chiming in, telling us what. And then we sang it when we figured out the right words. We threw it out there. Do you remember that? Are you old enough to remember that little jingle?
I am not, but I did look it up on YouTube so that I could make sure that I got it right if I was going to poke fun at you guys.
Yeah, I heard you guys were poking fun at us the other day. What's up with that?
Well, here's the other thing. John, I've never met Greg Brown, and if Greg would hear the show, he might think I don't like him. I love Greg Brown.
Greg's the best. That's crazy. You've never met Greg Brown.
Well, I actually...
He's only been here 35 years.
I know. I guess I'll rephrase that. I met him as a kid. I was out trying to get autographs from players after a game, and Greg Brown drives by, and he rolls the window down, and I hand him the ball, and he goes, "You know I'm not a player, right?" And I said, "You're Greg Brown." And he said, "Okay." And he signed the ball, and I have the ball. So I met him then, but I haven't met him in my professional career.
Oh, wow. We got to get that done.
I would love to get that done. All right, John. So Mitch Keller leads the league in quality starts. He has another one last night. In 83 of his last 91 games, he's gone at least 5 innings, which means a lot nowadays. And he's the subject of a ton of trade rumors. He addressed that after the game. Noah Hiles has reported he thinks that Keller's as good as gone, so we'll see if that happens. Boy, you better get something substantial in return for him, John, if you do move him, because I think he's an invaluable piece whenever you can eat innings the way that he does.
Yeah, he's a horse. He's been a horse for some time now. He wants the ball. He's durable. He obviously pitches very well, despite the record, because he didn't get much run support. I think just 3 starts out of his 21 as he allowed more than 3 earned runs. And like you said, it seems like he goes 6 every time out. And I'm sure every team in baseball would like to have a Mitch Keller, and they would help him. He would help them down the stretch. He would help them in the playoffs. And so, yes, you got a quality starting pitcher. You should get at least a quality starting everyday player that can hit in return, at least. Now, I'm not talking. I mean, I would hope it wouldn't be flipped. He'd be flipped for prospects. I would hope that he would be flipped for somebody that's ready to play or has already had success at the big league level and is a quality big league bat. So who knows how that's going to all shake up. Like I said, there should be a lot of demand, which means you should get more return for him if that's what you're going to do. But really, I think it's important for this team, if they're going to get better and they're going to get over the hump, that they get offensive players. That's been the problem all year long. And obviously with Mitch Keller, I think if you're not going to raise payroll going into next year, it's where you save some money, because obviously he's if not the highest paid player, he has to be the highest paid player next year, I would think. You maybe free up some salary to spend this off season if you're not going to raise payroll, and then you get at least one major league ready position player in return.
The other guy who's been dealing, who is also the subject of trade rumors, is David Bednar, who hasn't given up a run in his last 21 appearances, 15 for 15 now in save opportunities. I'd hate to move off of an elite closer, and that's what he is, unless you're getting something substantial in return. What has turned Bednar back into Bednar, John?
That's a great question, because even when he struggled at the end of last year and early this year, I think the velocity was the same. The 3 pitches were the same. Teams were hitting them, though, especially his fastball. I think that was the thing that was most alarming for me when he struggled, was that they were hitting his fastball. There was something about it that just didn't have the same life. I do know once they sent him down and he came back, we didn't see him. The fastball usage went down. I think he threw more curveballs, more splits, kind of pitched a little backwards, would kind of set up the fastball with either the curveball or the split. But he looks better now than he did the 2 All-Star years for me. I think he has done, it's incredible how the ball is jumping out of his hand. So I don't know if it was a release point thing or what was going on, when he struggled. But, it was the only time I've ever seen teams turning around his fastball. But he went down to Indy, came back, and, he's back to being his all-star self. So not sure what they're going to do with him. But, yeah, you'd get quality back for him for sure as well. I would think if I were to bet, I would think Keller most likely to go. I don't know about David Bednar. I'd hate to see him go. I mean, he's such a yinzer. It just seems like he belongs here. But we'll see. But it's another very valuable pitcher that every team in baseball would want.
John, we saw O'Neal Cruz use his powers for good last night, the speed, the heads-up base running play. And I've noticed since he was sat down that he's busting his butt every time he puts the ball on the ground in the infield. Have you noticed the same thing? And can we please get more of that from last night? Because when he's doing stuff like that, there's probably maybe only a handful of players in ball that are more exciting than that guy.
Yeah, I've said it many times. I don't know if there is a more talented player than him as far as the whole combination of power, speed, arm strength. And I do believe that he's been running harder. And you love to see what he can do last night, and he took advantage of another guy's laziness. And
yes,
you gotta love to see that, because that's been kind of a knock on him through his young career. And Yeah, he could be a game changer. You'd love to see him do more of that. You'd love him to see, to do more of everything, hit more, like the ball he hit to center field. I mean, that was a rocket at 114. To see him ball out of the ballpark, steal more bases, create more havoc, running the bases. So, yeah, he's obviously a valuable guy, and I think I said it on this show before the All-Star break. This guy's an All-Star player. We're just waiting for him to get to that next level because this guy's should be the face of the All-Star game, and hopefully we can get him in a place, get this team in a place to where he's the highlight in the postseason. And and that's what's going to be important about this trade deadline, is getting players in return to hopefully get this team in a position next year to make a run at the playoffs.
John, this was great as always. Love the chicken of the sea thing. We'll talk to you next week. All right, buddy.
All right, guys. Have a good nerve. Guy, what's Dorn? Dorn takes off the opening, goes on vacation for the opening of training camp. That's interesting.
It's because
Isn't he a football guy?
Yeah, for 6 years of his life, he was doing 3 days today. So he just likes to go sit on a beach and do nothing.
Well, I guess that makes sense too. So, all right. Well, we'll talk to you guys next week.
Thank you, John. That's John Wayner. He said he thinks Mitch Keller would be the more likely of the two than David Bednar to get dealt. But he and I agree. If you're moving those guys, you have to have a hard ask. You got to get major league hitting talent. And if you don't, then you don't trade them right now. You write down what you need. If no team's giving it to you, you don't do it. Much more on Major League Baseball's trade deadline. You got 8 days now until that all goes down. But today's all about football. Steelers report to training camp. We got Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10, but up next, we're bringing it back around the NFL. What's going on with Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati? How about Terry McLaurin with Washington? And a couple of funny clips, one from a head coach, one from a GM who have already had it with the media. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today at 12:35. It's the third game of the series against the Detroit Tigers. Pirates are playing a 9-game homestand in total, so this is their second series at home. They have an opportunity to sweep the Tigers since they won the first 2 games. If you want to listen to today's game, you can go over to 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. They've got coverage beginning at 11:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound backs right before Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and southbound I-279 is heavy between Bellevue, Westview, and the Camp Horn Road interchange. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and And without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Hop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It is report day for the Steelers at St. Vincent College. Tomorrow, the first training camp practice, and that music means we're going around the NFL. We're bringing it back. There's some big-time storylines we're following. We'll get to those in a minute. But Mike Vrabel, now the head coach of the New England Patriots, he was asked a question that he already thought he was asked before, and it's day one. This was day one. He's already lost it with the New England media.
How'd they do? How do you feel about how the guys came back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question, or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I could go back through it, but I'd rather not.
Meanwhile, at Titans camp, their GM was asked a total softball of a question, and he wasn't here for it. This is Mike Borgonzi, Grand Poobah of all things Titans.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
He and the head coach exchanged eyes. That's not a good sign for the Titans. I'm sure Titans fans don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl. They got a rookie at the quarterback position. But look at what Washington did last year. Jaden Daniels, year one, NFC Championship game. I think there's probably a better way to answer that question. Also, let's just call it what it is. I have no problem criticizing the media. What a stupid freaking question. It's year one with a rookie quarterback. Now, Ben, as a rookie, yes, AFC Championship game. But everyone who's covering the Titans knows the score. They know what's up. You don't need to be asking that question.
Well, the arrogance in the delivery as well was.
I'm with you on that, Harry.
He's just like, this is a very simple question. Are you going to win the Super Bowl? That's not always a simple question.
Do you guys understand you're going to suck? Is pretty much what he meant by that question. All right, now the newsy elements. Trey Hendrickson, not at Bengals camp. Why? He wants guaranteed money. Folks, I don't think he's going to play this year for the Bengals. It's early. I'm not there every day. But Mike Brown, the cheap-ass owner of the Bengals, he don't want to give out guaranteed money. I don't think it's going to happen. And that defense was bad with him last year, leading the league in sacks. How about Terry McLaurin? He was added to the do not report list. He is subject to fines by the Washington Commanders. There should be more storylines on him in the coming days. Perhaps he'll be on the block. We shall see. Doug Whaley joins us from 9 o'clock until 10. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 88, low of 61. Clear skies as the team reports to camp. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Spring is in full swing, and warmer days mean one thing. Cooling season is here. Is your AC ready for the heat? Don't wait for a breakdown. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and schedule a tune-up for your cooling system today. The honest, licensed professionals at McVay are trained to repair and maintain any type and any brand of cooling system you may have. Don't wait. Appointments are filling up fast. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric or go to callmcvay.com to schedule your appointment.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident in Hampton Township at the intersection of Bryant and Sample Roads. And a lane restriction has been reported near the Millville interchange, so use caution if you're in those areas. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's the first Wednesday with Doug Whaley of football season, far as I'm concerned. The Steelers report to St. Vincent College today. Jeff Hathorn is there covering it for 93.7 The Fan. Someone writes in on the YouTube comments, we love the people who consume our programs via YouTube, and writes, breaking news from Latrobe, Antonio Brown seen cruising through St. Vincent in a white Bronco yelling veteran minimum out the window. We'll see if Jeff can confirm those reports. Doug Whaley joins us right now from parts unknown. I just know that he's not here. How you doing, Doug? Where do we find you today?
Today I am in the city that never sleeps, New York. But excited that training camp's here. I want to know who's going to make the grandest entrance. Who's your bet on?
Man, they used to do it all the time, where you'd have Brett Kiesel roll up in a tractor. Even when Joey Porter was the outside linebackers coach, he would drive around in a golf cart that had a whole bunch of rap on it. That was the Lakers with Shaquille O'Neal. AB arrived in the helicopter. I don't think we've seen much of that in recent years, but if I had to make a bet, I think Rodgers flies in on a magic carpet. What do you think?
I think so, with two genies on his side.
He's not going to talk today. There's no way. They're going to take him in through the back entrance.
I think so. I think right now it should be really the focus on Mike T, Omar Khan, and even Art really introducing the 25, 26 Pittsburgh Steelers to the public, to the training camp, inviting them in, and then ease everything else in having Rodgers speak, and Jalen Ramsey speak, having Jonnu Smith speak. Those guys should be really, in my opinion, day 2, day 3, but the first day should be about the Pittsburgh Steelers as a whole and the team, and not individuals.
I want Ramsey to talk today. I want Jonnu Smith to talk today, because when Mike Tomlin's asked about those guys, when Arthur Smith is asked, and Tara Lawson's asked about those guys, they're not going to tell you what their plans are in terms of the utilization. I do think Ramsey will tell the media, and thus the public, what he's heard about what he'll be doing. I think the same would be true for Jonnu Smith. So if we got to wait a day, we got to wait a day. Doug, where does this rank on your calendar? Like, back when you were a GM, was report day one of your favorite days?
It is, because really it's the culmination of a lot of work, but it's the beginning of a lot more work, if that makes sense. Because on the personnel side, it's, okay, we have the roster ready for the start of the season, knowing that the roster, by the time the end of the season is, it could be completely transformed because of injuries, trades, cuts, whatever, upgrades. But for all the man hours that you put between the draft, free agency, off-season work, OTAs, all of that, the culmination is today. And this starts our journey to the ultimate goal, which it used to be for the Steelers winning a championship. It seems like now it's just winning a playoff game. But whatever your goals are as an organization, it starts today with these collection of young men and young women in that organization working together to achieve that goal.
Doran, Craig Wolfley, I called you Doran. Doug, Craig Wolfley used to tell the story of the first Mike Tomlin training camp, where he was sitting up on the hill with Kevin Colbert, and the next thing you know, the Steelers are hitting like it's game 7 of the season. And Wolf looks over at Kevin and says, "Did you know they were going to do that?" And Kevin said, "No, but I like it." Do you remember that?
I do. I remember that. And I remember even more his first conversation to the team saying, "Hey, listen, I'm new to you. You are new to me. It's going to take time for you to understand how I go about my business, but I'm also going to have to take time, myself and our coaching staff, to see how you guys go about your business. And newness to anybody is uncomfortable, but let's be uncomfortable together. But the one thing we can all agree on, and if we all put this as our top priority, we'll be okay, and it'll be time will tell that we will come together and try to achieve this goal. But the one thing we all have to agree on and sign up for is being the best at what we're asked to do to win a championship."
Doug Whaley with us here. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I said, and then that first date we started banging heads. So everybody was like, "Hey, I know what this guy's all about: physicality."
Everybody but Casey Hampton, who would never pass the pup test. He just couldn't run across the field in the duration that was necessary. Doug Whaley joins us here until 10 o'clock every Wednesday. Doug, the subject of one of our full hours, really, of today's show was there's a bunch of unknowns, question marks, what-ifs on this year's Steelers team. Bill Cowher used to say, if you have a lot of ifs, you're probably not going to be very good. And so we tried to drop some of these what-ifs into the optimistic bucket and some of them into the negative bucket. So the biggest question, of course, is how is Aaron Rodgers going to play? Are you optimistic about how he's going to fare this year, or are you pessimistic?
I'm right in the middle because I feel that he's going to have games where you're like, this guy is the MVP that we know. And then there's other games that I think he's going to show where, like, this guy's a 41-year-old guy, is 2 years removed from Achilles, that is not getting any better. So I think that if he can be consistent, and that's my biggest question mark about an Aaron Rodgers, the ability to consistently perform at a high level for 17/18 weeks with you when you think about a bye week. So that, to me, I'm right there in the middle. I think you're going to, like I said, you're going to see spurts and games where you're like, oh, this guy's going to take us to the promised land. And other games like, uh-oh, did Mason Rudolph, or should we go in with Will Howard? That's the biggest question for me with him.
Do you think Will Howard gets a look unless it's just a disaster? Like, they'd have to be, I think, like 1-9 and Rodgers out for the year. And so what's the point in playing Mason then?
I agree with you. And if, like you said, if it gets to Will Howard, then the Steelers season's over, and our jobs are going to be like, okay, let's start looking at next year and who's going to be held accountable for this season. Unless it's a rash of injuries like the 49ers had last year, then you're like, okay, well, that's just the way the game's going. But the promise of that is now you'll get an extended look at Will Howard. But again, if he gets to him, that's bad news for the Steeler and Steeler Nation.
I want to keep going over some of these question marks, unknowns, what-ifs with you, Doug, but the Steelers have $25 million in cap space, and they've been so aggressive all offseason. They've been aggressive, really, under Omar Khan. I think I'd be shocked if they don't spend $15 million before day one of the regular season. What about you?
Well, the question is, will they spend it on re-upping guys on their roster, or are they going to go out and try to add to the roster? I just don't see where that $15 million, I think they'd have to split it up because there's no one, in my opinion, that's out there on the street now that is deserving of a $15 million cap hit right now.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be that combination. But let's think about it. Who are you going to extend? But if I was Omar, I'd be looking for somebody that extends because you have that cap room now, and then you start building that roster, that foundation. So when you get that quarterback, you have guys locked up for an extended period of time, and they kind of time out when maybe that rookie quarterback, his contract, if you pick the right one, you have to start paying him. So that's where I would start thinking about that long-term planning and taking some, especially that money now. Even though you can roll over a percentage of it, you can't roll over all $25 million.
Right.
So use it or lose it.
Chris Boswell is the 10th highest paid kicker in the game, and he's the best kicker in the game. Next year, not this year, is his contract year. So if they're looking to do that, I could see maybe with Boswell because you'd make him happy. And it's really chump change when you think about it relative to the other positions on the roster. And the guy that Kaboli keeps kicking around is Calvin Austin. Give Calvin Austin a little extension here. I don't know if I'm there yet on him. In fact, I'm not.
I'm not there yet on him. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Now, but see, when we start talking about this is where we talk about they have evolved in a lot of areas of how they do business, but they still have that steadfast Steeler rule of not negotiating contracts till the last year of a deal. That sometimes comes back to bite you, like T.J. Watt. They could have got him in for a lot less than $41 million. And I think, in my opinion, if they evolve and say, okay, let's start negotiating before the last year, like a Chris Boswell, you can get Chris Boswell at a cheaper price than once he gets to be a free agent or a year left. And it also sends such a positive message throughout the locker room saying, if you are a Steeler and they want you here for life and you are performing at a high level, they're going to come out you with more than a year left, maybe 2 years left, and get something done if it's appropriate. So that, to me, is one of the things that they may want to start evolving to. I still like the rule, though, no negotiations once the season starts because everybody should be singularly focused. But the year out before they start, I think that's something they need to address and evolve.
Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. We're going to keep playing the game where I'll mention unknowns and you tell me where you come down on them. We'll get back to that in a minute. But we haven't talked since the T.J. Watt deal, Doug, and I'll give you my opinion real quick on it. I was not interested if it was going to be a 5-year deal, and reportedly that's what Watt wanted. If you're paying a guy $41 million for 5 years on top of this year when he's north of 30, I think that's too long. But at 3 years, I think he's got 3 more years apart from this year of good football left in him, and he's only going to be 13% of the cap. It's not like I was celebrating in the streets, but because of the term, Doug, I was okay with it.
Absolutely, and that was what I said all this offseason when everybody like, oh, T.J. Watt's upset. He chucked up the deuces on Instagram. I said, it's just normal negotiations. And I thought it was going to take longer. I thought it'd be into training camp. But my whole stance for give him a 3-year deal, front-loaded, give him the money, but be able to get out of that after year 2 because I think he still has 2 good years in it. And if they start using him in a rotational basis and not wearing him out every single snap, you could probably get 3 productive years out of T.J. Watt. So this is a win for the Steelers, and it's a win for T.J., and that's what you really want to do when you start talking about negotiations and contracts for such a stalwart of your franchise. Walk away from that table with everything signed and everybody like, I feel like it was a win-win for everybody. So I think it's a great deal by Omar, and kudos to TJ for being a one-helmet guy.
We'll go over some more of those unknowns and where Doug Whaley falls in the pessimism-optimism scale on those things when we come back. Also, the repercussions if this whole Rodgers thing blows up in Mike Tomlin's face. That's all on the way. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 2 games of the first 3 against the Detroit Tigers this week. Third and final game of that series is going to be played today at 12:35. It's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Coverage over there begins at 11:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alrighty, folks, the Honey Badger is hanging up his cleats. Tyrone Matthews' nomadic 12-year career saw him earn 3 first-team All-Pro selections. He also won a Super Bowl ring with the Kansas City Chiefs, and he was recognized on the Pro Football Hall of Fame's All-Decade team for the 2010s. Whether that translates into a place in Canton remains to be seen. Happy birthday, Honey Badger. Have a great day. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with Awaken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with Awaken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 28 slows back to the Fox Chapel interchange past the Highland Park Bridge. Parkway East inbound is backing at the Wilkinsburg interchange, and on the outbound side through the construction zone, you're stacking around the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. Steelers PR just put out a press release. TJ Watt will speak today at 1:30. I'm sure they'll have that turned around for the PM team this afternoon. Jeff Hathorn working tirelessly at St. Vincent College. He'll be on our show 3 times a week while the Steelers are in training camp. Looking forward to that. We get Jeff 2 times a week. We'll love to have him in extra time. He has a good piece up right now on 937thefan.com talking about all the Steelers roster turnover. And if you look at the playoff game against the Ravens, the Steelers will line up with 10 new starters when they play the New York Jets. That's wild. Doug Whaley with us right now in New York City. Doug, do you like New York City? It's always been too much for me.
I like to visit. I don't know if well, let me say this way. I could live here if I was very wealthy, but for me, the energy, the options of what you want to do, because when I come here, it's not what do I want to do, it's all right, when can I do what I want to do and where can it happen? Because anything you want to do is going on at any time of the day. So I do like it, but in short periods of time. I like I said, I don't think I could live here. The intensity and the population density, it gets overwhelming at sometimes.
It's too much for me, and I always think it's gray because the buildings, they're everywhere. At breaking news, a lot of buildings in New York, and I felt like it kind of drowned out the sun. Made me quite depressed. But we will move on. Yeah. Fan Morning Show's brought...
I'll say this, though. Let me jump. The one thing I do like about New York, though, is I find myself walking a lot. One of my favorite pastimes in a city is just to be able to walk the city and to be in Manhattan, and you can walk the different neighborhoods like Soho, the Village, all of that stuff. I looked at my step count yesterday. I did 32,000 steps just walking the city.
Holy cow.
So that's one of the positives I do like, as long as it's not super hot. But let's get into some sports.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I haven't done 30,000 steps in a week since I was about 22 years old. Doug, I mentioned the roster turnover for the Steelers, and it's 10 different starters who should, if they're healthy, line up against the Jets, then that lined up against the Baltimore Ravens in the playoff game. Have they done enough in one offseason to change the ceiling of the group? Can they win more than 10 games? Can they win a playoff game?
I think on paper, yes. But as anybody knows, when you're talking about a team sports, being able to get that collection, that new collection of players in and working together under new systems, gelling together and performing at a high level early and consistent. And that's the biggest question. But to me, the bigger question is, this is great, 10 new starters this year. What's it going to look like next year? Because when you look at the age and all the people that they brought in, it's a collection of older veterans. So what I'm really concerned about is, okay, yeah, maybe they raise the ceiling. You win a playoff game, you get to 10, 12 wins. But are you building a foundation to compete for championships? Or are you just telling everybody we're just going to go year to year, and our goal now is not making songs about how to get another ring or going to the Super Bowl? It's, okay, we're going to get all these older players to win a playoff game. So the foundational piece here is what I think they're distracting a lot of the public from by bringing in these well-known names. So that's where I'm starting to I see the short term, but I don't see the long-term vision and planning on this. Even though everybody's like, well, they have 12 draft picks next year. Everybody's excited about that. Well, my counter is, name me a draft choice that they've developed. So their drafting and developing is lacking, and they're just going off of high-priced veterans to sign as a free agent that gets you a stopgap. And if those veterans don't pan out and you have no player development, what's the future of the Steelers? That's my question.
See, they can't get it past you. I said something similar, but not as well yesterday, Doug. That's why you're the professional, and I'm just a guy who spouts into a microphone. I am as focused this year on guys who were here last year as I am with the newcomers. I mean, I'm excited about DK Metcalf, and he's going to be around, so you kind of put him to the side. Jonnu Smith will be here for another year. They can get out from Ramsey whenever they want to. But to me, I'm looking at Broderick Jones. I'm looking at Troy Faltanu. Yep. I'm looking at Zach Frazier. Yep. I'm looking at Peyton Wilson. I'm looking at Joey Porter Jr. I'm looking at Caleb Johnson. All those young pieces who have a big say in what happens this year, but also should have a big say in how good a rookie quarterback would play next year and beyond.
No doubt. And I think that's where my focus is going to be. And like you said, how are those guys developing? Are they going to take that next step? Is JPJ going to take the step we thought he was going to take last year? Or is he going to stay the same or regress? Broderick Jones, all right, no more excuses. He's back at his natural, air quotes, position. But in my opinion, if you're good, they're going to put you in a position that you're going to succeed. And if they didn't think he was better than Dan Moore at left, that's why they kept him at right. If they thought he was clear-cut, head and shoulders above Dan Moore, they would have had him at left. So, all right, let's see the development there. Falatano, yes, he had those injuries. All right, come in and play. Frazier, continue on that trajectory. Mount Washington, all right, now you've been in this system 2 years, and it's the tight end friendly. Let's see what you got there. So those are those top, Peyton Wilson, all those guys. If they all start taking a step next year, that's more exciting to me than Jonnu, Jalen, and Aaron playing at a high level, because those guys will be around for a long time, and they can be the foundation for maybe a Super Bowl run.
Other guys I didn't mention, Keanu Benton, who you'd like to see take a jump. Obviously, Derek Harmon here in year one. Doug, we just mentioned a bunch of those young guys. Who among them do you feel like their arrow could be pointed up, and who do you still go, I don't know about how this is going to work?
I think Peyton Wilson arrow pointed up. I think his game translates to what the NFL linebacker position is morphing into, a space game, ability to not only cover but also rush. I think he's a short tackler, and he's got range. That's the one guy I think his arrow's pointing up. To me, I'm still in, and this is when he was drafted, Keanu Benton, I'm still at a loss of where he fits in on this defense and in the league today. I just don't see the pass rush there, and he hasn't stepped up and been stout against the run like we thought he was going to be and what was his namesake and his calling card coming out of college was. So to me, that's the one that's stock down. The most interesting one I think now is going to be JPJ, just because now he's got some veteran corners that he can really learn how to play the game from. So this is year 3. So all the excuses are going to be out. This is all on him. He's got to step up his game.
Doug, we try to read the tea leaves. You know, Omar Khan says things. Mike Tomlin says things. Art Rooney II says things. They're not alone in this. This happens all across sport. But executives and coaches, they're not going to tell you the whole story. The personnel moves, though, they can. And when I see Darius Slay come in here, good press man corner. When I see Jalen Ramsey come in here, good press man corner. I think they think that Joey Porter Jr. can develop and be a really good press man corner. I'm thinking They want to blitz, and they want to be able to trust their corners, something they didn't last year. When you see these personnel moves, do you think the same thing?
Absolutely, because think about it, they're all similar in size, length, and the way they play. They are all best press cover corners with length. And when you have a corner with length, he doesn't even have to be, as I say, blanket coverage, because the length will alter the trajectory of the ball and makes it harder for that quarterback to connect with the wide receiver just because of the long arms and the length of the DB. Even though the DB may be a step behind, if you're 6'1" with long arms, that quarterback still got to drop that in a really precise angle coming over top of that. If you're 5'10", he can just shoot and shorter arms, and you don't have that length. The trajectory isn't as difficult of a throw. So to me, they're telling you we are going to bring the house and we're going to trust our corners to be physical at the line of scrimmage, play press man, and it's going to have to almost be a perfect throw because of their length.
Doug, when we come back, I want to talk about the ramifications for Mike Tomlin if things don't go well with Aaron Rodgers. Should they bottom out? Are there any ramifications? Or is he just back as the head coach next year, drafting a quarterback and trying it again for the sixth time in 6 years since Ben? So we'll get to that coming up next. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers report for training camp today, and we've got coverage here on 93.7 The Fan for you all throughout training camp. We've got Jeff Hathorn down there, and we'll have a bunch of reporting. You can listen to coverage right here on the radio. You can read stories at 937thefan.com. You can get more fan headlines at 937thefan.com. Now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. I am Crowley. Hello. Bucko Day baseball today, hosting Detroit. You can live bet the Buccos on the BetParx app. It's better on the BetParx app. You got the lefty on the hill for the Buccos today, and you can bet game combos, bucks, and player performances, and more on the BetParx app, like this game combo. The Buccos to win, and for there to be under 9 runs scored today, $25 wager. If it hits, it's going to pay $64. Plus, BetWire is now live inside the BetParx app. Think TikTok, but for people that love sports betting more than dance tracks. BetWire's the all-new sports betting live feed right inside the BetParx app with quick videos, hot takes, gaming predictions, and more from sports betting content creators from all across the country. Plus, new casino users can get up to $1,000 cash back. See betpark.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Major League Baseball season is over halfway through, and one of the teams I'm looking to make a push is the Texas Rangers. BetMGM currently has the Rangers at plus 260 to make the postseason, and with their current rotation, I think that's a pretty good number. I'm Ryan Horvath from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and my friends at Universal Windows Direct want to make it easier than ever this summer to keep your home cool and comfortable. Right now, you can choose your offer. That's right. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Universal Windows Direct's Super Spacer technology helps block drafts and saves you money on heating and cooling. Schedule your free in-home estimate today, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Chill out with unbeatable value at GetGo. Enjoy cool drinks and cooler prices this summer when you mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just 2 for $5 or 3 for $7. Featuring Gatorade, Celsius, Pure Leaf, and more. Plus, new WetGo members enjoy a sparkling deal. Buy 1 month of unlimited washes, get 1 free. GetGo. Before you get going.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I would think this is bottom line the year where if it goes bad again and it's the quarterback and the offense that go bad, I don't know where there would be for Mike Tomlin to hide. We know how much faith the owner shows in him. We know how they've all said things, the owner, the GM, how lucky they are to work with him. That might be the public face of it, the public sentiment that they put forth. If, say, Aaron Rodgers looks more like the guy that wasn't good for the Jets while their season was cratering and not the guy who put up good numbers down the stretch in relatively meaningless games, I would think that Art Rooney would say, man, now you're on double secret probation.
Strong stuff from Mulsey yesterday on the PM team. We love Mulsey. I think if Aaron Rodgers blows up like he did with the Jets, it would be by far the most embarrassing thing that's happened to Mike Tomlin. So I'll agree with Mulsey that he would get a lot of local criticism. I think nationally, the media would still blame Aaron Rodgers instead of Mike Tomlin. I think Art Rooney II looks the other way again. I think Art, in allowing Tomlin to pursue Rodgers the way that he and they did this offseason, means Tomlin has never had a higher standing in the eyes of Art Rooney II. I don't think that Tomlin gets on double secret probation in Rooney's eyes until if he fails with another rookie quarterback. Failed with Kenny. If you fail again with next year's guy, I think then he could get on double secret probation. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. How do you think they view it if they crater this year with Rodgers?
Are you talking Art Rooney and Omar? I would say, in my opinion, they'll look at it as, hey, we threw this. This was our best shot of being competitive this year. And that's one of the things that Art wants to be. And he already said he'll never think a season where you make the playoffs is a bad season. So under that foresight, they thought Aaron Rodgers was the best quarterback out there that they could get to keep them in that competitive range. What I think will change, and it's not good radio because I agree with you, I think what will happen if Aaron dribbles down his leg and it's not a good season, Art will still have faith in Mike Tomlin to draft that next quarterback in the 26th draft in Pittsburgh. And then after that, if there's again a failure to be able to have a plan and develop a young quarterback to be that franchise guy, then that's when he will be put on notice. One, on maybe taking back some of that authority in the player procurement process. And then two, all right, maybe this guy isn't a guy that can develop young players. So I agree with you. I think this year it'll really maybe turn the light on, but the light won't get hot until after he picks another rookie quarterback.
So this year would be probation, then next year would be the double secret probation, and then after that he'd be on the hot seat. That's how that'll go.
That's where I would see, because again, then you're talking about, by that's what, 2 more years? Then you're talking about 12, 13 years of no playoff success, and then the lack of development of a foundation where you can say, well, we have these pieces in place. We just need to get another piece to take us over the edge. So he's striking out on a lot of fronts if that happens.
I'm with you. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. What's the biggest hole on this Steelers roster? And I don't know at face value, Doug, if this is a hole per se. I like Cam Hayward. I believe Keanu Benton, has a ton of talent. Likewise with Derek Harmon. The depth there, though, man. They gave up 299 rushing yards in a playoff game last year. I'm not so sure they did enough to augment the defensive line. They've improved in a lot of areas. They may have improved on paper on that defensive line, but man, you're counting on Cam Hayward being good again and staying healthy. You're counting on Keanu Benton taking a step, and you're counting on a rookie. Those are your 3 starters.
Yeah. Well, I look at it this way. You can say that, but I got the counter offense. Counter would be the offensive line. You're counting on Broderick Jones that has not played that position in the pros, and the time he has played in the pros on the right tackle, he was a roller coaster ride. Mm-hmm. You're talking about Fautanu that, as we think and what we've seen, but he hasn't done it in games. So there, and then you got Zach Frazier. Yes, great year, and will he take it? And then Salamalu, he's on the back end of his career. And so, and the guards, the young guard, can he steadily stay at a competitive level to keep him? And then where's the depth at the offensive line? So every argument you have on the defensive line, at least you have some productive guys that have produced at a high level in the pros. On the college level, and on the offensive line, you've had guys produce on the college level, but not consistently at the pro level. So I would flip it to the offensive line over the defensive line, in my opinion.
Well, the important thing here, Doug, is that the trenches are not important, so no big deal.
Well, I thought that was the whole thing. Andy Weil come in, they're going to build from the trenches out. Well, they've tried to, but again, the lack of development is glaring.
So that's what I wanted to focus on, because the plan, good plan. You have a young, talented left tackle, a young, talented right tackle. Your center looks like he's on a trajectory because he went to this wonderful university and had a great year number one. Like I like the plan, but now you got your hands on these guys, and you got to make them better. And it's the same thing on the defensive line. Like Keanu Benton didn't get better, which I believe in Derek Harmon's talent. But if Keanu Benton ain't getting better, what makes me think that they're going to do right by Derek Harmon?
Exactly. And I think that, to me, I think if things go south this year, the thing that I think Mike Tomlin has to do is start holding his assistant coaches accountable, because in the end, he's the head coach, and he's either coaching it or allowing it. And either way, if it goes south, he's got to do something to rectify the situation, because he can't go back into Art and saying, we're going to keep everything status quo, and the high-priced name veterans came in, they didn't work out, and everybody we drafted hasn't developed. So in the end, he's got to look in himself, and not only himself, but his staff and his hiring practices, and then go into, all right, what are we as coaches contributing to the player procurement process that isn't working, that we need to change or adjust?
Doug, there's a couple of big names in the football world that are making news, and I'm wondering what your perception is of a couple of these individuals and what your perception might have been when you were a GM and you were working kind of closely with these guys. We'll do that coming up next. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. The Steelers report to training camp today, so wall-to-wall coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan. And I want to remind you, 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and Whammo 100.7, 107.3 are partnering. Harry, what the hell's going on with me?
It's 107.3.
Yeah.
Not 100. 107.
The font is small. My tooth hurts. Grandma's dead. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, and Whammo 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh 4 PPS Backpack Drive presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you, including Piatta Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com to find your drop-off locations. Brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, Annuities, and member benefits since 1892. Dear God, this is an important thing, a backpack drive.
I can read these for you whenever you want.
You might need to read the next one. I'm so excited about Steelers camp. Can't even read.
Which one is it?
Well, I've done it twice now. I think people get the message. Go to 937thefan.com. Kids need backpacks. You can help get them backpacks. Harry, you say things now with the Fan headline.
Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have an opportunity to sweep the Detroit Tigers today because they won the first two games of the series. Third and final games this afternoon at 12:35. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. They have coverage beginning at 11:40. It's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show that will begin that. More Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound slows right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. Parkway West remains heavy around Green Tree Hill, and 28 southbound is heavy from the Highland Park Bridge to Millvale. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamira Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share, but looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. See, I read that one right. Doug Whaley with us until the end of the show. He's in New York City. Someone on the YouTube comments just accused me of being a doughy pizza lover, which couldn't be further from the truth, Doug. I like a piece of pizza that when I hold it by the crust, it's still horizontal. I like zero flop on my pie. How about you?
Same here. I'm New York style every single day of the week. And while I'm in New York, anytime I'm in New York, I get a piece of pizza every single day. I call it a throwaway. You just throw it away because it doesn't mean anything. It's not a meal. It's not a snack. It's just a throwaway. And every corner bodega or pizza shop in New York, their slices are just better than anything I've had in Pittsburgh. It's just incredible. I actually have my daughter up here. She's going to art camp, so we went to a local pizza place, and she just lost her mind. She's like, "This is the best pizza ever." I was like, "I'm turning you into a New York style type of lady."
Whaley, words of wisdom on this here Wednesday. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Doug, the Bengals have yet to pay Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL in sacks last year. Hendrickson reportedly wants guaranteed money, a lot of it. And Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, doesn't want to guarantee beyond 1 year. The perception of him around the league has to be, what a cheapskate, no?
Absolutely. It's just I mean, everybody understands that for a family like the Browns and like the Steelers, that this is their main source of revenue is the NFL and what brings it. You still have to be able to evolve with the times and structure deals that are commensurate with the landscape of the NFL. And if you are not going to do that, not only is it going to hamper your ability to attract free agents, it's going to really sour that locker room knowing that, hey, I'm not going to get rewarded if I give my all to this organization to help this organization win. So the message they're sending to that locker room, I think, is detrimental to having a foundation of just trust in ownership from the players in the locker room. So it's good for the Steelers because it's the Bengals being the Bengals, but anybody in that locker room, it's going to boil into frustration.
I just look at the Bengals as a team that people seem to love nationally, that did diddly-poo to help that defense, which was atrocious last year. Their number one defensive player ain't at camp, and their number one draft pick isn't at camp. It's absurd.
And to me, and especially in the NFL world on the personnel side, the hardest thing about this business is finding that quarterback. And for them to have the quarterback and not do right by that quarterback and surround him with the best possible people to help them win a championship, that is just an atrocity that is unforgivable in the football circle.
All right, the other guy I wanted to ask you about is Jerry Jones, and I've always thought Jerry, of course, he loves the attention, but he wants to win. The more I think about it, I don't know that he wants to win. I think he just wants headlines. He called Michael Parsons, was talking about how he was hurt. He pays Dak Prescott $60 million a year when he didn't need to pay him that much in terms of a raise. I think he overpaid Dak because he wants in the news. I think he's going to ultimately overpay Micah. And I don't think the guy actually wants to win, Doug. Is that the perception of Jerry Jones?
His perception of Jerry Jones is he wants to make as much money and make the Dallas Cowboys the most valuable sports franchise in the world. And by doing what he does, and that's keeping the Cowboys in the mouths of everybody in the sports world, especially the NFL ecosystem, that's what he's going to do. And we're sitting there talking about them, and they haven't been to NFC Championship since 1995 or 94. And they're still the most valuable franchise in the NFL and maybe one of the most valuable in the world. You can say what he wants. We can all say what we want about him as a GM, but as an owner and someone that makes money, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Doug, you're the best. Enjoy that pizza. Enjoy the time with your daughter. We'll talk to you next Wednesday, pal.
All right, I'll be in person, so I'll see you then.
Let's go. Doug Whaley, everybody. Thank you. Pomp and Joe coming up next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 88, Darius Hayward Bay. Low of 61. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Pat Bostic going to be in from 7 until 10, breaking down all the biggest Steelers comments from today. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barclay Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
At JeepOfPittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at JeepOfPittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Sports allow us to play, learn, and grow. But there's something more important than victory. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. We equip athletes, parents, coaches, and others with the right education to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior. Join the movement to champion respect and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident on the Parkway East City side approaching the Forbes Avenue off-ramp, and traffic slows around the Bates Street on-ramp heading towards the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway East inbound is solid at the Wilkinsburg interchange. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Tamara Rush on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. DJ Metcalf. Once again, the Steelers have one of the NFL's standout wide receivers on their side. Standing 6'4", 230 pounds, Metcalf spent his first 6 seasons with the Seahawks, racking up 48 touchdowns and over 6,000 receiving yards. He was traded to the Steelers this spring in a stunner back in March. And with the departure of George Pickens this offseason, Metcalf becomes Pittsburgh's clear top receiver heading into the fall. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey,
that's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates claimed an 8-5 victory over the Detroit Tigers on Tuesday. Mitch Keller earned the win, his fourth of the season. He went 6 strong, giving up 3 earned runs on 6 hits with 3 walks and 5 strikeouts. Spencer Horwitz, Brian Reynolds, and Tommy Pham each had 3 hits in the victory. Pirates host the Tigers today. It's a 12:35 first pitch. Bailey Falter will be throwing it for the Buccos. Troy Melton opposes for the Tigers. You can tune in at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more headlines, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you getting those jitters? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? It's that first day of school feeling that's in the air. Welcome to the 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers season. It all begins today. Austin Bechtold with you. It's Pomp and Joe. We'll get it out of the way early. No Bob. He's working on golf stories. No Joe. I think he's in Buffalo. But Sean Myers is here behind the glass. Your friend City Limits, Austin Bechtold is in. Sean, how are you today?
I'm swell. Now, it's the first day of school. You said you have your new outfit all picked out? Because you have to look sharp on your first day of school.
Well, I made sure I had a shower, and I made my hair look all nice.
So you don't normally shower?
Well, no, I do normally shower, yes. But I made sure that I wore this nice shirt today that I have. It is the Statue of Liberty, because the Steelers will be playing in New York week 1. Waving a terrible towel.
Very exciting.
So I am getting ready with my outfit that I've had this shirt for a couple years. But all ready to go, Sean. You are dressed up very appropriately for the first day of school. You look like you're wearing something for picture day today with a nice polo.
Thank you. Yes, I try to look professional here, just like all the other producers, of course.
But it's an exciting day. It's a day where there's no more rumors. There's no more speculation. Everyone's expected to show up. Cole Holcomb, one of the first arriving players, just arrived at St. Vincent. The players will continue to arrive throughout the day as today's arrival at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. Tomorrow is the first official practice that is open to the public. We are underway. The 2025 season with everything that came with it beforehand in the offseason. The Minka trade, acquiring Jalen Ramsey, quarterback rumors, Aaron Rodgers, will he sign, will he not? Justin Fields, would he return? Russell Wilson, what's the future of Mr. Unlimited? What ultimately happens with George Pickens? Bringing in DK Metcalf? What? What would the Steelers do at the draft? The draft will be here next year. Everything. TJ Watt. All the distractions to the side. It's now time to play the game. It's now time for actual football. As training camp officially begins today, and it makes me think a couple of things. But the first thing that I think many of you are probably thinking today as everything begins, okay, now, what is the most realistic path for this team? Looking at it, with all the pieces in place now, outside of maybe an extra safety, outside of maybe another wide receiver, which they very well could still add, whether it be camp cutdown day, a trade during the preseason, or right before week 1. What is this team's ceiling, and what is the Steelers' floor? Did they do enough to reach their ultimate goal, which isn't to win the Super Bowl? Sure, for all 32 teams it is. But the Steelers need to check a couple more boxes before they can reach that very large box at the very bottom of the sheet that you're filling out, the questionnaire. What's the ceiling and what's the floor? With Aaron Rodgers in place, with 10 new starters on this team. Of the 22 starters, 10 of them are new. Of most notable, Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, Juan Thornhill, probably for wrong reasons. Broderick Jones on the left side of the line, Troy Fautanu on the right side of the line. Interior of the line remains the same, other than Mason McCormick at right guard. James Daniels out the door. They have completely revamped significant parts of this roster. Outside of linebacker that stayed mainly the same, outside of parts of the defensive line, Keanu Benton's still here, Cam Hayward's still here, add in Derek Harmon. What can all these pieces accumulate? What can you make with all these ingredients? Are you making a nice pumpkin pie that can be shared at Thanksgiving dinner, talking about, man, Steelers, they might have a chance this year? Like many of us said with Russell Wilson 10-3, after Justin Fields had a good start, man, could they ultimately do something here? And then hell was unleashed on them in December. And while the schedule is difficult at the end, it's not the murderer's row gauntlet of 3 games in 11 days that it was last year. What is their ceiling record-wise? What is their ceiling with postseason aspirations? The absolute top level that they can reach is likely 12-5. Now, I am not predicting 12-5. I do not think that they will get there. But if everything goes right, Rodgers turns back the clock, a second year of the Arthur Smith offense looks pretty solid. I think that is the ultimate ceiling, 12-5, and you win your division. Which would be, Sean, a significant upgrade compared to what people think this team will actually be. They could go 11-6. I think that's realistic to see. That's a real possibility, especially with the way that they start out the season, especially if they can start hot against the likes of the Jets, rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy in Ireland against the Vikings. Sure, the Patriots have Drake May and they're at home, but it's also a new coaching staff and a young roster and an inexperienced roster, and last year was one of the worst in all of football, if not the worst. They might start off hot again and then flounder at the end of the season. I think that the floor is probably less likely than what the ceiling will ultimately be. And that's due in part to Mike Tomlin, experience on defense, highest paid defense. They better play like it. And a team that has significantly, as you know, gone 9-8, 9-8, 10-7, over 500. That's just typically where they are. Now, I could see that bottoming out this year because of a couple of different factors that we'll get into. The ceiling for this team should be at least 10-7, probably 11-6, 12-5 if we want to be very fortunate and win a playoff game. The sky would be winning the division and a home playoff game. But more than likely, Baltimore will win the division, Cincinnati, second best odds, followed by the Steelers, and they'll have to go on the road and win a playoff game. Ideally, you position yourself against somebody from the AFC South. So, Sean, I think that the ultimate ceiling for this team is right in that range in winning a playoff game, where the ceiling should always be to go to the Super Bowl or even to go to the AFC Championship and be competitive in the AFC Championship. But considering they haven't been competitive in a playoff game in the last 8 years, going to the playoffs and winning a playoff game will be a successful season for this team.
I'm going to be honest. 12-5 sounds like a pipe dream at this point. And I think if you go 12-5, you're basically saying that the Bengals are probably not going to have a great season, or that the Ravens are going to be shockingly disappointing, because I don't see your team going 12-5 unless one of those teams falls off by a decent bit. So to me, even if you do have a really good regular season, how are you feeling the last couple weeks of the regular season heading into the playoffs, assuming the Steelers are postseason bound? Because we remember a handful of years ago with Big Ben, they had such a great start to the regular season, but everyone knew that the team was not peaking at the right time, that they probably were going to flame out in the postseason. That's what happened. So as much as having a 11-win or 12-win regular season would be great, because that sets you up pretty favorably for the playoffs with a home game in all likelihood.
Right.
It's all about if the team can peak at the right time and if they can actually get something done in the postseason. In particular, if they have a really good season, the expectations are you are going to win a game in the playoffs. So that's, to me, what really matters. Just getting into the postseason, if you're playing better at the end of the year, would be more important than how many wins you get in the regular season.
Right.
Because we know with Rodgers in particular, a guy of his age, you're going to be concerned, can he keep it up into January?
Well, especially think about that Bengals team last year. They got hot at the very end, ended up going 9-8, but was on a significant run. Like, I would have given the Bengals a pretty good shot in that final wild card spot against who was the 2 seed, Buffalo. Like, I would have gave them a pretty good opportunity against the Ravens. Would have been the Ravens. Whoever they would have played, though. As long as you're hot at the very end of the season and you roll in with some momentum and you're also healthy, you have a golden opportunity. You have a shot. Now, part of that ceiling for me is also because I do believe that Aaron Rodgers still has some left in the tank. Now, a part of this ceiling also is a couple of different factors that you need to bank on that have to hit. And if they don't, it will come to where the floor is. Broderick Jones and Troy Fautanu have to be able to protect Rodgers at both tackle positions. Jaylen Warren and Caleb Johnson must be able to hit the holes that are created by said offensive line and be able to help power this offense that does not have much significantly, not a lot of resources to it in terms of capital, in terms of dollars that were spent on it. Sure, Jonnu Smith got a deal, and Pat Freiermuth signed, and DK Metcalf. Other than that, their offensive line, other than Sayamalu, are all on rookie deals. Caleb Johnson's a rookie. Warren's on a small contract. That's not everything. But basically what I'm saying is all the money is on defense. They need a little bit of some overachievement on the offensive side of the ball from a lot of their main producers, and Aaron Rodgers has to be at the forefront of that, excuse me. But especially Broderick Jones being able to protect. If Broderick Jones cannot keep Aaron Rodgers upright, this is going to be a long season.
My question is, obviously, I think most people would agree Dan Moore was okay at best. It's not like you're trying to replace someone who was outstanding, even though he got paid like he was a pretty top-notch player on the offensive line. But what have you seen from Broderick Jones at all that would give you belief that he's going to be even above average?
Not much.
You're hoping and praying just based on the fact that he was a big prospect and a first-round pick, but his performance in the NFL, albeit out of position at times, has been so disappointing. And I know Nick Farabaugh in particular said, watching film back from last year, he was even worse than maybe the sense for most people just watching it the first time through. So to me, if you're thinking that this is going to be a good offensive lineman, you're kind of just basing that on hope and nothing that he's actually shown on the field, which would be pretty concerning to me.
Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, here is a rundown of what's going on today's show. Jeff Hathorn will join us right around the end of the show as TJ Watt will talk at 1:30. We'll hear what Jeff had to say about Watt's comments, Watt being signed, and Watt, as well as many others, what they had to say on the first day of camp. Mark Cabali at 1 o'clock. Tyler Kennedy will be in for the whole 12 o'clock hour. And we're also going to try to squeeze Dan Zangrilli in at some point.
Wow.
Dan is down at the ballpark. He just sent me a message. We're going to try to get Dan in as well. His thoughts on the deadline, his thoughts on calling the action over the weekend, and what he's seen from the Pirates over the past week. The floor. What is the ultimate floor for the team? Where are they going to potentially bottom out? If this is an unsuccessful season and a poor year, Aaron Rodgers is bad. The run defense that gave up 300 yards to the Ravens in the playoff game, once again, looks old, looks slow, is not able to fill in gaps. Patrick Queen is lost. Cam Hayward is huffing and puffing and seems like the only one that is able to corral Derrick Henry, corral whatever the ball carrier might be. Not addressing wide receiver 2 comes back to bite them. That's another possibility that can factor into this floor. Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay are old. Slay is 34. Ramsey is 30. He'll be 31 later on. Plus no safety replacing Minkah Fitzpatrick. They've done some good things. They've done some bad things. They've changed a lot. They've reinvented different rooms like wide receiver, running back, corner especially, adding 2 veterans to go along with Joey Porter Jr. Gone is Dante Jackson. Beanie Bishop seems like, I don't know if phased out is the right word, but it seems like they're trying to acquire more assets. I feel like we've forgotten about Braden Eccles, the corner that they acquired from the Jets as well. Like, where does Beanie Bishop fall into this? He's going to be somebody to watch for at camp. The floor for this team, Sean, I think is right around 6 wins. Like, I know a lot of people say, oh, that's blasphemy. You can't possibly think that a Tomlin team will go under 500. If Aaron Rodgers is the 41-year-old quarterback that a lot of people are making him out to be, claiming that Rodgers is shot, I still think he has one good season left in him, especially if he can factor into the Arthur Smith offense and have a good running game around him and be able to utilize play action. And if the defense that is paid the highest in all of football can actually play close to it, or even a top 5 defense, which they did at times last year, but when the rubber met the road, they didn't do well enough at. The floor for this team, like if Rodgers Jones is a bust, and we see it this year, and the team looks old with a lot of these additions that they brought in, and it turns into the 2011 Eagles, where they were coming off, a 10-6 year. They added Nnamdi Asomugha, they added Jason Babb into their defense. They added a ton of significant threats, significant pieces that had Michael Vick at quarterback, that had LaShawn McCoy, that had Jeremy Maclin, that had Deshaun Jackson on the outside. That team went 8-8. Could this team, that team was projected to go like 12-5. Right in 12-4, 11-5 in the 16-game era. I legitimately could see this team winning just 6 games, 7 games as the floor. Now, silver lining to that, Aaron Rodgers has done, that positions yourself well for a quarterback, but that also would grow the streak to 9 years in a row without a playoff victory and further elevate the heat, not internally probably, but externally, from everyone saying, well, Tomlin this time, the streak is over. Is it actually time? And there'd be a lot more flames that are coming up in the kitchen.
I think when it ends, it's going to end badly. It's not going to be an 8-9 season when the streak finally ends. I think it might be, to your point, maybe a 5 or 6 win season where everything collectively just completely crumbles. I think that's how I envision it. Will that be this season? I don't know. I bet we'll know by mid-October, though, right? If you're headed to a really bad season, we will see signs of that pretty early. Now, if you get off to a good start, I don't think that guarantees anything in terms of postseason success.
No, we saw it last year. We saw it in 2020 when they started 11-0.
I think you can define a bad, ugly season pretty early, whereas a successful season, it takes obviously the entire regular season and beyond to see that coming.
What would you consider to be a successful regular season, Sean?
Well, regular season, I don't think really matters that much, to be honest.
Let's say season in general. Who cares about what you do in the regular season? What matters most is if you win a playoff game. And if they don't, it's a failure, regardless.
Yes, I agree. Some of that also is going to be viewed on what type of play they get from the quarterback position, because let's say a number of guys take step forward and the defense is elite. Let's say it is a top 5 defense, but maybe Rodgers struggles down the stretch. He has a bad playoff game, they lose. You could build off of that knowing that you're going to have a different quarterback if everything else is living up to its standards. If the defense is good, the running game is good, you see some signs from the offensive line, and yet the weak point is quarterback, you could feel pretty confident that, hey, we're missing one position, albeit the most important one, but we're going to get a new guy at that position anyway. So to me, that would feel a lot better of a season than if Rodgers is decent, but you still have issues on the offensive line and the defense is maybe top 10, but not any better than that.
412-928-9370. What is your Steelers' ceiling? What is your Steelers' floor this year? Can they reach 11-6? My official prediction, I'm not putting it all the way into the bank and locking the vault, but I'm saying right now 10-7. Again, but I think it's a better 10-7 than last year, which might sound odd, but that they're better at the end of the season than they were last year, and that matters more to me. Also, what matters is, how do we see development in Broderick Jones? How do we see development in Joey Porter Jr.? How do we see development in Peyton Wilson? Some of those younger players. Derek Harmon, who I feel like has been lost in the shuffle of everything just because there's been so much going on. There's been so much to talk about. This is probably the fewest we've talked about the Steelers' first-round pick outside of like an offensive line. Well, we talked about Broderick Jones significantly and Troy Fautanu last year. I feel like we're barely talking about Derek Harmon, maybe because a lot of people think he's just a plug-and-play type of guy. And, you already saw the defensive line coach say Carl Dunbar. Yeah, he's going to start on the defensive line. He's going to factor in there. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can also chime in on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370. We will hear from you. I also think about when I put my ceiling and my floor together, where I think the ceiling is best case scenario, like the sky. If they reach the sky, if they reach the absolute top, you're talking 12-5 and winning the division. I don't see that happening. You would need injuries to Baltimore. You would need to beat up on Cincinnati. You would need Aaron Rodgers to play close to MVP Aaron Rodgers with a wide receiver core that still doesn't have a wide receiver too. Calvin Austin's good. He's more of a 3. He's more of a slot guy. Who else is going to play outside? Or do they trust Roman Wilson? They like Roman Wilson significantly, but last year was basically a redshirt year for him. What is Roman Wilson in the NFL? We don't know. And regardless of what we see in the preseason, it's not really going to change much of my opinion because ever since the Kenny Pickett era Steelers went 5 for 5 in the preseason scoring touchdowns, I try to pump the brakes a little bit like MLB spring training stats. You can look at them. You can glean something from them. You can say, man, that's really good. Like when Jared Jones was dominant, didn't allow an earned run, made the opening day rotation, was very good for the Pirates before ultimately getting hurt and lots of bumps in the road that came with it. You could take some things from it, but it's not the end-all be-all. And you know that's going to happen, Sean, like whether it be the training camp darling you've not heard of before today or tomorrow, or somebody that is undrafted, or let's say hypothetically Will Howard comes out and throws 2 touchdowns in the preseason game.
That's going to happen.
Mason Rudolph throws 2 touchdowns. You know what's going to happen. Rodgers is probably going to play like, I don't know, 1 game, maybe 2-3 series, maybe 2 games. He plays 1 series in one and 2 series in another. Let's say he throws a pick, and then Mason comes in and throws like 2 touchdowns in the game, or Will Howard does the same. There's just going to be so much drama that would be included in that. But
there's a few aspects. I mean, a few years ago, I remember everyone throughout training camp was highlighting Jaylen Warren, and they're like, they've got a guy here that can make the team and maybe factor in, and those turned out to be accurate. And then we heard a lot about Beanie Bishop last year. Turned out to be a big contributor with the interceptions and a guy that was regularly on the field. We'll see if that gets scaled back this year. But yeah, we mentioned with Nick Farabaugh the overreactions, and he said people are going to react when they see Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball because he still has that incredible arm strength and ability to place it. And he also thought maybe overreactions at safety and wide receiver because people were desperate for answers there. So sometimes you see a positive and you can maybe overlook the weaknesses and say, well, they'll get better at that. But what we're seeing, you know, the strengths and the abilities has us believing that these could be the answer. So it's going to happen. There's going to be a young guy, and you could project how he'll get better and maybe say, well, I'm not too worried about the fumbles or the drops because he's going to get better. And you can project, but it doesn't always work out like that. That's why you don't want to overreact 1 day in or 1 week in or even after one preseason game.
I just don't think it's an overreaction to think that the wide receiver room needs a significant improvement and is probably their worst position group on offense. There's another that comes to mind. Just because what does Robert Woods have left? There's a ton of question marks in that room. What is Robert Woods? Who is Roman Wilson in the NFL? Can Calvin Austin truly be a wide receiver too? He's more of a gadget guy, number 3 receiver, play in the slot type of player for me. We know that Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek are not those types of players. Plus Juan Thornhill, he's been injured. Who's the backup safety? Who is Juan Thornhill's backup?
I have no idea.
Exactly. So if Juan Thornhill
some would say that he should be a backup to begin with.
Like, is Miles Killebrew the backup in that position? Can he bounce around and be flexible? More of a special teams ace and a Pro Bowler at that than anything. So unless they just hide Juan Thornhill or whoever it is 20 yards behind the ball, 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage, just like they did with Minkah, which makes me think more and more that they knew Minkah was pretty much done, and they just ultimately wanted to not phase him out of the defense, but make sure that he wasn't someone that caused them significant issues in coverage. And you kind of saw it when they got in close to the goal line in games against Kansas City, games against Baltimore, miscommunication, fingers pointed at Minkah. A lot of it this year is going to come down to Jalen Ramsey. And Ramsey just announced today he lands at number 66 on the NFL Top 100 list. So the Steelers now have 3 players on this list. Cam Hayward, Patrick Queen, Jalen Ramsey. In that order. Ramsey at 66, Queen's at 70. Queen's right around 77, I think it was. And then Cam Hayward. Cam is not even like a top 75 player.
And he was pretty clearly better than the other 2 guys that you mentioned last year.
Yes.
Unless they're really expecting that he's going to fall off a cliff, which seems, I mean, what are you basing that on? His play is not really diminished when he's been on the field. It seems like a very low ranking, but these guys will use that as motivation, I'm sure.
Dexter, I won't believe in Aaron Rodgers until I see him pushing a blocking sled. I can guarantee you that this year, more than any other year, there will be no quarterbacks pushing blocking sleds. What do you think is the alternative to the blocking sled, Sean? Jumping jacks? You think they'll do box jumps?
Oh, I'm a big box jumps
You like
fan.
box jumps?
Yeah.
We did a lot of box jumps in high school. Ton of box jumps.
It didn't seem to help make your legs very strong.
Well, then it didn't really help to change my vertical either, as I can barely leap off the ground. So,
some guys just don't have that natural ability, I suppose.
No. That's why we leave it to the actual good athletes. Brady Keys, a texter says, is the backup to Juan Thornhill right now. Brady Keys.
Is he going to be the keys to the defense?
Maybe a mix of Tom Brady's keys.
You like that horse?
Mixed with Brady Keys is the backup. There's also a safety that a lot of people are very high on in Justin Simmons that could be signed in free agency. Because Blackman just got signed yesterday, the safety, in New Orleans to replace Tyrann Mathieu, who just retired. So Mathieu retires. One safety's off the board. Justin Simmons is still available. There are pieces, but I think probably, and another texter saying, how is Watt not a top 100 player? That's because it hasn't been unveiled yet. So that they're continuing to reveal all the top 100 players. Basically, they're going from 100 to 1. So it's only been Cam, Queen, Ramsey.
They do like 10 at a time. Is that right? Yeah, they drag it out.
So Watt will obviously be in there. But where's he ultimately going to rank? I would imagine top 20. Maybe top 10 even?
Will he be 9 spots below Myles Garrett like the PFF top
Well,
rankings?
PFF uses their next-gen stats and their odd analytics and whatever. Texter, Alicia Keys can provide the practice music for Sir Keys out there. I'm sure Chase Claypool would love that. The safety that I was thinking of was Sebastian Castro from Iowa. So another Iowa player. King Castro, who was an undrafted free agent that a lot of people are pretty high on, but he's kind of undersized, 5'11", 203. He ultimately could be the backup, where Nick Farabaugh is kind of high on him as well. But it's the first day of camp. This is a day that gives you jitters when you go to camp as a fan, which will be starting tomorrow. When you go to watch the team for the first time, it's the first time that we are going to see real organized football starting this week for the first time since February. And in the Steelers' case, for the first time since late January, but the way that they played, basically for the first time since the beginning of December, that we're going to see organized football with some hope on your mind, thinking that this team does have a chance to win a playoff game. I think it's an opportunity for them to be able to break this 8-year streak, to win a playoff game. I think that's within the cards. I don't think they'd win 2 playoff games. I don't think they're going to the AFC Championship in any regard. But I do think as they're constructed, their goal is to win 1 playoff game. And I do think that that's a possibility. Do you? At 412-928-9370. Our 6-pack is brought to you by Bet365. We will hear from you coming up next on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Your call's next. Also, the biggest strengths and the biggest weaknesses. What rooms on both sides of the ball are we most concerned about and we're most excited about for this team's chances? Pomp and Joe are off. It's Austin Bechtold filling in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan right now with Sean Heidland.
Now, Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Why, thank you, Austin. Sean Myers here with your fan headlines, letting you know that the Steelers have report day at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. The first practice will be tomorrow afternoon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more headlines, you can check out 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Caitlin Clark is doing something novel in her young but storied career. She's learning how to cope with being sidelined by injuries. Currently rehabbing her third soft tissue injury of the season, the Indiana Fever star revealed, "This is the first time I haven't felt like a young body that can run around and sprint every day." And for WNBA fans, that's unfortunate, to say the least. I'm Boomer Esiason.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hungry for flavor? GetGo's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Frito Scoops walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customize with your favorite toppings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Whoa, look what I just found on Mac.bid.
Wow, and look at that price.
I know, I'm bidding.
What did you type in the search to find it?
Oh, I never search, I just scroll.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what I want until I see it.
So you just go to Mac.bid.
Or the app.
And you just scroll, and whoa, look at this.
See?
This is a whole new way to Mac.bid.
Scroll or search? What kind of Mac.bid shopper are you? Don't get stuck in the same old rut. If you're a searcher, you may be missing out on some amazing deals and stuff you didn't even know you needed. Start scrolling at Mac.bid and on the free app.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Another run, I guess. So, yeah, every play's a run.
They ran 13. You and I have seen a lot of football. 13 plays, 13 runs. What, they exhume Woody Hayes?
It sure seemed like that.
Well, they was talking a game like this, a chess match. It's a cliche. I mean, but if this is a chess match, 2 grandmasters.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
Will this year be different? That is how last year ended. This year begins today with Patrick Queen, the first official player to show up during the official media viewing window at training camp to St. Vincent College and Latrobe. Austin Bechtold in for the guys, Pomp and Joe. On Pomp and Joe, Sean Myers is producing Behind the Glass. One of the biggest weaknesses late in the season for the Steelers was run defense, especially the defensive line. They needed to add to the defensive line in significant aspects. They drafted 2 guys, Derek Harmon in the first round. They drafted Y.A. Black from Iowa in the middle rounds as well, because that was their weakest position on the defensive side of the ball last year, and it was exposed. Patrick Queen was not great in run gaps. Landon Roberts played pretty well, but it wasn't enough. They were not able to manipulate and shift well enough on the defensive line to combat the Ravens, who frankly just pushed them around. That's how last season ended. This season begins with questions around Keanu Benton. What will he be? And how ultimately will Derek Harmon play? But that's not the weakest position on defense this year. It just has to be safety. We talked about Juan Thornhill, and ultimately, if he will be the starter at safety or if they will add somebody at Minka's old spot. Quindell Johnson, a safety from Memphis, going into his second season. He is only played a short amount of time last year with the Rams, got into 1 game. He is currently the backup, according to ESPN's depth charts, behind Juan Thornhill, with Deshaun Elliott being backed up by Miles Kilbrew, and it's Sebastian Castro, who also factors in as the extra rotating corner. So that answers that question, Sean.
For now, at least.
For now, at least. That's who we know is there. That doesn't mean that they're going to be able to answer the bell when called upon. The strongest part of the defense is clearly at linebacker. TJ Watt's back. Alex Highsmith's back. They have the best depth in a very long time at outside linebacker, with the likes of Nick Herbig and Jack Sawyer being drafted in the 4th round, who I thought was a really good pick, good value at the time. Sawyer's a good player. He's a strong guy. I met him in person. Big dude.
He was one of the most touted high school recruits in the country. I mean, he had a good but maybe not great career at Ohio State. Obviously had some shining moments, but I do think he's a guy that'll probably turn out to be a pretty good draft pick for the Steelers. Even if he doesn't play a lot right away, I think we're going to see his talent when he gets that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm excited to see ultimately how he factors into the fold. But the weakness on defense safety might end up being something that could hurt the secondary. Does Ramsey switch into a position where he plays some nickel and he factors in defensively, not just as an outside corner? Or is Darius Slay and Joey Porter Jr. your 2 outside guys, and you'll allow Ramsey to move around a little bit? What does that mean for Deshaun Elliott and where he ultimately has to play? Those are big questions that I have. The weakness on the offensive side of the ball, wide receiver is obviously glaring. With nobody else, Calvin Austin is not that defined as a wide receiver. What is Calvin Austin? Gadget guy, slot guy, solid season last year, took a step up, took a good leap, solid player, good returner. But is he somebody that you can consistently depend on? Can Aaron Rodgers depend on Calvin Austin across the middle? So that could open opportunities for Roman Wilson. Does Robert Woods have anything left in the tank? But I still think offensive line is significant, where Troy Faltanu missed a full season. Broderick Jones has not played left tackle in the NFL. Mason McCormick was thrown into the fire. How does he respond in year 2? Last year of Isaac Seumalo's contract. Zach Frazier is the linchpin to all of this. He is an all-pro in the making, I think, and has stabilized part of the offensive line with questions mounting in a lot of different areas. The strongest position on offense, is it tight end?
Yes.
Like, I kind of find a hard spot to find the second strongest outside of tight end. Like, what is the second strongest position group? Is it running back? Is it quarterback? I'd say it's probably quarterback. We don't know what Caleb Johnson is yet. Jalen Warren as the featured back. What is he? He's been a 50-50 guy with Najee Harris. I like Warren. I'm glad he's the starter. They made the right decision moving off of Najee and having Jalen Warren be the starter. Tight end with Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith should be able to allow you to run a lot of 12 personnel and run a lot of Smith out wide or even in the slot with Freiermuth in close to the line. But their strengths, other than linebacker, are not that strong. And their weaknesses are not the worst in the NFL, but their wide receiver room, outside of Metcalf, that's bottom 5, at least bottom 10. Safety, they're right in that same range.
I think you can cheat a little bit here because you separate receivers from tight ends, correct?
Yes.
Even though they're really both just pass catchers. Could you then break the offensive line into the tackles and the interior linemen? Because I would think the interior line would probably be considered a pretty good strength.
No doubt.
Now, the offensive tackles, not so much. That's very much unproven and at this point probably a weakness. But I think if you look at it like the 3 interior guys are a little separate because there are some pretty distinct differences between inside and out, I would say the interior of the offensive line should be a strength.
50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. 412-928-9370. Time for you to state your case on the first day of camp. Rob in West Mifflin starts us off. Rob, happy first day of football, Rob. Are you pumped up, Rob? Are you excited? Are you getting those first day jitters, Rob?
Not like you, man. I mean, you said you took a shower this morning, man. I almost fell out the chair when you said that, man.
Well, you know, Rob, usually I take a shower at night, but today I was like, you know what? I'm pumped for the day. I'm ready to go. Let's roll.
You got to take one twice a day, city limits. It's 90 degrees out here, buddy. But this is simple, man. It comes down to 2 things, man. It comes down to 2 things. And if anybody out there listening ever played football, it comes down to 2 things. Offensive line and defensive line. That's it. I'm just going to keep it small, keep it simple. If they can get their offensive line together, they'll have a good season and keep Aaron Rodgers clean, run the ball. And if the defensive line can get those young guys to come in and play and Cam Hayward stay out, it's simple. That's what it comes down to. Because if that can happen on the defense, everything behind you at every other level makes their job easier. The linebacker's job get easier, the secondary's job get easier. Because that's what it basically comes down to me, man. There's the offensive line and the defensive line. The fundamentals of football, the things you learn about when you first start playing the game. You win games up front. And that's it, man. I'm just going to keep it simple. If those 2 things happen, the Steelers can win, I'll say 11-6. I'm not going to say 12-5, but I'll say 12-5. You know why? Because every other year, I'm not wishing this happens, every other year Joe Burrow gets hurt, man. I'm just saying.
He stayed healthy last year, too.
Yeah, and anything can happen, man. I don't wish nothing, no injury on anybody, but that's what it comes down to, city limits. Offensive line and defensive line.
Yeah, and Rob, those are the main areas that I appreciate the call that last year they got beaten up in the most. Like Kansas City, Chris Jones pushed their offensive line around like it was a high school offensive line. Like Chris Jones was like that 5-star recruit that goes up, that's in like a AA school that's pushing around Brentwood.
Like Derrick Henry going against like defensive linemen that are probably 50 pounds lighter than him when he was in high school.
Yes, and he's stiff-arming guys that are, you know, the 6th man off the bench on the basketball team and just completely going out there and dominating. That's what Chris Jones made them look like. That's what Derrick Henry and the Ravens offensive line made the defensive line look like. And they've made some additions, and they've changed some things up, and another year of development and another year under their belt for guys like Broderick Jones, Zach Frazier, Mason McCormick, plus you get Faltanu back. There's reason for optimism, but there's reason for some speculation that it can happen. Until you ultimately see it, you can't get ultimately too confident. How confident is John in Wexford? He's on the Fan. What's up, John?
Yeah, I'm not. Mike Tomlin's still the head coach of this team. I mean, the reality is they're a 9-win team, maybe a 10-win team. And the caller before me, he's right. Offensive line play, defensive line play dictates a lot. That's why the Eagles are so good. That's why they want to eliminate the push, because they run that play to perfection, and it can't be stopped because they do so well. And that play shouldn't be eliminated, by the way.
I agree.
The real key is Rodgers. Okay, quarterback play will dictate a great deal. I'm not putting a whole lot of stock into it at this stage. This is his last year. I think he's made it pretty clear. Who knows what he's got left in the tank? They have improved the roster. They've definitely given him some more weapons. We'll see how the defensive line looks. Hopefully Jalen Ramsey can channel play from his, last 3, 4, 5 years and give them some sort of support on the backside in terms of the passing and defending the pass. But 9 wins, 10 wins max, and probably another playoff loss.
All right, John, appreciate it. It all comes down to the quarterback. Like, at the end of the day, we can say how much it matters for the defense, how much it matters for the offensive line. However well Aaron Rodgers plays is going to be the catalyst for this team. Now, he's also not somebody that can put a team on his back anymore. He cannot say, hop on, I'll take you to the playoffs, and I'll take you to a playoff win. That is not realistic for Aaron Rodgers at 41 anymore. But with a situation with good protection, with a scheme that is catered to a lot of his strengths, and with a solid running game, Aaron Rodgers can still be a solid quarterback, I believe. Now, if those things all break down, the season will break down, the team will break down. There will probably end up being issues with, like, if they don't win, what's Jalen Ramsey going to say? How much chirping is going to go on with Ramsey? He seemed like he fell out of favor in Miami because he didn't like the coach, and they weren't winning, and he didn't want to be there anymore. What is Rodgers, if the Steelers go on like a 2 or 3 game losing streak, going to say on the McAfee show about the Steelers? Like, that is...
Have we heard, is he going to be doing that again?
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, I would. Also, with Ramsey, you mentioned that he wasn't happy with how things went with the Dolphins. It's not like they were terrible. I mean, they weren't good.
But they weren't very good.
But, I mean...
They lost Tua for a large portion of the season.
They were kind of around the same caliber of team that the Steelers were, I feel like.
Similar. The Steelers' roster is better. The Steelers have better structure. The Steelers also play in a better division. But I think ultimately, Miami has had their issues. Tyreek Hill, Ramsey, the coach is a little quirky. Tua can't play in cold weather. There were a lot of things for Miami that makes you think that they're kind of a worse team in a worse situation. But Ramsey, I mean, he's not George Pickens in any regard. He's a much more accomplished player, but he's also a flamboyant player, and he's somebody that will make his feelings known. And Aaron Rodgers is in a similar boat. And if the season starts to go off the rails, I think part of it could be, obviously a lot of it is how Aaron Rodgers plays, but also how Aaron Rodgers reacts to it that can further hurt and further add water to a sinking ship. Here is George. George is in Ohio. What's going on, George?
Well, just wanted to talk about an ingredient, which you've already mentioned a couple of times, but not too much this morning. But I still think the offense has, besides Tomlin's presence over everything, I don't think Arthur Smith respects the talent he coaches.
What talent in particular are you talking about, George?
Well, I want to go back to last year and the quarterbacks. I don't think either quarterback was given a chance to use their talent to their best ability.
You think that they put handcuffs on them?
Yes, the whole season, and I think that's why Justin Fields didn't want to sign. I think Arthur Smith and he probably, I don't know if they got along, but and I think I'll be curious, and I think one of the ingredients, because for the offensive line to feel confident, they have to feel that people like Aaron Rodgers, who personally I don't like, but he's a talented guy, has to feel like he's running that offense, and his offensive line has to feel that he's the general and not the coach, and that he can work to his strengths. Now, and, you know, Tomlin is too conservative on everything he does. He's too controlling. I think Arthur Smith is similar in that, and they want to do it their way. And I think you got to work with talent. I mean, this is a talent. I mean, sports is based on talent.
Yeah, and I think, George, I think that ultimately they're going to end up catering a lot more to Aaron Rodgers than those other guys, and I appreciate the call, partly due to the fact that Aaron Rodgers had them basically feet to the fire. Like, Aaron Rodgers had so much of the leverage in this situation where the Steelers, if they truly wanted Justin Fields, they would have said, all right, Justin, here's the money that you want. You wanted X amount of money guaranteed. We believe in you. Why don't you come here? So supposedly, according to Schefter and a couple others, it was Fields and it was Matthew Stafford that were choice 1 and choice 2 before Aaron Rodgers was the third option. I don't necessarily believe that. If Justin Fields was the true option for them, they would have paid Justin Fields to be the quarterback. If they were in love with Justin Fields, they would have given him a ring and kept him for another year.
They didn't even play him at all down the stretch last season.
Right, they benched him for Russell Wilson. If they were so enamored with Justin Fields, they would have kept him. They would have played him. They would have benched Russell Wilson, and they would have went to Fields late in the season. Whether it was the playoff game, the Cincinnati game, after it was clear that Wilson just did not have it anymore. So don't give me this whole, well, they really like Justin Fields, but they just had to let him go. Now, if they wanted to keep him, they would have. They would have done what was necessary. Matthew Stafford, you obviously need somebody on the other side to agree to the trade. And it seemed like Stafford ultimately didn't want to leave. The Rams didn't want to get rid of him. They wanted to rekindle that, and they were able to with a new contract. So they are all in on Aaron Rodgers. And I think that in part to that, they are going to let Aaron, now, they didn't cater to him as much as the Jets did, bring in your own coordinator, bring in your own receivers, basically having a full-sale say of what happened on offense. Probably had something to say about Robert Saleh being fired. I'm sure that's also part of this as well. So Aaron Rodgers is going to have some control. They're going to run some of his plays. He's going to be able to make checks at the line. I don't believe otherwise. Sure, Ben at the end of his career and Russell Wilson were not allowed to do that. The Ben argument I get. Russell Wilson, he just really didn't have it much anymore. And I feel like Aaron Rodgers is much more of a more accomplished player, more of a polarizing player, and still has more left in the tank than Russell Wilson did. And I think that factors all into it. Here's Chris in Uniontown. What's up, Chris?
I disagree with all of y'all. The Steelers are going to the Super Bowl this year.
Super Bowl, Chris. Why is that? Why did you book the tickets yet? And if you haven't, can I sit next to you, Chris? Can I sit next to you at the Super Bowl?
No, they're going to Super Bowl this year because Aaron Rodgers retired. The defense is much better. All they need is maybe one more wide receiver, maybe. It depends, but they're going to the Super Bowl. Remember, Chris from Uniontown said that.
Chris, are they better than the Chiefs?
I think they beat the Chiefs all day long.
Did you watch the Christmas Day game last year, Chris?
Their defense is way better. Mika Fitzpatrick was killing us. I'm glad he's gone. He was killing us back there.
Are they better than the Ravens, Chris?
Yes.
Why is that?
Man, our defense is better. Our defense going. All Aaron Rodgers got to do is get 20 points on the board. It's a wrap.
Just 20 points on the board. What about when they could barely score 20 points last year and the defense was giving up 35?
Remember I said this. I'm not going to argue with you back and forth. They're going to the Super Bowl.
All right, Chris. I'll take your word for it, but I will not believe you for a second.
Listen, it's the first day of training camp. It's report day. Everyone can be optimistic,
sure.
at least for a couple of days, right?
But is Chris feeling okay?
Maybe delusional. Did he wake up more accurate?
Did he wake up with a fever? Did he wake up with bucko fever? Except for the Steelers, thinking that did he take some delusional medication this morning? Was there something in his breakfast? Was there something in his eggs?
Did he say? I thought he said at the very beginning, Aaron Rodgers is retiring or retired. I didn't understand
That's what I didn't frankly understand either. But a man that makes much sense of everything is our friend the General. And you can listen to this show every week beginning At noon on Fridays, we will give away Starkey's Card of the Week, presented by the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, as we are joined by our friend, the General. Jeff, always great to talk to you. How are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate you having me. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday to you as well. It's the first day of training camp, General. It's report day. So I imagine, at least it would make the most sense to me, that there would be a Steeler card given away today as part of Starkey's Card of the Week. If I was Joe, I would imagine that he would probably say Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to say TJ Watt after the contract was officially made official yesterday and Watt signed it, announces the Steelers as a 4-year deal. My guess is TJ Watt. Sean, what is your guess for Starkey's Card of the Week?
Rodgers.
You think Rodgers? General, lay it on us. What do we have today?
Both A-plus guesses. Can't ridicule those, but we'll wait till they actually break a sweat at camp before we give away a Steeler card.
Okay.
We got Michael Jordan on our team. We're going Paul Skeens. We could actually rename this thing the Skeens Card of the Week, and it wouldn't be a problem.
It's been the Skeens card, I think, like once a month, General.
Well, we have to, right?
Yeah.
And after Monday night, it's no choice. Remember the wisdom from Ron Cook when he would say, when everything breaks down, just talk about the Steelers quarterbacks. The baseball card version of that would be, when all breaks down, just give away a Paul Skeens card.
Great for talk radio.
We have
no doubt.
We have a path worn out in the carpet to the Paul Skeens sections. Grandmas come in and ask. Grandpas come in and ask. Little kids, grown men and women come in and ask, "Where's your Paul Skeens?" So today we're giving away a 2024 Skeens Topps Now rookie card, graded 9.
Nice.
And there's also more information.
Okay.
Today's Topps Chrome release day. Topps Chrome's the most popular product. It's the product where that $1 million Skeens came out of. It was an update, but this is the regular version. The product releases today, so we're going to throw a pack of those cards in also.
There you go.
And after Spencer Horwitz goes nuts the last 2 nights, how can we not throw in a Spencer Horwitz rookie? So we got a trio today for the
close.
listeners.
It's half a 6-pack from the General. How about
Exactly
this? The
right.
General's delivering all these treats on the first day of camp, and it's all baseball treats. General, one question for you on the Skeens cards. A Skeens rookie card. If you had a signed Skeens rookie card and you had it now, what do you think that would be worth in about like 20, 30 years?
Well, the truth is, and I say this to everybody who ever asks me those questions, the truth is no one knows the future, right?
Yeah.
But, here's what I always couch it with. If anybody's going to be valuable, it's probably going to be Paul Skeens, right? Barring an injury, and I don't even want to say that, Skeens cards are on a trajectory to be very, very valuable. No one knows the future, but I would feel very safe at betting on Paul Skeens.
General, always appreciate your time. Good talking to you, and we will talk to you next week.
All right. You guys have a good day. Thanks for having me.
You too. That's Jeff Patton, the General from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny and hot today, and high of 89. Ernie Mills, Sean. You were very excited to put Ernie Mills on the sheet.
You do not remember him one bit, I know.
Please explain Ernie Mills, the lore of Ernie Mills to me.
He was an okay receiver for the Steelers in the early to mid-'90s, I believe. He and Andre Hastings, and a little bit later, Yancey Thigpen.
6 years in Pittsburgh from 91 to 96. He was a part of the team that went to the Super Bowl as well. During that year, 39 catches, 679 yards, and 8 touchdowns. It was the breakout year.
Yeah, he was decent.
For Sir Ernie Mills.
I think he's a good choice for 89. Now, I mixed in some Penguins for Jack Hillgrove. He had no idea some of the guys I was including from the 90s. So just went Steelers there. Figured you would have maybe a chance to at least know Ernie Mills.
All right, coming up next. We've talked a lot about the quarterbacks, and we will continue to talk quarterbacks because it's the Steeler quarterback. And it's so valuable what will happen with Aaron Rodgers this year. But one former Steelers quarterback thinks that the ceiling is a trophy. Could a 7th Lombardi be added to the trophy case? This quarterback thinks that if that's not the case, it's a lost season. This season is a bust. Who said that? It will also debut Austin's Limitless List, the 7 Steelers I'm most keeping an eye on in training camp. That's up next, but first, a Sean headline. We're back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
John Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates scored an 8-5 victory over the Detroit Tigers on Tuesday. Mitch Keller improved to 4-10 overall as he went 6 innings strong, giving up 3 earned, racking up 5 strikeouts. Horwitz, Reynolds, and Pham each had 3 hits and a victory. Pirates host the Tigers today, 12:35, the first pitch. Bailey Falter will be throwing it. You could tune in on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Pop!
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500. But you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus, no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich and Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. All eyes on Latrobe today in St. Vincent College as it is report day for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The first practice will be tomorrow afternoon. Buccos in action today. About an hour from now will be first pitch as they host the Tigers. They are looking for their third consecutive win against one of the best teams in the American League. Bailey Falter gets the start for Pittsburgh. The broadcast can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net and the fan text line where you can chime in. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Love interacting with our texters. Also pointing out Benny Cunningham, number 89, is also a good high for the weather today. Sean?
Next time it's 89 and I'm producing, I'll include him.
Patrick Queen wears number 6. I am dreading the days that we have 6-degree weather in like the middle of January, middle of December. Typically we get that like one day in February. The wind chill's like -5 degrees. He's one of the first people to speak to the media at Steelers training camp on report day. And according to Brooke Pryor, Queen said that he was surprised by all the Steelers' moves this offseason. He woke up to a text that said, wow, with the eyeball emojis, and thought he got traded for a second, saying sometimes it comes at a cost and you lose great people, but then you also gain great people. He also said that he thought that when he saw the Ramsey trade that maybe he was getting traded. Patrick Queen stays and is going to be needed to be a significant, which I've said I think 10 times today, significant.
Someone's keeping track.
Someone is on the text line has said that I've said it 9 times. Because that's the case. There's a lot of huge pieces on this year's team. I've said it as many times as Malsey hit straight threes. Because if these types of players don't perform at the way we think they should or better, this is going to be a long season. So Patrick Queen last year was 5th of all linebackers in snaps. He was 13th of all linebackers in pressures. I don't rely on PFF for everything. I do think that they're a good tool and a good resource. Like, PFF should be used to enhance an argument or enhance the value of a player. Not so much with stats like pass rush win rate taking precedent and being more of a higher rated category to use for argument's sake, whether it be defensive player of the year, first team all pro, whatever, than, let's say, sacks, tackles for loss, quarterback hits, stuff like that. Patrick Queen, according to PFF last year, had an overall grade of 58.5. That was, Sean, 125th out of 189 linebackers last year.
Maybe that's why he's worried about getting traded, huh?
Probably. Because, yeah, Minka didn't perform very well. He ultimately was dealt out. And another thing that I worry about with Patrick Queen is coverage. He's not that great of a coverage linebacker. 122nd out of 189 linebackers, below average, a 53.8 coverage grade.
But he's still ahead of Cam Hayward in the NFL Top 100.
Yeah, so voted on by the players, by the way. So the players think that Patrick Queen is better than Cam Hayward.
That's weird because you would say
disrespect and shade thrown at Cam Hayward.
You would say, oh, that's a reputation for Queen because he was so good prior to that. But wouldn't Hayward have an incredible reputation.
So what do we think that Patrick Queen is so good at, Sean, right? Run defense. He's very good at helping to stop the run. Well, if you watched every snap last year, it didn't seem like Patrick Queen was that great at stopping the run. Well, PFF agreed. Out of his overall grade and his coverage grade, of the 189 linebackers, the worst grade that PFF gave Patrick Queen was in run defense. 56.8, 146 out of 189 linebackers last year. Patrick Queen was brought here on what some people thought would be a more rich deal than he ultimately signed, but still an expensive contract. He's one of the highest paid players on the team, one of the highest paid players on defense. And he records a well below average run defense grade. That's what he was brought in here to do. Stop the run, fix communication, wear the green dot, be somebody that this team could depend on against quality opponents coming over from the Ravens, understands the division, grass greener on the other side. And I don't think we've talked enough about how Patrick Queen has not been able to live up to the billing, and that this is a huge year two for him. I'm guessing
Landon Roberts probably graded out much better than he did. Certainly you would figure against the run.
Well, yeah, Landon Roberts, who ultimately went to the Raiders, had a much better season last year against the run. 5th best linebacker of those 189 with a 90.4 grade. Now, his coverage rate is not good. It's below average at 50.9. But the overall grade for Landon Roberts was 77.2, 22nd in all football. They let Landon Roberts go, and they ultimately decide to bring in Malik Harrison at middle linebacker. Malik Harrison of the Ravens. They're just deciding to pick off linebackers from the Ravens and decide we'll just throw them in to the Steelers scheme and system, and they'll work fine. Malik Harrison an overall grade of 50.7. Run defense, he was okay. Above average at 68. Coverage grade at 30.6. So you better hope that Peyton Wilson is going to be able to take that year two jump, which I do believe he's able to do, because Patrick Queen is even going to need some help and need some assistance. And frankly, he's had moments. He's done well at times. Remember that game against the Ravens? He had the forced fumble, stuff like that. But Landon Roberts, it was right there to bring him back. So Patrick Queen, one of the first to report for camp, he is back in the fold and in need of a big year two, or else he might end up being somebody like Minka that could end up going. 412-928-9370. Here is Ken in Mount Washington to chime in. What's going on, Ken?
Hey, I'm just calling in, chiming in here. I know it's a Pittsburgh radio talk show.
Yes,
and there's a lot of homers here. But what are these people drinking? You got them drinking the Kool-Aid that they're going to the Super Bowl?
Ken, I'm not drinking that Kool-Aid. There's somebody that's drinking it. I don't know what spiked that Kool-Aid, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, but the one guy that called prior to me said that Super Bowl, we're going to the Super Bowl. I'm telling you what, they're not even thinking and talking about the team that's going to win the division, which is the Baltimore Ravens. Well, nobody's talking about them. They got a running game that we can't stop.
I think we all think, Ken, that they're going to win the division. Like, I think the ultimate highest ceiling possible for the Steelers is win the division and be able to beat out Baltimore. I don't think they're better than Baltimore. They're not better than Baltimore offensively. They're not better than Baltimore defensively.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is true. But the other thing, too, is if Joe Burrow has the year he might have, just like you're saying Aaron Rodgers, if he has the year he might have, you know, it's about a lot of might-haves. Go with the facts. The facts is the Ravens that are going to win the division, and Pittsburgh people just won't accept it.
Do you think they'll finish second or third in the division, Ken?
Who is?
The Steelers.
Second or third? They're probably going to finish tied with the Bengals for second.
Tied with the Bengals. Thank you, Ken. Cincinnati right now has a defense that they're not paying their best player, and Trey Hendrickson. He is currently in Miami after training in Cincinnati. He went to Miami basically to just hang out because the Bengals will not guarantee more than the first year. Wake up, Bengals. Notice the TJ Watt contract. Notice the Myles Garrett contract. Not saying you have to offer that, but guarantees past the first year. That is reality now. You know, Cincinnati, get over it. Their ownership group just doesn't want to do it. Well, too bad. You want to keep good players? That's what you have to do. That's what you did with Burrow. That's what you did with Chase. Trey Hendrickson's a really good pass rusher. He's not Watt. He's not Parsons. He's not Garrett. He's in that next tier. He's a $35 million a year player. 33 to 35. Shamar Stewart, they won't give guarantees in his rookie contract that are natural to what you are supposed to get as a rookie. So Cincinnati's got their own issues. They won't fix their own defense. That they got rid of Pratt, their leading tackler last year. Their defensive line has been shifted, and not in a good way. And they can't even get their first-round pick signed. The Bengals might score 30 a year. They score 30 a game. They might give up 35 a game. So I'm not that confident that the Bengals are going to be this team that just runs through the NFL, because they're not going to be able to stop anything unless they get those two situations figured out. They're just not.
I'm still baffled by the Shamar Stewart situation. It just seems like a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, they don't want to give him like guarantees that have been worked into previous contracts for players that are, typical guarantees. They want him to basically earn them like incentives, I believe.
Second-round picks are now getting guarantees by and large.
It's just Cincinnati, the way they do business. They have to change. They have to adapt. And they are, frankly, not willing to do that right now, which is just, honestly, flat out ridiculous. This should not be something. It's also a bad first impression on potential rookies that come in down the line. Everybody thinks that there's a stigma around Cincinnati anyway, that they're cheap, that they don't pay players, that they don't do good enough to be able to enhance facilities, stuff like that. Sure, they paid Burrow. Sure, they paid Chase. They had to. I mean, if you don't, what type of messaging does that send? Cincinnati, I'm very high on their offense, but their defense brings them back to the pack where I think they might win 10 games. But I still like the Steelers' chances against the Bengals because they've done decent against Burrow. They've kept that offense in check. And as long as they can score against a put-together ragtag defense, they got a good chance. Now, to pay off the tease, Ben Roethlisberger thinks that this season could be one for the ages. Ben, a two-time Super Bowl champion who was beaten looking for a third against Aaron Rodgers, thinks that A-Rod, if he does not take the Steelers to the Super Bowl, the season is a bust. This is On Football and with Ben and Spence.
Like, are we going to find a way to still go, 500 with all this talent?
Yeah.
Or are we just going to bury people and win the Super Bowl?
There's no way that they're. I mean, this is when Coach Tomlin built this team. There's no way that they're saying that we're like 500 or that's not even on the table right now.
Yeah.
This team right now is built, and what Coach Tomlin has built is a Super Bowl or bust team, in my opinion.
I agree.
And so, I don't want to sit there and say that anything short of that is a failed season, because that seems like that's unfair pressure. But it also feels like that's what they've built for. And so, it's not about just getting to the playoffs. And it's not even just winning a playoff game. Yes, that's a step up, and that's great. But that can't be what is the final goal of this team. It can't be that. This team is built right now to go to a Super Bowl and to win a Super Bowl. And so it needs to happen.
Is it? I mean, outside of Tom Brady, quarterbacks in their 40s don't win in the playoffs outside of going to the Super Bowl with a lot of defensive spending where the league has shifted to offense, the rules have shifted to offense, offensive coaches typically are the ones that are winning. Look at Sirianni, look at Andy Reid, look at just some of these teams that are the ones typically at the top of the NFL. There's a lot of offensive coaches. Now, sure, you could throw McDermott out there. You could throw Harbaugh out there. You could throw Tomlin. Tomlin also has not won a playoff game in 8 years. Most of the teams that win and win championships and go far have offensive coaches, or they have a coordinator that runs an electrifying offense. Ben Johnson with the Lions last year, with Campbell more of a defensive guy. Dan Quinn in Washington. Cliff Kingsbury, former head coach, good offensive coordinator with Jaden Daniels. Joe Brady in Buffalo with Sean McDermott. A good scheme around Lamar in Baltimore. we don't know what the scheme is with Arthur Smith. We know that they want to run the ball heavily. Is it because they don't have the personnel yet, or at least they haven't, that we truly know or don't know what the Arthur Smith offense is? Like, I don't think Arthur Smith's offense is one that stacks up scheme-wise with motions, shifts, everything that comes with it, with the likes of Ben Johnson, Joe Brady, Andy Reid, Sirianni, those type of guys, Ben Johnson. That's why it's another prove-it type of year to determine what the case is with Arthur Smith and adding Jonnu Smith, DK Metcalf, how he best utilizes those players. But Super Bowl or bust? Sean, this is more like win a playoff game or bust. Super Bowl?
So, yeah, I would say talent-wise, if you're looking at the Steelers, what's the absolute best-case scenario, even if you're on the positive side of things, of where they rank talent-wise in the AFC? Fourth best? Best-case scenario?
Best-case scenario. They're not better than Kansas City. They're not better than Buffalo. And I would say right now they're not better than the Ravens.
Right.
The rosters of all three of those teams are better than theirs.
Agreed. Even if you say, hey, I think they're better than the Broncos, which is iffy. I think they're better than the Texans, which is iffy.
Houston's good. Houston's got a better quarterback than them.
But you could make that argument if you see everything working out well and you think Rodgers will have a good season and these additions on defense will make a difference. You could say they're the fourth best team in the AFC. So how realistic is it to think, if that's the case, that they're going to find a way to knock off or get past or be the last team standing over those other three teams and avoid an upset along the way as well? I just don't see that happening, and that's why I don't think you can realistically say Super Bowl or bust. That's just putting expectations way too high for this team. There's no reason to believe. I mean, when was the last time they won a playoff game? Now you think that they're going to win potentially 3 playoff games? That seems very unreasonable. Even, as we said, the fact that you can be overly optimistic this time of year, that's just not a realistic way of looking at things.
Yeah, I mean, look at how it turned out in Atlanta. I thought Kyle Pitts was supposed to be a star under Arthur Smith. I thought that Bijan Robinson, who had some really good years in Atlanta, was supposed to flourish even more than he did in that system with Arthur Smith. Play action offense, utilize tight ends. I mean, Drake London's a good receiver. It feels like, at least to me, and I might be wrong, they didn't utilize him well enough either. And when the pieces were all in place with Derrick Henry, a Hall of Famer, and Ryan Tannehill was just really good in that scheme, and we know how good A.J. Brown is, they had a lot of really good pieces around them. Will that be the same with this Steelers team with Arthur Smith? I have my doubts, but I still think that it's good enough to be able to get them potentially a wild card spot. But in that case, you're playing matchups. And if you're going to Buffalo, the final year of that stadium, extra juice, Josh Allen coming off an MVP, good chance he's going to go for another. Or Lamar, I mean, Lamar in the last 2 games that he played the Steelers have typically had Lamar's number. They have owned the Ravens over the last 5 years. Yeah, that flipped on that night in Baltimore when Lamar and the Ravens, despite a Minkah Fitzpatrick interception, beat the Steelers handily and then whooped them in the playoffs. Derrick Henry, the running game, 300 yards, on the field for the final 10 minutes their offense was against the Steelers' defense. So Super Bowl or bust? How about win a playoff game first and then we'll talk? Like, I'm sure the mentality from Ben always was win the Super Bowl or bust when he was the quarterback, just because of the pieces around him. Tomlin was younger and actually winning playoff games. You have to be able to start on the ground before you start on the 5th level, the 5th floor right now. I mean, they're looking at the very top. They're looking at the penthouse when right now they should be okay with an apartment on the 2nd floor.
I will say, players, as they head into a season, they should set their sights very high.
They
right?
should.
You don't want to settle for being mediocre or slightly better than that. If you're a player who's been around for 5-7 years, you desperately want to get a playoff win, and then you just want to keep stacking. You're not just going to say, well, we got 1 playoff win, that's all that we've really needed. But for the players to set that goal, that's one thing. For someone from the outside to say it's Super Bowl or bust, I just don't think that's realistic.
So, one texter says, Austin, so in love with Baltimore. They're 3-8 against the Steelers in the last 11. That's against the likes of Pickett, Trubisky, and Russell Wilson. In division is in division. Quit acting like Baltimore is Kansas City. I did mention that the Steelers have owned the Ravens over the last 5 years. That is very true. But it's also a what have you done for me lately league, and what have you done in the last 2 games against Baltimore, especially, and the playoffs are supposed to matter more than the regular season, right? And they got their lunch handed to them. So there is some concern because Baltimore does have a better roster than them. And I feel like Lamar Jackson has kind of figured out the defense. That was always the big thing. They just crushed Lamar. Great with the pass rush, great with disguising things against Lamar. He would throw interceptions. He would not be himself. Lamar would not be himself against the Steelers. He'd miss throws. Remember the Mark Andrews 2-point conversion that he missed, that throw? Lamar has always struggled against the Steelers. But in those last 2 games, it seemed like he found an extra gear. And that is something that should be a little bit concerning moving forward. So Super Bowl or bust. How about you try to win the division and have a home playoff game? Then we'll talk. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA, as well as Whammo 107.3, are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping off at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson, as well as Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life, life insurance, annuities, and member benefits since 1892. Also, you can listen to the Pop and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. And make sure to check out Breaking Bread. Jack Hillgrove on the newest edition of Breaking Bread, presented by Saloni's Italian Bread, sat down with Bill Hillgrove, his grandfather. You can watch it on the 937 The Fan YouTube page. Jack went to Gian Ellis in Greensburg to chat with Billy, as Billy talked about his long career as a broadcaster. And in a special segment found on Saloni's Instagram page, Bill reveals the former partner with whom he would like to be stranded on an island with. Who do you think that would be? Do you think Pat Bostic would rank high on that list?
I think the answer is Dick Groat. That would be my guess.
Yeah,
I haven't tuned in yet. And I will say the way it's phrased is a little weird because I don't think anyone wants to be stranded on an island. Maybe that's the best option to be with, but I don't think you're actively rooting to be stranded on an island. Well,
No.
maybe some
Nobody
people
is. Or if you were actively rooting to be stranded on an island, who
Ron
would
Cook, that might be up his alley.
I think Ron would thrive on a deserted island. Because as long as there is just beer flowing and food out there, maybe they'll plant a Domenico's on the deserted island. That's all he would need, Sean. That's all the life that Ron would have to live. Sean.
Austin.
The people can call now to win 4 tickets to the Pony League World Series at Lou Hayes Pony Field from August 8th to the 13th. Sean will pick up your information. Caller number 6 to our dear friend Sean Myers at 412-928-9370 wins the Pony League World Series tickets. Really fun event. I was there for 2 years working the event when I was in college at Waynesburg. So make sure to check that out. Up next, Austin's Limitless List. The 7 Steelers I'm most keeping my eye on in training camp, and it starts with the first day of practice tomorrow. Also, Tyler Kennedy will join us at the top of the hour. Dan Zangrilli, Mark Cavalli, and Jeff Hathorn in the final jam-packed, loaded hour of Steelers talk. And Zangrilli from down at the ballpark will get a trade deadline discussion going with Dan, what Dan is currently hearing, and the newest Mitch Keller rumor that has dropped. And your thoughts at 412-928-9370. Sean has a headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. It's report day for the Pittsburgh Steelers to St. Vincent College in Latrobe. The first practice will be tomorrow afternoon. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL training camps are open, and so are the quarterback battles. Daniel Jones is in Indianapolis now, trying to win the Colts starting job after flaming out with the Giants. Meanwhile, there are open competitions in New Orleans, Cleveland, and ironically, perhaps even in the Giants' own camp. The real question, will any of these quarterback battles actually lead to wins, or are these signal callers just placeholders until the next draft class arrives with fresher arms and higher ceilings? I'm Maggie Gray.
Must finance HMF Lowe APR Tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offer ends 7/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Donaldson's Crossroads, the Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive now in its 11th year. Drop off your backpacks now through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Games, prizes, and 93.7 The Fan on site from 1 to 2 p.m. This all leads up to Pittsburgh for PPS, the official back-to-school event for PPS students, August 18th at the Gold Lot 1 on the North Shore. Let's give every student a strong start together with Donaldson's Crossroads and Odyssey Pittsburgh.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying for well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Schultz Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Schultz Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at SchultzMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code.
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sunny with low humidity, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in the city that expects you to win. this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I played 20 freaking years. It's been a long run, and I've enjoyed it.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That was Aaron Rodgers on this being his last season, why he is retiring with the Steelers. That was when he spoke to the media, when he was officially signed, sealed, delivered, all ready to go at his press conference. And he thinks that the Steelers, he said that the Steelers will have his all this year in what is likely to be, most likely, but 95% chance, his final season.
I'm going to give the Steelers everything that I got and empty the tank and be super comfortable and satisfied with whatever happens. Obviously, we dream about playing at the highest level in the biggest games.
That was Rodgers during mandatory minicamp. Today, he is not yet, will report to Steelers training camp as the number one player that I am keeping an eye on this year. And it comes after Aaron Rodgers, just a season ago, played his first full year after just 4 snaps with the Jets, hurting his Achilles, first year away from Green Bay, played all 17 games last year. And Rodgers has been a dependable player dating back to 2014. Outside of that season against the Jets where he hurt his Achilles, he's played every single game outside of one in every season other than 2017 when he was hurt and was only able to play 7 games. So Aaron Rodgers has been pretty healthy in his career. He's the number one player all time in interception percentage. He doesn't turn the ball over a lot. He's the number one quarterback in NFL history in quarterback rating. He is also the number one quarterback in NFL history in sacks. And that is something that just cannot happen this year. They have to make sure to protect Aaron Rodgers and keep him upright. 5-12 last year with the Jets. Rodgers, though, could still sling it, man. 63% completion rate. He's 65% for his career, so down just a tad bit. And I mean, again, he's not the 28-year-old winning MVPs anymore that he once was. 28 touchdowns, 11 picks. His last season in Green Bay, 26 touchdowns, 12 picks. What's a realistic goal for Rodgers this year? 27 touchdowns and 7 picks? 8 picks? If that's the case, I think the Steelers do have an opportunity to pull off a couple of upsets in games that people don't see them winning. Now, remember this. They're only favored in 6 games this year, which is kind of odd if you think about it. Like, they're not favored in the Vikings game in Ireland. Neutral site, that means that Vegas thinks that the Vikings are better than the Steelers. They're favored in both games against the Cleveland Browns. They're favored against the Jets. But there are other games, like not favored against Baltimore. They're not favored against some of the best teams. They're favored against the Colts, but they're not favored against some of those top teams that they will play at the end of the season, obviously, that you would expect, like Lions, Buffalo, stuff like that. So I think Aaron Rodgers, as the number one player I'm keeping an eye on, and we've consumed so much Aaron Rodgers, whether it be what he said on McAfee, the documentary on Netflix, Rodgers during his introductory press conference with the media. But the real question remains, does he still have it? And a big reason why is because of player number 2 on the Steeler that I'm most keeping my eye on, and that's Broderick Jones. Can he make the transition, I should say. Also the tradition of offensive tackles for the Steelers over the last 15 years that haven't been dominant. Like, there's been no Joe Thomas on this team. There's been, there's no Michael Orr on this offensive line playing any position.
Orlando Pace.
There's no Orlando Pace. There's no Tony Munoz.
Trent Williams.
But can Broderick Jones be a solid tackle that's better than Dan Moore? Like Dan Moore, we gave Dan Moore a lot of crap. Dan Moore was fine. Wasn't good enough to want to keep around. He wasn't good enough to want to sign to the contract that he did, over $70 million from the Titans over 4 years? What did he get, 82 million, whatever. Dan Moore was overpaid. Broderick Jones needs to be able to make this transition and be productive to protect Aaron Rodgers so that Sayamalu isn't helping him out on that side and leaving gaps open for Zach Frazier to have to take care of and leaving gaps up the middle where he's going to have his hands full with some of the best defensive tackles, Matabike, Chris Jones, those types in the NFL. If Broderick Jones can protect Aaron Rodgers, they're going to have a chance to win a lot of games. Those two work hand in hand. Number 3 of the 7 Steelers I'm most keeping an eye on, it's Artie Smith. He is the only non-player on my list. But Arthur Smith, how he is able to put these pieces together. 10 new starters altogether on the Steelers. A lot of that coming on offense with DK Metcalf, Robert Woods, Caleb Johnson, Aaron Rodgers, Jonnu Smith. How does Arthur Smith put this puzzle together? How does he formulate this in training camp with limited snaps in preseason to be able to facilitate the offense? Patrick Queen is 4. And Sean, we talked about Patrick Queen a little bit already, but I feel like even though his tackle numbers were tops on the team, he is not somebody who I think has risen to expectations.
Maybe you make the argument, okay, first year with a new team, still getting adjusted. Now, honestly, I don't think that's a great excuse for a proven commodity like him, but you have to see something better in this second year. There's no doubt about that. We've mentioned a lot of resources into this defense. Overall, it needs to be better. Certainly against the run, it needs to be better. He's going to be a big part of that. If he doesn't improve, then you have to wonder, can the defense truly take a big leap forward? I think he's going to be instrumental if they are able to make that next step.
And as the main communicator, with Minko being part of that last year, wasn't the green dot guy, but I wonder how communication, and a lot of people might say that that's overblown, but still, how does Ramsey communicate with Queen, communicates with the defensive line, all those regards? And number 5 is actually somebody that I'm pretty high on. Now, it might not sound like it so far based on where I have him or the lack thereof of playing on offense. It's Roman Wilson. I've heard good things about Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson in college was a successful 10-touchdown, dependable weapon of J.J. McCarthy. He was their passing game. If you're high on J.J. McCarthy, which I'm not, you should be high on Roman Wilson. But at the flip side, and that might be counterintuitive to the argument I'm trying to make, if you're not high on J.J. McCarthy, you should be even higher on Roman Wilson because that guy was getting open and being very productive with a quarterback that, frankly, I don't think is all that good.
And a team that really didn't need to throw the football very much.
No, with an offensive line that had multiple guys drafted, Harbaugh with a good scheme, 2 running backs in Corum and Donovan Edwards that were good, and a defensive lineman that had so many players drafted, whether it be Mikey Sanders still, multiple guys on the defensive line. Think about who's the guy that just got picked by Cleveland, 5th overall from Michigan?
Graham?
Yeah, Mason Graham.
Yeah.
He was a part of that defense.
That said, I mean, we've seen guys have very successful college careers and can't make the transition. I would still be worried about him because they just never seemed interested in giving him a chance. I mean, they made a trade to bring in a receiver because they didn't want to give Roman Wilson that opportunity. They kept making the moving bus or moving train.
Yeah, he can't hop on the moving train. He played all of 5 snaps last year.
I mean, if you're a talented player, I understand he was injured at times, but if you're a talented player, they're going to find ways to get you on the field, even if maybe you aren't fully up to speed. So I would have some pessimism about Roman Wilson, but if we don't see it soon, you have to wonder if it's ever going to happen. I think this is a make or break camp, and I think early on in the season we'll know if he's going to be part of the equation or not.
A lot of people are mentioning as well, poor scheme, causing players to underperform. I think that's fair. I do wonder what Terrell Austin's true scheme and philosophy would look like if there wasn't a lot of Tomlin influence. Would it be better? Would it be worse? I don't know. I'm at least kind of curious on what it would be. Another texter points out, and a lot of people have kind of mentioned this, how many times have the Ravens won the division 3 years in a row? And should we really give the Ravens the benefit of the doubt? I think the Ravens have earned the benefit of the doubt. And that pains me to say. I don't want to think that the Ravens are going to be able to win this division. Not with ease. but that they're definitely the favorites. And I would probably put the Steelers third, right behind Cincinnati, just because of the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase effect. Even though their defense is just so bad, they can win so many games just because of their offense. And I think back to Sean. Remember when the last time the Steelers were good? It was Ben.
I have to really think back.
It's about a decade. It was Ben. It was Bell. It was Brown. It was Martavis Bryant. It was a veteran, experienced offensive line with Marquise Pouncey, Foster, DeCastro, Gilbert, the likes. And their defense, their secondary had like Mike Mitchell, Sean Davis, Artie Burns, Ross Cockrell, Antoine Blake. There was a linebacking core that was banged up. Their defensive line was fine, but Cam Hayward wasn't nearly the player that he is right now. And the point that I'm trying to make is their defense was shaky, their offense was elite, and they were still going to the playoffs and still winning some playoff games, going to the AFC Championship against the Patriots. Sure, they had the Boswell field goal game, but they positioned themselves well enough to be able to get into the playoffs and have a good chance at that. And in years past, it was the offense that drove it. Now they're trying to have the defense completely drive the bus, and it just, frankly, hasn't worked. So the highest paid defense has to play like the highest paid defense, and I have Keanu Benton, number 6. Juan Thornhill, number 7. Keanu Benton last year, and one note on Broderick Jones, too, before we shift, he was a 58 overall grade last year, according to PFF, 89th of 140 tackles. His run blocking grade was league average. His pass blocking, way below league average. So that's obviously going to be a point of contention as to how Broderick Jones factors in. But Keanu Benton, I do have some faith in, is going to be able to take a leap. I think he's going to benefit from Derek Harmon being next to him. It's going to take some pressure off of Benton. But he needs to be able to stop the run and get to the quarterback more often. And he needs that year 3 jump that a lot of players sometimes have. Finally, on Juan Thornhill. Thornhill had a 65 overall grade last year. No interceptions, 3 pass breakups. Basically graded out as a average player in every statistical category. The only way that I could see Juan Thornhill being able to thrive in this scheme is if they basically have Ramsey, Slay, Porter cover large portions of the field and only give Thornhill minimal assignments. And I don't think that's probably best for the defense to basically have to hide somebody back there. But if there is a spot to do it, it's probably Thornhill's spot. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny and hot today with a high of Ernie Mills and Benny Cunningham. And that's 89. Tyler Kennedy will join us coming up next as the Steelers continue to move into training camp. We'll continue to update you on it. Jalen Ramsey today being named the 66th best player in the NFL top 100 list as voted on by the players. Cole Holcomb is there. Nick Herbig just walking in with what looks out like a really interesting Hawaiian shirt that also has duct tape attached to it. Keanu Benton has arrived. We'll continue to update some of the arrivals and what was said as Pat Fryermuth is also moving into St. Vincent. Roman Wilson as well, and what some of the players said as they spoke to the media on their way in and on their way out back for the first time to football for the first time since early January. Sean has a headline. We're back with TK on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates Tigers will be getting underway in about 30 minutes' time. You could still tune into the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli right now on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Starkey.
If you're ready to sell your home and want it sold quickly and for the most money possible, call my friend Gina Giampietro. Jeff was ready to sell his home in Monroeville and reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Jeff said Gina and her team took great photos of the home, and with her impressive marketing plans, Gina was able to get multiple offers for Jeff's home, and he accepted a cash agreement for over $400,000 from the first person who went to an open house at his home on the very first day. In his 5-star review, Jeff said Gina and her team are the very best. I agree. Gina will sit down with you, agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline passes, the home isn't sold, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental, so you can't lose. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina at RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina 724-602-9752 or Google GM at RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekday 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights, cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, choose from payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Plus, a free in-home window and energy assessment. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
That's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. That's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
What's up, black and gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Do you ever feel like your neck or back pain will never get better? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty. We have the answer you've been looking for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our non-surgical disc treatment has helped thousands of patients with bulging, herniated, and degenerative discs avoid spinal surgery. Our treatment, intradisc neutrosis, rehabilitates and turns on your disc self-repair process. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh Sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus, grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. A big day for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It is report day at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. The first team practice will be tomorrow afternoon. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Bompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kennedy. You know what that means. It's time for Tyler Kennedy. TK, great to see you. Good to talk to you.
Nice to see you, too. It's nice to be back in the studio with the boys. Actually, just you today.
Yeah, no Joe, no Bob. Sean Myers producing behind the glass. We were just looking up at the screen. Sportsnet Pittsburgh's getting ready for the game, and we saw Paul Skeens. And Skeens is just really a great ambassador, especially just in year two. He's still a young guy. I think we all forget. He's only, 22, 20, about to turn 23. And he's just a great ambassador for the game, great ambassador for the Pirates, always there meeting with people, talking to people. Was it similar? Do you see similar things with Sid? Like, I imagine Sid is just a magnet for people that want to come up and talk to him.
Especially at the beginning of Sid's career. Everywhere we went, like, everyone was going there to see him. And I remember one time, I was like, hey, Sid, you want to go for lunch? And he's like, I'd love to, TK, but I got to go home. I got to sign some stuff for a couple hours. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I got to sign stuff for a couple hours, like probably 1,000, some of those hockey cards or whatever. But he signed so much stuff, and then you get pulled in so many directions because somebody wants a piece. But Sid does so much stuff like behind, without the cameras there, behind closed doors, doesn't really want people. He does it for the right reasons. And obviously, you see when Skeens, Ben Roethlisberger, all those guys when Pat McPhee had him down at PPG Paints.
Yeah, I was there.
Like, you wonder, just like Skeens knowing so much about Sid, like if he's learning from him, like Sid does everything so right, and then you see a guy like Skeens, middle of the year, bringing all these guys down, has such a great name, such a great personality. Like, I'm not sure about his personality. He seems pretty tight when he talks. Like, doesn't really give.
He
you
doesn't
much.
have much to say.
Yeah, and it's even better when he talks about Livy and how they are. He just gives like 2-word answers, which is like hilarious. But you see him bringing like a lot of special needs or just maybe unfortunate kids down and making them feel special. Like, that's a leader. Because when I saw Sid do it, I was like, well, probably the busiest guy and the most important guy on the team is doing it every day or as much as he can. You better do it yourself, and that's leadership.
Well, and it seems like he didn't even, by the way you're saying it, make it sound like an obligation. It was just something that he wanted to do. He felt a responsibility just kind of for the game of hockey to do.
Yeah, and you know what? You never found out the day of, or it was always like a week after, or you run into people like, oh, we saw Sid at the hospital last Tuesday, and I'm like, that was our day off. But he does it for the right reasons, and he does it to show that hockey players are a different breed. They take care of everyone, and again, I can talk all day about how good of a person Sidney Crosby is, but it's so nice to see a guy like Skeen starting to bring people down, starting to get a little bit of publicity about being the right guy. And when you have guys like that are, probably the most important guys on the team doing it, like that goes through the whole team, and it shows you what you should be doing.
Yeah, you're culture setters.
Yeah, it's a different kind of culture, right? It's a culture that we're more than just baseball players, hockey players. We're human beings. We know how to take care of people. We know how to make people feel good, and we have a platform through the sport to do this. And I don't think I've ever seen a kid on the ice with Sidney Crosby or meet and greet with Sidney Crosby that didn't have a smile ear to ear. Like, I mean, changed the outlook on the day, on the year, on his life. Like, and again, like I said, it was always, I never, you don't find out about a lot of this stuff until like a week or two after, or months after.
Yeah, he's not looking for any credit or anything.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
the type of people that Skeens, Ben, Sid are makes it pretty impressive. But today is report day for the Steelers, first day of camp, TK. What was it like for you when you reported to camp for the first day? Is there jitters? Is there emotion that goes into it? What goes through your mind as you bring all your stuff and get ready to go? Now, it's different, obviously, because the Steelers are going up to St. Vincent.
Yeah.
But still in the same regard, report day, day one, take me through it.
Well, there's like a lot leading up to it, especially with the Penguins having made the playoffs. Like, they have a long time off. And I remember, you get there a week or two before, but the jitters for me, like, I wasn't a guy that ever felt safe that I can go to training camp and maybe get in shape or just fit in. Like, I needed to put on a performance at training camp. I needed to be in the best shape ever. So it was always nerve-wracking, and I always felt like I was getting chased by someone. So I think my whole career, I never slept good the night before testing or the first day, because you never know what can happen. Even though I was on like a one-way deal, you still have those jitters. And probably the biggest jitters I've ever had was like my first 2 years, because they used to put you on the VO2 and the bike. And the VO2 is like, you literally got on a treadmill. They put like those big, huge masks on your mouth, and then they're like, start running. And then the treadmill goes faster, and the elevation, the front of the treadmill starts going up. And a guy like me, I'm pushing 5'10", and you're running a lot harder than a guy like that's 6'2", that's got those long legs. So I felt like I was working. I never really ever did good.
It's kind of like a stress test. A little bit.
And I swear, you hit that, I think it was like, you got to hit like 10 or 11 minutes. Like, you are whipped. And it is like, you're having anxiety because you're like, am I going to be the first guy to fall off the back of the treadmill because I don't want to give up? But all that stuff was like very intimidating, because it was like competition. That was like, you couldn't hide. You couldn't blame it on anyone else. Even Dan Balsma we didn't do off-ice testing after we won the cup, but we did one on-ice test. And it was at the goal line, down and back 3 times. And there was 3 other guys you were racing against. You had a minute and a half off. You had a minute and a half off. They took your blood, and then you did it again. And it was like, I was like in elementary school racing against your buddies. Okay, you're going to go as hard as you can. And I think my heart rate was like, I swear, it was like 187. But I was very good at dropping my heart rate. I think I dropped my heart rate to 125 in a minute and a half from 187.
How did you do that?
That's
just
like
preparation and
yeah,
the more
just
you do
being
it?
in good shape. Like
Yeah.
I ran a lot in the summer. I used to work out like someone was taking my job. Every time I stepped in the gym, every time I woke up early, every time I did extra, I always had that motivation that someone was coming to steal my job. And I think that's what kept me in the league so long, that I always had that little bit of a fear factor. And especially with the Penguins, like you go to training camp and you weren't on, and you had guys like Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Fleury, all those guys. Like you better be on, because everyone wanted to play for the Penguins in the heyday. So it was definitely nerve-wracking. But once you settled in, once I got a couple days in, I always felt good, because I always came to training camp in tip-top shape because I had to.
Who pushed you the most in those speed drills? Was Sid the best at all of them? Or was there somebody else that you're like, all right, if I can beat this person, then I can make a point to the coaching staff?
Well, like for strength, it was always Brooks Orpik. Orps was like, you do, I think it was 155 pounds on the bench press, and you just ripped it out as many times as you could. I think I got like 20. Brooksy got like 40, 42.
I always thought that he was the type of guy where if there was any type of fight or any type of scuffle right around the boards, Orpik's the one guy you stay away from outside of like Matt Cook, because Matt Cook will just kick your ass.
Exactly. Like Brooksy, it was funny because the beginning of Brooks's like career, when I got into like the Penguins, he was like this real big jack guy, like just like real strong and really took care of himself. That comes from Gary Roberts, Mark Recchi. Those are the guys that were really setting a tone with eating healthy, and Brooksy kind of went like with them and did all that kind of stuff. So Brooksy was unbelievable. But by the end of Brooksy's career, he was like kind of like a skinny, like shredded guy, but he was strong as an ox. Probably the most overall best shape was either Chris Letang or Pascal Dupuis.
Dupuis, really?
Oh, Dupuis was an animal.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
An animal. Like honestly, for having 4 kids, 2 dogs, he was like in the best shape I've ever seen anyone. Like he was, for the skates, for being strong, for always just not looking tired. Duper was unbelievable. Obviously, you see all the videos with Chris Letang. Have you seen the videos of Chris Letang working out this summer?
No, I did not.
Like Tanger's on another level of strength too. Like he's
even
just
after
strong.
the heart issues that he's had too.
Yeah, like I had a hard time doing 10 push-ups or 10 chin-ups. Like I can do 10. I could probably push out 15 chin-ups in my heyday. Tanger was doing like 10 with like 100 pounds wrapped around his waist. Like he was just different. He was strong. Sid was always Sid. Like he was just perfect at everything. But know what a guy that really always came into training camp, and you'd have to be like, oh, if I can come near him. Remember Chris Connor? Chris Connor was 5'5", probably 185, 190. He was real thick. But he absolutely crushed every fitness test, from like the skate to like the bike. Like he was just, he was another guy that if he didn't come and win fitness testing, like he's going back.
He'd be frustrated about it.
But it was, you can do all the fitness testing you want and everything, but I don't know how much the coaches care about fitness testing. They want to see guys know how to play hockey, right? Hockey IQ, learn, score goals, be a difference maker when you play exhibition. And I didn't really realize that until after. But, those whole fitness, that's why they're getting out of it. I don't think they're doing fitness testing anymore in the NHL. They're kind of getting rid of it because it's just like, this is pointless.
Texter, TK, what's the fastest mile you ever ran?
Oh, geez. The fastest mile. I can do a 6-minute mile.
A 6, really?
Yeah.
Sean, what fastest mile can you run?
I mean, we're talking literally, I'm going back like almost, 20 plus years at this point. I was under 7, but it wasn't close to 6. I think it was high 6. Maybe, I don't know, let's say 650, I think, but I was probably 17 at the time.
Man, if I ran the mile, what time do you think I would run if I ran the mile right now?
Oh, I bet you'd get like maybe 8 minutes.
8 minutes?
8.5
If
minutes.
Sean Myers was running 6.5, 6:50 at 17.
But you're humming. Like
Yeah,
you're
he's lengthy.
Like I was in the peak of my conditioning. So in junior in the OHL and Sioux Greyhounds, we would do a 2-mile run, and you had to get under 14 minutes. And I was like 13:30, and I was like it's more than a jog. Like it's a jog sprint, and you got to hum around that track 8 times. And it's crazy because everyone's on that line. It's like a track meet, But I always thought that like the hardest thing for a hockey player to do was run and sprint, because a lot of hockey players aren't built like sprinters,
No.
And doing that mile was very, very tough. But again, that's all we did. Like we practiced that. You knew what training camp was bringing,
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peter Sound. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Tyler Kennedy, sponsored by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, where that last question just came from, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. TK, take us through the inner workings of what camp is like, especially as you get further and further closer to the season, how camp kind of develops.
Yes.
And especially like how often how is it determined who plays when, especially in like the preseason?
Well, usually like you got 2 or 3 days of playing, having hard practice, doing fitness testing, getting all the media stuff out of the way, and then you start getting those exhibition games. And as a young guy, you kind of know where you sit, because the more games you play, that means they want to look at you. If you don't play many games, it's pretty much like you're already on the team.
Yeah, you're a lock.
Yeah, you're a lock. But the games are like, so when you play a home game, like all the better players play at the home game, and then like you're talking to Crosby's, those guys, and then guys like me would go, and we'd be going on the road trips, to the day trips to Columbus to play their team with all their studs. So how it works is the home team keeps their studs and plays their studs at home, and then they bring a B squad to go play the A squad. So when you go to Columbus, when you go to Philly to play an exhibition, like you're going to get throttled because they're starting all their starters.
And your A guys aren't even traveling to the game, not even to watch. Are they just staying at home? Yeah.
But when you do that, when you are the B team and you go to those trips, like you look around the dressing room and you got all tough guys. When I played, it's a little different now, but we had every tough guy, and we definitely were getting pushed around.
You're playing the Reeveses of the world.
Yeah. And that was kind of comforting, because you knew you didn't really have to fight too much, or if it did get out of hand, you'd have your own size. But once you do all that, you play, you try to play as least amount of games as possible. You end up playing all the games. It goes pretty quick. And then the last exhibition is pretty much when you know where you stand. And you have pretty much the whole team except maybe 1 or 2 of the studs. Like Sid won't play, or, Tanger or someone. But everyone else in the lineup. So you're trying to make that last game. And my first year, I had a great camp. Or my second year, when I didn't make it out of the training camp, but I got called like a week after to come back up and play. So we play our exhibition in London, Ontario, and we're playing Philadelphia. And I'm on the 4th line. It's my first exhibition. They gave me an exhibition game as like a 18-year-old. So I was like, wow, I'm getting a game. That's like a win right there.
Here's a
And
shot.
I was playing with Andre Waugh. Remember Andre
Waugh?
Yeah.
Very good.
And some other guy. And I remember we looked at Philly's lineup, and it was just meatheads. We were playing in London, and they're all meatheads. And I remember Andre Waugh looks at me and goes, hey, I know you're trying to make the team, but just like don't run around and hit their tough guys, because that means I have to come in and be like
lay the boom.
Yeah, lay
basically.
the boom. Like, and I don't want to do that. It's not even the year. It doesn't count with my stats. So I was like, all right, dude, well, I got to run around a little bit and work my butt off. And I had a pretty good game. And then after the game, I'm like, guys, I might have a sniff to like maybe stay for the first 9 games. And then I got I get called in right after the game, and it's Michael Terrian. And he goes, hey, you had a great camp. We love you. We didn't expect you to do this well. That's why we gave you a game. And he's like, but you need to develop more. We're going to send you down tomorrow to Wilkes-Barre. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, thanks, man. It was a lot of fun. I'm excited to try to get back up here. I'm like, well, what time's the car picking me up to take me to the airport? And he goes, well, the bus leaves at 7 and welcome to the AHL, and I was like, oh, is that how it works? He goes, yeah. You ride the bus until you make it, kid. And I was like, oh, so this is why no one wants to stay in the AHL.
He's like, you're soft, TK. Come on, you're soft.
Oh, dude.
Go ride the bus, TK. Come on.
But it was just like the way he put it. He goes, welcome to the AHL, kid. Get on that bus. And 7 a.m., you're getting on this, like, those buses, 8 hours to Wilkes-Barre. You're living out of your car. That's like, people don't realize, like, when you play in the NHL, and it's different when you have a family and kids, but when you're on like a 1 or 2 year deal and you're kind of just not scraping through, but you're not signing those big deals. Like, you're living out of a suitcase.
Yeah.
Like, you have a place and everything, but you have like your parents' old furniture. You might have your own TV. You can fit your whole life in the back of your truck, and that's how you live, And that's like, when I first retired, that's the biggest thing that like changed. I was like, wow, like, I actually know where my stuff is, because you lose so much stuff
For that long.
Oh, I think it was.
What's the worst thing you ever lost?
I lost so much I don't even know. Like, from clothes to suits to everything. One time I had my whole apartment was in a transport, and it burnt to the ground on the way to my house. The
transport burnt to the ground?
Burnt to the ground.
How did that catch on fire? Did it crash into like a gasoline truck?
No, this is crazy. So I got these movers to move me from waterfront. I used to live with George LaRock in the waterfront, and then I moved up to Nevillewood in, like, those townhomes.
Yeah.
And I'm at practice, and the moving guy called me. He's like, hey, TK, there's a lock on your storage room. You want us to cut it? I go, yeah, cut it, put all of it, and I'll meet you at the house after practice. I'll be there around 1:30. And he's like, okay. I'm at my house at like 2 o'clock, and I'm sitting around an empty house. I'm like, where are these guys? They're supposed to be here like a half hour ago. I get a call from the guy. He's like, hey, dude, we had a big problem. Like, we need you to come here right now. And I'm like, dude, it's all used furniture and a couple other good things, but like, just hurry up, Like,
yeah, just load it up. Let's go.
We'll figure it out. He goes, no, you got to come here. We're at this address, and it was like 2 miles from my place. And so I jump in my truck, I go, and I'm like half a mile, and I see smoke in the air. Like, I mean, like, cloud of smoke. And I'm like, no way. And there's this recycling place off the Bridgeville exit. It's like, or where they collect those big bins of garbage, they store them. It's like,
yeah, there's those like landfill areas.
So I'm going to pull in there. A cop stops me. He goes, hey, you can't come down into this whole place. You shut down. There's a fire. And I'm like, well, I don't know, dude, but I think my stuff was the thing on fire. So I do need to come in. So I come down there, and there's a transport literally burnt to the ground. And I'm like looking at it, I'm like, wow, those are my Escalade rims. That's like everything.
Just completely melted.
Yeah, every picture I had, everything, And I see in the corner, there's 4 guys, and they look like crazy. Like,
were these the movers?
Movers, like crazy. And they're all smoking cigarettes in a circle.
There you go.
And this, the Carnegie police come over to me, and they knew who I am. They're like, hey, TK, obviously sorry what happened, but we're going to figure this out. I don't care if to stay here all night. But after looking at these guys and seeing them all smoke, one of these guys did this because no one's admitting to it. He goes, I'm going to stay there. I'll stay here all night to find that butt. Like a cigarette butt. A cigarette butt never burns. I never knew that. And I was like, okay. He goes, yeah, I guarantee I'll find that butt. I get a text like at 11:30 at night. He goes, I found the butt. And I'm like, oh, this is this is awesome.
So one of the movers.
Yeah.
What were these movers like? Were they just like
right out of prison?
Right out of prison to the moving company.
You know.
Did you do a background check on these movers, TK?
No.
Where'd you find these people?
They were a sponsor of the Penguins, dude. I don't want to say their name, but they were a sponsor of the Penguins. That's
wow.
why. Yeah, that's why I
the
don't want.
Penguins recommended the movers that set your stuff on fire.
This is like Ben Stiller and Meet the Parents.
This
Burns
one
the
guy.
entire
So
thing down.
I go down. I'm looking through like all the burn stuff. This one guy comes over. He goes, "Hey, sorry, dude." And I'm like, no problem. It's just my whole life burnt to the ground, and you guys are having cigarettes. It's like, what am I gonna do? You know. But it was nuts. It was so crazy that it happened. But literally, that's like my life burnt right to the ground.
That's horrible.
Yeah, and then
that's hard to believe.
Yeah,
I guess one of them just ignorant enough to just flick one at the side of the truck.
Guess what happened? I had a futon, and the guy was putting the futon in the back of the transport.
Yeah,
and he had a smoke as he was sitting on my futon. And he must have ashed or dropped the cigarette, or he got caught smoking near my stuff.
Yeah.
He jumped, and he must have dropped the cigarette in my futon.
On the futon.
One of them admitted to it, and he's like, I guess the driver goes, dude, we're flying down the highway, and these people are pulling up. They're like, you're on fire. Going 3 down 376. They're like, you're on fire. You're on fire. He's like, what are you talking about? And I guess he looked up, and there's flames coming to the top of the transport. So they pull off the highway, and everyone ran out, burnt to the ground. Then the insurance company called me. This is even better. They're like, we'll give you $5,000 right now.
$5,000 for your entire life's worth
I was
of
like,
stuff.
And I was 22. I'm like, oh, $5,000. Like, I'm trying to put the numbers. I'm like, well, my Escalade rims are like $2,000 right there. Like, I don't know. And then the Penguins got involved, got me a lawyer. I ended up getting like the money I should, but it was like nuts. It was the craziest. This story keeps going because I call my parents and I'm like, hey, everything's burnt down, my suits, everything.
Wow.
And then my mom's like, all right, we'll be there the next day. We're going to drive down. We'll go shopping for all new stuff. Because obviously they knew, they're like, you're going to get money for this, That night, we had practice. We had a day off the next day. So me, Max, Jordan Stahl, we would go down to Southside and we party all night. Like, I mean, all night.
Marios has never seen a day like it since, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I had a lot of steam to blow off, And so my parents come in the next morning, and I am so hungover that when we go shopping, we went to with a couple of the furniture stores in Robinson. As soon as I find a chair, I go to sleep, and I'm like, Mom, just pick anything. And so it was, I go to my house, I see all this furniture coming in, and I didn't care because I was like, at the time I didn't care because I was so hungover because we went out in training camp. It's fun to go out because all the boys go. And Max had a house on Southside, so we went again. I was hurting the next day, and I didn't care.
Do they still do that?
I don't think the players go out as much. I don't think any athletes go out as much because before you'd have to go out and talk to girls and try to meet people.
Yeah,
and try to meet. Now you just can go on you can text them or Instagram them or whatever. But we used to go out a lot. That was part of having fun in the NHL was the parties. But I'm at my house and all this old school furniture is wheeling in. I mean sleigh beds. Everything is wood. Exactly what my mom would put in her house. And I'm looking, and my parents are already gone home. I'm like, oh my God, it looks like a 75-year-old person lives here, not like a 22-year-old. So I call my mom. She goes, yeah, well, you want to howl at the moon. You got to wake up with the boys in the morning, And I was like, whatever. So every time I would have a buddy over or whatever, they'd be like, oh, that's a cool sleigh bed. That's a cool wooden sleigh bed. Is your grandparents? They're I had the oldest school furniture.
You were straight out of 1940s.
Oh, dude. Even my wife now, she goes, we got to get rid of that sleigh bed. We got to get rid of all your furniture. It is my grandparents' furniture, but.
Had all kind of flowers and stuff on it, I'm sure.
Oh, it was real, for older people, But I got all new stuff, but it was, and that was in training camp. Talk about
And that was in training camp.
Talk about starting the year off on the wrong foot, you know?
We started with training camp. We'll end with training camp. Great stuff, TK. Let's continue it coming up next. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sean also has a question. Austin Bexel in for Pump and Joe with Tyler Kennedy and Sean Myers at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sean has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Yesterday, the Pirates won 8-5 at home against the Detroit Tigers. Mitch Keller earned the victory going 6 innings. He had 5 strikeouts. Spencer Horwitz, Brian Reynolds, Tommy Pham, each 3 hits in that win. Pirates and Tigers today, they are just underway to scoreless in the first inning. If you want to tune in, you can listen to that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jalen Ramsey. At the ripe age of 30, Jalen Ramsey is ready to prove he ain't done yet. The former first-round defender spent his early NFL years with the Jaguars, quickly becoming one of the most feared quarterbacks in the league. He then spent time in L.A. and Miami, winning a Super Bowl and multiple Pro Bowl nods. Now, after being traded to the Black and Gold in June, Ramsey looks to make a career run on a star-studded defense. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Bears only won 5 games last year, but Caleb Williams is aiming much higher in 2025. The second-year quarterback wants to become the first 4,000-yard passer in the history of the Chicago Bears franchise, and he wants to complete 70% of his throws while doing it. Chicago invested big in protecting him and brought in offensive guru Ben Johnson, who helped Jared Goff hit those same marks in Detroit. Now it's on Williams to take that leap. I'm Maggie Gray.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. Wow. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to WeatherSealHomeServices.com.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
$50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. We're joined by Tyler Kennedy. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Sean, it would be very ignorant of myself if I did not include you in this conversation to ask TK a question.
Well, thank you, Austin. You're a wonderful man. So, TK, earlier this week when I was with Austin, I brought up the story to him about recently Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl jumping in what looked to be a beer hockey league game. Maybe it was even just a pickup game. Did you ever crash someone's game? Just get out there where you're playing against guys who are clearly not skilled hockey players and just have fun with it?
Yeah. Well, in the summers, everyone's like, you're kind of like thriving for competitive hockey. So you want to, like, some of those upper levels of men's league, it's pretty good. You get a good little sweat. Guys obviously are going so hard against you. Back home, we used to have like an NHL skate, but I never really played those like men's league. And then when I started dating my wife, I used to play at Ice Castle. Tyler Marovich used to have this like pro skate with all the pro guys, Trocheck, Miller, all these guys would skate, and they were really good games, but they also had some of these guys that were fill-ins. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And this is when I had a wife and my daughter. And I'm like, hey, we're in the championship game. And everyone's playing hard. And then, like, this, like, duster. Like, I mean, this kid didn't even play, or he played, like, I don't know. He wasn't a hockey player, but he was trying to fight me. And I'm like, dude.
Bad idea, kid.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, like, you're, like, 18. I'm 30, and my wife and kids are in the stands. I can't fight you right now. Like, and he was like, hey, you want to go? Want to see? And I'm like, dude. One, I'll like crush your face. Like I will beat the wheels off you, you know, like I will literally like staple your eyes shut, you know. And
were you still in the league at this point?
Yeah, I was still on where was I? I was still on the Penguins.
So then why would you even challenge? Like that just sounds so stupid.
And like those, like the NHLers or guys are going hard and they're trying to get a good sweat. And like, I'm not sure if I clipped him by accident or something, but like he tripped me and I'm like, you know, he obviously not going to let this kid. So I tripped him back. And then he kind of turned around and he goes, what are you going to do? And I'm like,
oh, so he had some motive. Oh,
yeah,
maybe it wasn't stupid. There was some motive involved here.
I was like, what? And then I, you know, obviously started to threaten his life with everything. And then I'm like, I go off the ice. I'm like sitting in Ice Castle on the bench, and I'm going, this kid's like 19. I got my wife and my daughter. I can't do this right now.
You don't want to go home and be like,
and what?
Why did you absolutely beat the you-know-what out of that kid, TK?
I can't win.
What were you doing, TK?
Yeah, I can't win. And even like, imagine if you got a lucky shot. And the first time my daughter's watching me play in the summer, I get dropped by some kid, you know, in my, you know, it was just like, yeah, it's just like, but that was the only time where I was like, all right, I'm not playing against, you know, these men's league guys, but with McDavid, I would think you'd have an enforcer just watching his back,
So we are now a week away from the MLB trade deadline. There are a lot of rumors around some of the Pirates like Mitch Keller, David Bednar, Dennis Santana. How were you and how were members of your team able to handle those types of rumors? Like, do you hear them when like national reporters are putting out, the Rangers are interested in Tyler Kennedy or the Panthers are interested in Jordan Stahl, stuff like that? Did you guys hear those types of rumblings?
Well, I don't know if my name got pushed around that much because I'm not sure if I was like that big of a name. But when I was on the Penguins, it was always like, I don't want to be the guy getting traded to a bad team for a good player to make a playoff push. Because my 6 years here, we'd always make huge moves at the deadline to go and try to win.
To add.
Like Ray Shero, that's all he played to win every year. And you were always just hoping, please don't be me going the other way, going like Kobe to go to Atlanta, going to a team that doesn't have a sniff. And then when I went to San Jose, I didn't have any luck in San Jose. I never played well. Things didn't work out in San Jose. And I was like the first time at trade deadline, I never heard anything. My agent didn't tell me. He just said, "Are you healthy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm healthy." He goes, "You might get traded tomorrow." I'm like, "Oh." And I didn't really worry about it. I only had my wife. We can go wherever we want. We had no commitment with kids. But I thought I squeaked through it again. But I was half dressed going on to the ice for pregame skate. And he called me and Andrew Desjardins in. And obviously, as soon as the GM goes, "Hey, can we talk to you?" You got traded.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Okay, where are we going? Please, somewhere with the palm tree. Please, somewhere with the palm tree." But
no, not going back to Canada. You don't want to go back home.
No, just
give me good weather.
Yeah, somewhere nice, or somewhere that's got a good team. So I went to Long Island, and Andrew Desjardins went to Chicago, and he won a cup there. And I was like, "Oh, they couldn't pick me up today on Chicago," But yeah, it's crazy because as soon as you get traded, they pack your stuff. You get out of that room, your stuff's packed up, and you're like out of that room, like you're not part of the team anymore. And you don't hear from anyone else. You hear from some of your teammates going, "Hey, thanks, you're awesome. Hopefully, see you soon. Good luck." But like for the staff of the NHL team, like they don't associate with you.
Not even like the coaches. They don't say anything.
They say, "Hey, thanks. I don't know why it didn't work out." And I was like, "It's because you didn't play me enough. That's why, Todd McCollum."
It's an answer to everything.
You didn't put me on the power play. You put the same guys every year on the power play. You never won a cup in San Jose. But anyways, yeah, we had they have like a little like, "Hey, I don't know, I worked out. Sorry, good luck, this and that." I'm like, at that time, you're like, well, you kind of unleash on the coach because he has no effect on your career. You're just like, yeah, So Andrew went in to talk to Doug Wilson first, and I went to talk to the coach. And that's when, the coach is like, "I don't know why it didn't work out. We love you, TK, this and that." I'm like, "Well, one, you're a healthy scratch me every third game. I wasn't on the power play."
So you weren't biting your tongue. You were
oh, yeah, you can and he's going, "Well, that's like, we didn't think you were playing well enough." I'm like, "Well, you run with the same guys. Like you unleash on the coach and he unleashes on you. And after you're like, all right, see ya, and you walk out.
That's it. You don't talk again for a long period of time.
Yeah, you get outside the rink and you're like, all right, what's going on? And then within a half hour, you get a call from I got a call from Long Island, like the Islanders, and it was their PR or, their travel person. And he's like, "Hey, we got a plane for you, 3 hours. We're grab your stuff. We'll meet you in Dallas. We'll figure everything else out later." So I went home, told my wife, "Hey, I'm jumping on a plane in an hour and a half. I'll let you know where I land," and she's kind of she waited there for like a week until I got to Long Island, and she was actually pregnant. And we stayed in a hotel for like 3.5 months, and she was so pregnant and puking and all that stuff in the room, and I was just like, "Oh my God,
man!"
And we were like a motel.
How did you play through that? Well,
yeah, I played well in Long Island. I came out of the gates pretty hot. I had great. I had a little bit of a jump in my step. I felt good. It's like starting over, and you get to prove yourself that you're a good player. So I had a pretty good finisher to that year. But it was so different going from Pittsburgh to San Jose to Long Island. Like, I went from like the best organization that spent endless amount of money on you. They'd get you, if you wanted a stick, they'd get you 10. If you wanted to eat healthy, they'd have the best meals. They'd have the best drinks, the best shakes. I went to San Jose. They were kind of figuring out, but they weren't that great. I went to Long Island. And this Long Island's, obviously, the Islanders have changed a lot with like how they treat their players. But I tell this all the time. I was like, okay, and they actually had me sitting beside John Tavares, and after a game, they're handing out, those little bottled waters, the little Powerades,
like the small ones.
Yeah, the little Powerades, and I'm like, oh, JT, what's this? And he goes, oh, open it up. They're gonna give us our post-game shake, and I'm like, post-game shake? Shouldn't there be a blender running? He goes, no. The trainer came around, just put a scoop of protein in everyone's Powerade. And I'm like, JT, you got to get out of here, because this isn't NHL. This is like Bush League, and
a scoop of protein.
I'm like, is this all we have? He's like, yeah, well, pizza will be there and everything. And I'm like, well, in Pittsburgh, like, you're getting fresh berries, you're getting bananas, you're getting the best of the best. The shakes, I still miss the shakes the Penguins made.
We're not talking about like big time food costs here. We're talking bananas.
Blue, but in the Pittsburgh dressing room, it's the coolest shake station ever. They have any kind of protein powder, they have any kind of berry, fruit, any kind of coconut water. Like, it's like one full fridge of the freshest frozen food, and you just make the best shakes in the world that taste unbelievable. That's like, maybe that's who pushed JT out of Long Island. I did. I was like, JT, you got to get out of here. These shakes and how they treat you, they treat you a lot better somewhere else.
TK, great stuff. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
big
I'm
trip
off.
Planned.
I'm off. I got a camp in Las Vegas. My brother's staying at my house, but taking me and the family down to up to Las Vegas for a week and a half.
Enjoy it. Hopefully it won't be 116 degrees.
I got to golf. I got to golf to win, but we'll see. It's a little bucket list with my little son TK, so I'm excited.
Enjoy it. See you in a couple weeks, TK. Appreciate it. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny and hot today, and a high of Benny Cunningham and Ernie Mills, 89. Mark Cabali will join the show next from Steelers training camp. Pop and Joe show rolls on. Austin Bechtold, your friend City Limits with you. Sean has a headline. We're back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates, coming off of their 8-5 victory on Tuesday, have a 1-0 lead today against the Detroit Tigers in the second inning. You can tune into that game right now on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com. Pump.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500, but you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payments starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM grand stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. Credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and Picture Day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. What a start to the Wednesday ball game for the Buccos. A 5-0 lead through 2 innings against the Detroit Tigers. Andrew McCutchen, a solo blast in the first. Spencer Horwitz, a grand slam in the second inning as the Pirates look to win their 3rd consecutive game against one of the best teams in baseball. If you want to tune into that game, you can listen right now, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Get a load of this.
I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sweep the best team in the American League, get swept by the worst team in the American League. But your Buccos are rolling right now. Spencer Horwitz, in his last 8 games, is hitting over .350, now with 2 home runs and 12 RBIs. Well, sometimes people get hot, and sometimes people start to find their groove. Is it that yet with Spencer Horwitz? We'll be finding out soon. One person who's always optimistic about the Pirates and is at Steeler training camp right now is our good friend Mark Cabali. Kaboom, what do you make of the Spencer Horwitz home run and the Pirates on a roll against the Tigers, Kaboom?
Look how excited you sound, Austin.
Well, because you're always so pessimistic about the Pirates. There's not a lot to be excited about. There's not a lot to be excited about this year. So I'm
thinking right now they seem like they're really close of being a championship contender team, and I'm thinking Donnie Kelly has now put his name back into the running for manager of the year because they won 3 games. You'll never learn, will you youngster?
Mark, I'm just trying to be excited about a 3-game stretch and know that it does not mean that the team is as close as many believe it to be. But that's neither here nor there.
They stink.
What's the biggest takeaway so far from the start of the first day of school, if you will, up at Steelers training camp? I have not seen anybody post anything about Aaron Rodgers yet. Have you seen Aaron appear yet?
No, he has not, and media availability is now over. So I'm assuming he's already in the building, either one of the first ones here or maybe last night.
So he snuck in the back door.
Well, he didn't talk to us. Well, campus wasn't open until 9 o'clock. We weren't allowed up here until 10, so he could have been here before that. He could have came tomorrow. He could have came earlier yesterday, so he has not made his arrival yet to the media. I've not seen him, so in how this works, you won't see him at all today.
Mark Cabali's on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark of the Pat McAfee Show. Mark, friend of the Pat McAfee Show, Aaron Rodgers. Juan Thornhill had some very fascinating things to say. saying if you really compare Aaron Rodgers to Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, he deserves to be in that conversation as the NFL's best quarterback. What do you make of Thornhill's comments?
Yeah, maybe historically. I don't know if he really meant or wanted to say right now, because obviously that's not the case. But Juan Thornhill, God bless him. He also said he played extremely well last year for the Browns defense. And all you have to do is look at the tape. You look at a guy who wasn't signed till mid-April to a very non-lucrative contract, suggests otherwise right there. But they're all positive today. Jalen Ramsey did just talk. He, as I would say, he got Bert Loughton, which means
the PR team already got to him. Yeah,
he didn't want to say much. At one point, he actually said, I'm allowed to be saying something like this. And it was something he was very dialed back a little bit right there. He is excited. He made it known that he was assuming he was coming here long before the trade happened. Happy to be here. All that nice and giddy stuff as we enter here first day of camp. So nothing out of the ordinary that we weren't expecting people were going to say. It's not much different, Austin, from what we heard 6 months ago, other than a couple new faces, which we didn't hear from one of them.
Did you hear from the $41 million man today?
Yes. No. Honestly, he's talking here in about 15 minutes.
What do you expect him to say? I'm imagining, obviously, talking about the contract. I would imagine somebody's going to ask him, why are you so committed to the franchise? Why did you want to stay with the franchise? What are your career aspirations in terms of the playoffs? Because I feel like that's probably something that maybe was in the back of his mind. But at the same time, when somebody says $41 million, you probably just sign the deal regardless of where you are.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, he hasn't talked yet. I got a little distracted there because I'm walking down the road here and I see a brand new tricked out Shelby truck with the tinted out windows. And I'm thinking that might have been your quarterback right there. I was not able to see here because the windows are tinted. And here's one from the hotel right now.
So no Malibu, no white Malibu that's pulling up the training camp this year with a quarterback in it.
This is real time here as they're walking in. Some expedition with the Regency license plate here. So I don't know who these people are. The windows are so tinted there, but if you'd re-ask your question, maybe I'd actually pay attention this time rather than see who is in the brand new truck that looks like costs more than I make in my lifetime so far.
Did anybody show up in a fire truck? Did anybody show up in a helicopter?
You know what was the little bit of different this year was there was a handful of guys that brought along motorized scooters.
Oh, motorized scooters were the big play. So we're downgrading from big-time arrivals to scooters. We're downgrading from cars
they brought them
to
with
scooters.
Them. Herbig had them. I think Highsmith had them. Benton had it. Funny thing is, it had 20 years ago. One of Cowher's last years, a lot of the guys were having motorized scooters up here. And once Cowher saw that, he went nuts. Said no more of that. So it's taken about 2 decades, but it looks like that has made its way back as the fancy thing to bring. A lot of alkaline water too. I thought water was water. Just go get some from, I don't even know what river's down here. Is there Lake Vincent down here somewhere?
Lake Vincent. Did you just take that because of St. Vincent? Do you think there's just a random lake they call it Lake Vincent? Is that a real lake?
There's a lake right outside the facility, right outside the campus. I just call it Lake Vincent. I don't know what it is.
Why don't you just put a little landmark down there, a little sign, and name it yourself? Like Patrick Queen was talking about the highest paid defense in the league and his confidence in it. What did you make it? What was Queen's comments and what did you make of them?
I don't recall. It was so darn hot out here, Austin, and the sun was so bright.
So you were not paying attention to what most of the players were saying.
So many sweat bees. I heard him say something, but I wasn't able to go back and look exactly
Mark,
what he said.
you posted a video of it.
Yeah, I couldn't see it, though. That's the point. It's so bright and musty out here. I'm sure he Honestly, I can't remember. That was like 3 hours ago, brother. I'm old. I don't remember this stuff.
All right, now that it's...
Oh, no, I'm lost out here.
You've roamed the campus for 20 years and you're lost.
Shoot.
Thank you for not swearing on air.
I said shoot.
I know. I said thank you for not swearing on air. Now that everything is put aside, Mark, we're talking to Mark Caballi of the Pat McAfee Show. What a riveting conversation it's been so far.
Well, you literally caught me as they shut down the facility here of interviews. So I'm trying to make it my way to TJ Watt, and they've changed a lot of things around here. And I am a little bit lost right now, but go ahead.
So now that all the distractions of the Watt contract, we think all the big trades have already been made, contracts have been signed, what do you think, as the rubber starts to meet the road with the start of training camp, the ultimate outlook of the team is? Are you projecting 10-7? Are you projecting a 6-win team, and it bottoms out with Aaron Rodgers not being successful? What in the wonderful mind of Mark Caballi do you see in your crystal ball of Malsey's cranium?
I can see a 10-win team again, but I think there's a difference between this year's 10-win team and, say, last year's 10-win team. I keep using this as an example. Last year's 10-win team looked like it was a team that got everything they could get out of it. They squeezed the old proverbial lemon dry. There was nothing left. That was the best they were going to be able to do. Even if this team only does win 10 games, I think if you stay healthy and all that stuff, you get into the playoffs, you have a better opportunity to be able to maybe win a playoff game, be able to win, say, 2 playoff games. I think the ceiling's a lot higher just for the people they acquired, the top-end talent they required. But on the flip side of that, it can go ugly quite quickly. But right now, I think they have an opportunity to do what they haven't been able to do in 8 to 10 years, that is get into the playoffs. I wouldn't be too concerned if they lost, 7-8 games during the regular season. As long as they get into the playoffs, I think they have a better opportunity to win this year than they have in probably 6 or 7 years.
Player that needs to have a bigger season, Joey Porter Jr. or Broderick Jones?
Oh, probably Broderick Jones, because there's nobody else there. I mean, right now, at least you have Darius Slay to fall back on, Jalen Ramsey to fall back on. You have Broderick Jones fails and becomes, where you can't start him anymore like they did week 2 last year. Who do you go to? Calvin Anderson? Spencer Anderson? I'm sure there's another Anderson I'm missing on the offensive line. So.
Max Sharping's over there, too. He's maybe a guard, but...
Max Sharping always glares at me when I'm in the locker room, so I'm a little intimidated by him.
Does he look at you like how Pony sat behind home plate once, and he said that Paul Skeens was looking at him a certain way, and they had a moment?
There's absolutely no way that Skeens even knows who Pony is.
Well, I don't know. Pony. Don't underestimate the power of the Pony Express.
I do underestimate it. Maybe I should overestimate it. But Broderick Jones, he's the linchpin to it all. I think if Broderick Jones plays above average ball, a 14th overall pick, not even that, what he was a couple years ago, that brings this entire offensive line together. And if it doesn't, then you're pretty much could be falling apart at the seams right there, like I said, because you don't. Calvin Anderson's a good swing guy. He's a guy who can play a game or two. He's not a guy you want to, play 18 games with or 16 games with at all. So definitely Broderick Jones, huge season for him, not only for him personally, but him when it compared to the team.
2 more for you, Mark, before we let you go get to the Watt presser. Jalen Ramsey said, I'm not getting paid what I'm getting paid to not affect the game and be in certain spots. Is that going to include safety?
He was very, very quiet on that. Obviously, he was briefed on that question, and he basically said, we'll see. We'll have to find out together. I think he wants to. He doesn't view himself as a corner. He views himself as a defensive back, and where he can play the nickel, he can play the corner. I think Robert Woods played with him in L.A., and he said, I've seen him play corner. I've seen him play slot. at a high level. He never said I've seen him play safety at a high level. So he's a flat-out athlete. So I would not anticipate him getting a ton of snaps at safety, but there'll be a practice or two. They'll throw him back there and see what he's able to do. I still think they're going to go find somebody. I mean, Juan Thornhill was quite enamored with his ability today.
Yeah, he thinks that he is Minkah Fitzpatrick back there.
Well, that's because Mike Tomlin thinks that. And I guess that's a good guy to have on your side, right? Really. I mean, that goes back to the college days right there. But like I said, if you're a free agent that's not signed till mid-April, there's some flaws there. And I don't think you can go into a season having Juan Thornhill as your starting free safety, regardless of how well he does over the next 3 weeks.
So do you think they're done, finally? Do you think that all the deals have been signed, whether it be a free agent or an extension? Will there be any extensions that go down, or a wide receiver or a safety that's added? And not like somebody who might be the 53rd guy on the roster, somebody of quality.
You know who probably deserves an extension? There's TJ right there. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to be late.
Wave to him.
I didn't know it was him. What was I saying? The guy who deserves it but not going to get it is Boswell. Boswell should be the highest paid kicker in the league, but he's still 2 years out. They're not going to make an exception for him.
No, they didn't for TJ.
No, so he's a guy that's deserving. I wouldn't be surprised if they, like I said, get a safety, maybe a wide receiver, but nobody's going to knock your socks off.
Not Justin Simmons.
Does he knock your socks off?
He's better than what they have.
Yeah, potentially. I don't see anybody really in line to get a big-time extension right now either. So they might just sit on that $25 million and roll it over till next year.
So more likely they sign a safety than a wide receiver, you think?
I think so. I think Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson are going to show that they're capable of being that number 2B, along with Freiermuth and John Smith. It should be interesting. We should stay online as I barge into the TJ Watt press conference while it's going on already.
Say hello to Jeff for me. Jeff will be joining us after the Watt press conference.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Mark. That's Mark Cavalli of the Pat McAfee Show. Going to the TJ Watt presser. Coming up next, we will go to PNC Park, where we will hear from Jeff Hathorn. And what is we'll hear from Dan Zangrilli and then Jeff Hathorn. Dan is down at the ballpark in what is a 6-0 Pirates lead. They're looking to sweep the Detroit Tigers. Dan had a really special guest join the pregame show today on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. That's where the game is currently being played. And also Dan's thoughts on the deadline and what the Pirates could do. Then we'll go to Jeff at training camp and get a recap on the day and what TJ Watt had to say about his new contract. It's Austin Bechtold with you. Your Fred City Limits fan. Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back after this on Pop and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
What an impressive performance by the Pittsburgh Pirates so far today. In the top of the fourth inning, they have a 6-0 lead over the Detroit Tigers. Andrew McCutchen, a solo shot in the first. Spencer Horwitz, a grand slam in the second. O'Neal Cruz has added a sacrifice fly in the game as well. Pirates looking to sweep that set against the Tigers. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Rafael Devers played first base for the San Francisco Giants last night. Shouldn't be a big deal, but Devers was traded out of Boston earlier this year because he refused to make the move from third to first. The Red Sox fan base loves to have an enemy. The Yankees sufficed for a long time. Now they have Devers to root against as well. Either Devers plays well and makes it worse for Red Sox fans, or Devers is bad at first base and they struggle. That would make an up-and-down summer just a bit sweeter in Boston. I'm Andrew Perloff.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. Let me explain what makes Skechers slip-ins so incredible. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. Skechers slip-ins have laces, and once you tie them to fit your foot just right, you never have to tie them again. They also come in boots, dress shoes, sneakers, work shoes, sandals, and every other kind of shoe you wear every day. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoe horn that slides your foot in. Then a comfy heel pillow cushions your foot and keeps your shoe on securely. So they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Just step in and go, completely hands-free. And everybody I know who tries them doesn't want to wear shoes that aren't Skechers slip-ins ever again. They're just that amazing. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling, or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Join Donnie Football at Dino's on Thursday from 6 to 10 to kick off the start of training camp. Cool off with an ice cold Miller Lite and listen to Donnie's takes on the first day of camp. It's part of Donnie's camp tour. That's Donnie's neck of the woods out in the Greensburg area, out by Latrobe.
Donnie, that's my neck of the woods too, Austin.
That's right.
Mr. Westmoreland County.
Over in Plum. You and Donnie should tag team together and work those shows. You producing and Donnie hosting.
That'd be a wonderful time.
That'll be exciting. But is it as exciting as what's going on at PNC Park over the last couple of days? Dan Zangrilli is there in what is now a 6-0 Pirates lead. Dan, I don't know why they did this to you, but they got swept by the worst team in the American League with you on the call, and now they sweep the best team in baseball. At least they're on track to. And against the Detroit Tigers with you not on the call. Do you take any offense to that?
Well, I'm just glad they were able to flush the virus and get better, right? They were able to purge the disease.
What did you put in the water, Dan?
I don't know. Obviously a laxative because they down their legs. So that was a bad series, but this has been a very good one. And Bailey Falter retired the first 11 batters that he faced. No-hitter into the 4th inning with 2 outs, and now he's about to throw the first pitch here of the 6th inning to Matt Vierling. So he's thrown a 1-hit shutout, which is paling in comparison to what he's done so far the first 3 starts of July. He's looking more like the May version of Bailey Falter, and my goodness, what's gotten into Spencer Horwitz over the last 3-4 games. I think he's, 7 of 9 in the series with the grand slam coming in the 2nd inning, and McCutchen with the other big swing, a vintage homer to right center. So that's where we're at here.
12 RBIs in his last 8 games as well for Horwitz, crushing the ball. But, we've been very heavy on football today, Dan, and one thing that I wanted to get into on the show is Mitch Keller. Was last night Mitch Keller's last start as a Pirate at PNC Park? I'm continue to lean, and I'm really in the direction now where I've made up my mind. I want them to keep Mitch Keller because even though they have a ton of depth on this team with starting pitching, they would be trading from the significant top of that depth. It's Paul Skeens, and then it's Mitch Keller. And, let's say hypothetically they figure out offense and they get into a playoff series. We don't have any known commodities to look at right now and say if you had a 3-game series, 3-game wild card, sure, Skeens can go out there and automatically win you a game with a good offense. Who follows? I would rather them keep Keller, trade the bullpen arms, and use some of their farm system to acquire talent. Do you think that was Keller's last start last night?
No. I'm gonna check the no bubble, but there's a lot of smoke around the name, and I think there's going to be more reports coming out about other players here sooner rather than later. And there's so much smoke around this team, and the general manager has been so outward in his rhetoric, and even the manager yesterday, Don Kelly, wasn't shying away or didn't use language to guard against, showing their cards as to what they intend to do. But listen, this is a gamesmanship time of year. It's a big game of poker. Are they sending smoke signals? Of those smoke signals, beneath the chimney stack, where's the real fire? So that's where I'll maybe question that, call it out a little bit, and say that maybe that they just want to see what other teams are willing to give, just so they can be very active as much as they can be in the market to try to drive as much potential value. And if they do get overwhelmed, maybe they'll be compelled to act. But in this big game of poker, where in this day and age, it's much different, Austin, than 10 years ago, where everybody values their cards similarly. And what I mean by that is there's no Ivy League GMs that are able to go fleece the Hawaiian shirt, backslapping, radar gun pointing, straw hat wearing kind of general managers from the old school. Everybody's kind of got a new school mentality and purview on the players. So when everybody is valuing everybody similarly, it's much harder to get deals done. So it's a much harder era to trade in now, especially at the deadline, than it was a decade ago when the Pirates were really aggressive in adding to those 13, 14, 15 teams. So if you're going to trade Keller, and I'm with you for all of the reasons that you just laid out, and I'll throw in another, he leads baseball in quality starts. Yesterday was his 15th. I feel that if you do have to go that route to truly improve this offense very quickly and get a bona fide bat, and by the way, I'd settle for nothing less than that, be it at the deadline or in the offseason, I'm more compelled to listen and be motivated to do business with Keller in December, certainly more than I would be in July, because guess what? Who wants to, of the contenders that you're going to be dealing with, who would be vying for Keller's services, who would want to subtract from that lineup? Because not only are the Pirates struggling offensively, just more extremely than other clubs are, but everybody around the league is looking for offense.
Right.
So your ask is going to be, I need a bona fide bat. Who's going to be like, yeah, here, let me subtract from my contending team to fill this void in pitching? I don't think anybody's going to want to do that.
Even a contending team that has
December?
Poor starting pitching, though?
Well, but how did they get there? Was it through offense? They're solving a problem by creating another. Put yourself in the shoes of the contender. I don't see around the league where people have all of this offense and all of these rosters are so deep with what the Pirates' needs are, and that is bona fide, turnkey, right now, ready to be parachuted into a lineup and immediately produce. Will you get a top 100 prospect? Will you get a really promising bat? Sure. I think those are going to be made available to the Pirates, but I think you and I have discussed this item before. why should the Pirates be in position, especially if you're going to deal Keller now, the Keller piece? You deal him. Why do you then have to take on inherent risk and a commodity you may get that could very well turn out to be a big hit, but you don't know that. But you do know that the chasm between AAA and the big leagues is so big. Example, Jack Zawinski. Example, Henry Davis.
Yeah.
Example, anybody that's had a hard time assimilating here for the Pirates. That's happening everywhere else. So why take on that unnecessary risk? That's where I sit on Keller. You got to be blown away in July. If not, keep your cards. There's no gun to your head. You can do a deal in December. That's, again, if you even want to deal Keller. And I lean towards your original argument. That's a really good one. No, don't. But again, depending on what you're able to do to try to quickly turn this thing around, that might be something that has to occur. But does it have to occur in the next 10 days? No, I don't think so.
Dan, I got about 30 seconds before we're going to go to Jeff at training camp. Did a great job with calling the game over the weekend. You had a broadcast partner with you on the pregame show today. Tell me who joined you and what that was like.
My man, Chuck in Uniontown. He hasn't been here in 13 years, and it was so good to get him to the ballpark. And I know he's with Jason Mackey right now, the Post-Gazette. He's down in his suite. I'm going to try to stop down and see him. But obviously, he means a lot to our show. He means a lot to me personally. So glad that a number of people were able to make this happen. So hat tip to Jason, the Pirates in particular, who were so gracious. And he got to announce play ball here on the PA system, which was terrific, in addition to co-hosting with us on KDKA today.
That's sweet. Dan, really appreciate your time and your kindness towards Chuck. He means a lot to all of us that chimes in whenever we host. So take care, Dan. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it. Thanks, Austin.
That's Dan Zangrilli, our Pirates pre- and post-game host at the ballpark right now as the Buccos are currently leading 6-0 against the Detroit Tigers. And we go now to Jeff Hathorn in Latrobe after TJ Watt just spoke. Jeff, good to talk to you. This is the first of many conversations we'll have over the next couple of weeks. What was the main takeaway from TJ?
That he knew he was going to get a deal done and that he was just playing a game. He said the two fingers in the Instagram post, the peace sign, that was as much to play with us as it was to negotiate. And he said he kind of sits back and watches and kind of laughs at all the stuff that's being said. But the main thing he said about the team is that he's excited about the changes, that he thinks the changes with this team are going to make them much better. And he smiled often. Obviously, when you're the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, that'll bring a lot of smiles. But he genuinely seemed excited about these new faces. And you remember, like, he hasn't even met Aaron Rodgers yet. Hadn't met him.
Do you think he was referring to Rodgers, or do you think he was referring to?
No, he was referring to both sides of the ball.
Okay. So there wasn't he wasn't pointing in a direction where like Rodgers specifically or Metcalf or adding Jalen Ramsey on his side.
No, in fact, he did a very good job of avoiding specific names and just kept saying the new faces, with the exception of Aaron, because that's a little bit different scenario, and that was the last question that we had. So, yeah, I mean, he also talked about potentially moving around and that, the defense needs to play better down the stretch. And, he made a comment about the fact that he hasn't won a playoff game, and he just kind of said, listen, we can talk about this all we want, but we just need to go out on the field and do it.
So he didn't make much of that or the situations behind it. It's just basically one of those back to the grind type of things. Why do you think he's not more outspoken about that 8-year run that he's been a part of?
I think he's talked about it a few times, and I think he knows when he discusses it gets a lot of traction. And I think he was trying to avoid national traction more than anything by discussing that. And he just kind of, again said, basically, we've discussed this. I know about it. The only thing that's going to change it is us going on the field and getting it done.
What was the most intriguing, fascinating thing that was said by some of the players that didn't have an organized presser when they were walking in?
And Jalen Ramsey was very coy about where he's going to play, which is interesting. Not that you expect him to say, and I think that's going to be a work in progress. That was something. I mean, Patrick Queen told us that the defense, I believe the term he used was sloughed off at the end of last year. and they can't have that happen. Like, part of these changes have to be not just the personnel, but they can't have these drop-offs. Of course, he's only been here for a year, but they can't have the drop-off that they had last year, and they can't have that go forward. Troy Fautano said he's 100%. He's going to be full go once camp starts. The OTAs and minicamp were great for him to build his confidence, because he admitted that he was a little wary about his knee. And he said by the end of minicamp, when they had some guys pushing back, again, it's not a full game, that he feels really good about the knee and that he's just back to playing football. And obviously he's going to be a huge part of that offensive line.
Did Broderick Jones talk?
He did not. He was not. He didn't come in at the time that we were up there. We were up there for about 3 hours, and there are other doors other than the door that we're allowed to go by. And I think a lot of guys actually came earlier and were already in the dorm, and we can't go over to the other side. So I'm guessing Broderick was one of those.
And Aaron Rodgers probably snuck in through the back door too?
Yeah. Needless to say, we did not talk to Aaron yet today. Probably won't happen today. Hopefully tomorrow after the first practice, get a good feel from him about what the vibe is like, what the environment is like. Hopefully he gets out there and unleashes some passes, because we haven't seen that from him. And we've seen him throw 10-yard outs. That's all we've seen. So it's not like it's a question mark because he's a rookie, but because he's in a Steelers uniform, it's a little different.
Jeff, great talking to you. We'll talk again soon from Latrobe.
Thanks, Austin.
This training camp update is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Schleideck and New Flow Men's Health.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny and hot today and a high of 89. Ernie Mills and Benny Cunningham. Thanks to Tyler Kennedy. Thanks to Jeff Athorn, Mark Cavalli, and Dan Zangrilli and Sean Myers producing Behind the Glass. PM Team up next on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates with a 6-0 lead over the Detroit Tigers in the 5th inning right now at PNC. You could tune in on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can visit 937thefan.com.
I'm Michael Jenkins, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Guardians on the money line against the Orioles. Slade Ciccone is on the mound for Cleveland, taking on Zach Eflin for the O's, and we're fading Eflin. He's 6-5 with a 5.95 ERA in his first action in nearly a month, and prior to his IL stint, he'd allowed 17 runs in 9 innings. I think the Guardians' bats get after him, so we're taking the Guardians on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project. And number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500, but you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer, tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Running a small business is tough. Protecting it shouldn't be. Right now, Guardian Protection is giving you a free indoor camera and 3 free months of visual verification. That means if an alarm goes off, trained professionals can check your camera feed to confirm the threat and speed up the emergency response. No more guessing, no more false alarms, just smarter security that works when you can't be there. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free camera. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Hungry for flavor? Get-Go's got it in the bag. This summer, dive into crunchy Frito scoops, walking tacos with savory chili and cheese, or customized with your favorite toppings. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Headed to Latrobe for the first practice? Stop by Dino's after a hot day and cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. And join Donnie Football, broadcasting live from Dino's, 6 to 10 p.m. Great food and beer and football talk with Donnie July 24th. The Shindig Charitable Music Fest, August 1st through the 3rd at Union Brewing in Zelienople, presented by My Preferred Insurance and Home Solutions, is packed with the best mix of 18 regional and local musicians, playing everything from 80s and 90s, country rock, blues, old school country, and classic and pop rock. All proceeds benefit local first responders. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers have reported to training camp in just a little bit. The Steelers will do something that really affected their season last year, and that is the conditioning test that landed Russell Wilson on the injured list with his aching calf. So we'll see if Mike Tomlin makes a 41-year-old quarterback attempt to do that exercise again this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a hump day edition of the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I just wanted to be able to get done. Obviously, I'm happy it got done before training camp, just to be able to be here, to eliminate any potential distraction, to just worry about football. I'm just excited. I'm really excited to be here, excited to show the fans what we have to offer here this training camp and get the ball rolling. I'm just excited about this new team. I mean, there's so many new faces, as you guys all know, as the fans know. The goal always remains the same. It's a new year. It's a fresh start for everybody across the league. Everybody looks good on paper this time of year, but it's all about what we do over the next week, next couple weeks here in preparation.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. How are you? TJ Watt talking for the first time since January when he put up an offer in that embarrassing playoff loss to the Ravens. He got his money. He is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league on a per-year basis at $41 million. He did get the bump over Myles Garrett, so he was grinning from ear to ear when he addressed reporters today. Showing up in Latrobe at St. Vincent College. And we'll hear from him throughout the day, plus Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan, all sprinkled in. Pirates trying to sweep the Tigers as well, a team that came into the series with the best record in baseball, after the Pirates were swept by a team that's probably going to lose 110 games. So they're doing Pirates things. Malsey is across from me. Hello, Malsey.
Hi, Pony. How are you?
Donnie is not here. I believe Donnie is at this game.
He's at the game. It's our Odyssey like kind of a big, team building. Hey, we're taking you to the ball game. We got tailgating. Well, we're always the ones on the air.
Yeah.
I mean, them's the breaks when you're a highly rated sports talk show.
Could we have asked off and gone to that if we wanted to?
Donnie 100% did, and now we're left with Dom.
Yeah, left being the operative word. No, you picked the right one.
I shouldn't say left with. I mean, he's already going to he's going to have a complex and make it seem like I hate him when I don't.
All right, here's what I want to dive into based on what we heard from Watt, and there's more from him on skipping mini camp, the peace sign thing he did on Instagram he commented on for the first time. Also about not being anchored down to the left side of the defensive formation this year. He talked about that too. But I want to start with what he said about how he said that the standard is always the same here going into a season. That's actually my favorite point that he made there. Because I think as we embark on another Steelers season, it's clear to me that it's not the same thing. Their goal has changed. This season is about winning a Super Bowl. I mean, it's about not winning a Super Bowl. It's about winning a playoff game. You have pointed out very accurately, Mulsey, that they're really not all in, despite what Ben says on his podcast. They have given up very little for 2026. They have a treasure trove of picks for 2026. They are trying to have their cake and eat it too this season. They're trying to keep Tomlin's winning streak going. They're trying to keep relevance going. They're trying to win a playoff game since 2016. They have elected this year. This season is about that. It could have been about putting themselves in best position for a quarterback next year. It could have been that. They chose to do that instead, and that is Watt using the word excited twice in his answer about playing this year. And I actually think most fans agree with him. I think fans, I would not include myself in this group, but I think fans are very jazzed up and jacked up for this year. I think they are. I think they used to call it the Bradenton Blues or whatever, the Bradenton flu.
Bradenton flu. Oh, yeah. If you get infected with the Bradenton flu, please call it. You got to consult a medical professional.
I think that fans have that for this football team.
Why do
Football's
you think,
in the air.
Why do you think they have it specifically for this iteration? Because we talked to all these people, and we're going to talk to them today, Pony. Why do you think they have it when at the end of most years, we'll hear from people who do get like the Latrobe flu, but a lot of them are fed up and say, I'm sick of watching the same old, same old. So what do you think it is about going into this?
Because it's not same old in terms of the way that the roster looks. Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. DK Metcalf is at wide receiver. Jalen Ramsey is in the defensive backfield.
They had a guy last year who was a Hall of Famer, possibly to be, who had won a Super Bowl, who was supposed to be their starter.
Russell Wilson's not Aaron Rodgers, and people like the pen that they used in Men in Black have erased that end of the season and don't want to say that Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers should be put in the same sentence with each other. There is a lot of Pollyanna, glass half full Steelers takes out there. And I'm not going to be like, I don't want the point of this to be, hey, I'm trying to rain on everybody's parade when they get to training camp. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, what I'm commenting more on is the path they've chosen, which absolutely is to just win a playoff game. And here's how I'm going to make that point. They have almost $20 million in cap space. If they were all in, they would use that $20 million in cap space and do three things right now. They would sign a wide receiver, they would sign a safety, and they would probably sign someone who we've heard of to back up their tackles on their offensive line. They would do all three of those, and they would spend right to the cap. Now, maybe those moves are coming. Omar Khan is talking right now. We'll see what he says. But if you're seriously if this is make or break, Super Bowl or bust, you go and you do all of those things with that extra money. You don't leave money on the table. You sign Amari Cooper, you sign Justin Simmons, you sign some offensive linemen to back up those guys, and you go from there. That's more all in my opinion. That's like, we could still argue, man, they don't stack up with the Ravens, the Chiefs, or the Bills, but at least their actions would fully back that up. I mean, I was talking to my father-in-law. We had a lot of time in the car when we were driving back and forth from Sesame Place this past week for my daughter's birthday. No, he was all the way in the back of a 3-row SUV.
Just chatterboxing away to you.
He wasn't. He has hearing aids, so at
So
point
you were having to go, no, I don't think that's what they should do.
It made for interesting fodder. Not to veer too far off course, but
let's stay on course.
It plays into what I'm talking about. You are a Broderick Jones guy. They love Fautanu. What happens if either one of those gets dinged up this year? Who plays? You don't have the up-and-coming offensive lineman. You don't have Jones at this time last year being the backup at both tackle spots to Moore and Fautanu.
Correct.
You've got guys. You've got Anderson brothers, and you've got McCollum or whatever McCullum. That's it. You are not just talking about their starters. You're thin there.
You've pinned a lot of hopes on 2 first-round picks.
And their health. And Fautanu's had a history of injuries. You've got by the Steelers standards money available to you that they haven't completely spent.
Okay, let me tell you who are some of the best remaining free agents. Keenan Allen, he said he's not going to come here. Amari Cooper's still out there. I am guessing in NFL terms, Amari Cooper turned 62 overnight because nobody seems interested, at least right now. Marcus Williams is a free safety. You have Deshaun Elliott, who's a thumper, who's going to play in the box. So Marcus Williams would check that box.
Did you say Justin Simmons yet?
I didn't say Justin Simmons yet, but he's down the list too. If you are looking for
Gabe Davis is out there.
I'm not bullish on that because he's coming off of injury.
I'm not bullish on it either.
But I'm looking at tackles here, Pony.
Chris,
there's not a ton of tackles that are out there that are available, but there are players at the positions you have mentioned, which is why I am doing this exercise. There are name recognition type of guys out there, and they have not pursued them.
And so, I mean, don't you think that internally that is their objective this year, is to just win a playoff game?
Yes, I think getting Rodgers in here and not bringing back even like Fields or whatever, I think it is all in service of the idea that if we send Aaron Rodgers out with a playoff win and he gets us a playoff win, mission accomplished all the way around, then we have enough of these picks we could actually move up in next year's first round and find a quarterback we like. Because not everybody who's going to be picking at the top of the draft is going to need one. That's just never how it is. And we're going to get one of a handful of guys we might like. Probably not the best guy because we're never going to be drafting number 1 overall, and we're never going to move up to that position, but we'll satisfy both masters. And you and I have pointed this out with the Pirates before, with the Penguins kind of in real time. It's real hard to straddle that line and get away with it. I don't even think that they're going to necessarily achieve mission, 1.0, which is win a playoff game.
But the other point I was going to make off of that is, if they fail, I don't think they care.
Because they'll say, oh, well, then that just positions us more closely to a quarterback.
I think they've positioned this year as a win-win.
In
a no-lose proposition,
in their own internal perspective, yeah.
Yes.
But that's been their internal perspective on what their expectations are and should be, I feel like has been different from the people on the outside for a while now. They might never admit that. TJ Watt can say it's the standard's the same every year here, blah, blah, blah. I think you and I and most of the people listening to this show would probably agree that standard changed imperceptibly and then very perceptibly years ago.
But I do think it's like a healthy mindset that fans are embracing. Hey, if we win with Aaron Rodgers, great. It'll be fun. It's different. It's fun. It's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and he picked us for his swan song. He picked us to go out on top potentially. That's cool.
He
That's
believed
fun.
in us.
Yes. We're excited about that. Watt's excited. If it doesn't work out, no big deal. That just puts us in a better spot to take our quarterback when the draft is here in April. And maybe in between, if it goes that way, it'll give fans ammunition to rip Tomlin and bitch about him. And hey, if we get to stop saying he's never had a losing season, if that's the worst thing that happens this year, where he doesn't have that feather in his cap anymore, well, that's not bad either.
There are probably people that would look at that and say it's good because to whatever degree it's blinding him. No, besides you. Internally, I think there would be people there who would say if that was blinding him or impacting him or subtly affecting him, maybe it'll be a shock to him and to them and they'll change some things up here.
The Steelers are very much, by every prognostication and training camp prediction, a team that is smack dab in the middle of the NFL.
19th best roster, according to ESPN.
Right, but
you were not happy about that.
But I think I think Steelers fans are good with that. This is okay. We'll see where it goes with Aaron Rodgers. If it blows up in our face, great. In my opinion, the absolute worst case scenario might be the most likely one.
9-8,
which
no
is you
playoff
go
berth.
to the no. I think worse is you go 10-7. You go to the playoffs. You
Get
lose
slaughtered again.
and then you're far away from the front of the line for the draft. Tomlin still gets
Wait,
to
how much
say
further away are you from the front of the line? And then if you go 9-8 and just don't make it, which is very plausible. You go 9-8, you don't even achieve goal number 1 to get to the single elimination tournament, and you're still picking 18th.
Yeah, I think we're splitting hairs a little bit there.
Sure.
They're both,
well, no, if you said if their goal is a playoff win,
right?
You don't even get there. That's a major failure on point 1, and you're almost as far away from point 2, from objective 2, as you otherwise would have been.
Yeah.
That's like pulling out your pockets and
Fair
nothing
enough.
comes out.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
And I think that's absolutely
articulated
plausible.
well. Yeah, I mean, we've had people on the station that have said, one of two things are going to happen. They're either going to finally win a playoff game or they're going to stink. No, it's not that cut and dried, folks. This isn't like a binary system to build a computer where you put only ones and zeros in. There are actually there's a large range of outcomes here. And the one that people have, denied for years is, they'll never have a losing season. We'll see. I mean, this does not have to become the theme of the show, but I'm going to say this now, and it'll get revisited probably throughout the entire run of training camp and the preseason. Among teams that are good, potentially, like playoff teams, returning playoff teams in the AFC, no team has more offensive question marks than the Steelers. They have very few sure things on offense.
I would agree with that.
Now, they probably
their center is their most sure thing on
their
offense.
Center
and their tight end.
Their
I
tight
think
end.
Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith are both pretty known commodities right this second.
But Jonnu Smith's on a new team.
Well, he's not going to put up the numbers he did with the Dolphins because those were predicated on their receivers being hurt.
And I would throw Sayamalu in there as solid too. That's 3 out of 11 guys. Go every team in the AFC. No other team has that many questions on the offensive side of the ball, which is where football's won now. Not even the Bengals, who are in shambles. They have Joe Burrow and their wide receivers. Yes.
Arthur Smith's still a question for me.
I agree. And Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin is...
Well, that's the looming question over all of it. Let's say some of these questions look like they're answered positively in the very early going. Jones and Fautanu are healthy, and they both suddenly look much more as advertised. And maybe Caleb Johnson works his way in, and DK Metcalf's just a better, lower drama version of Pickens. Does the head coach, who still has his finger on every control button, let them do their thing? Do he and Aaron Rodgers actually play nice? I was just going to
say, that's where the Rodgers thing comes in.
Because if he's obviously better, he's an upper room Hall of Fame guy. You're right to say that he's different from Russell Wilson, even though Russ might end up there. He's an upper room Hall of Fame guy. Does that earn him deference from a head coach who is not an upper room Hall of Fame head coach?
One of the other questions that I'm sure we'll do a show on or, multiple segments on will be who should have more say in their offense, Aaron Rodgers or Arthur Smith? Because I don't want to hear the BS answer that it's equal. It's not. Nothing's 50-50. Okay, someone is going to have more authority when it's all said and done. And who should that guy be? And look, I am not the biggest at this point in his career. I'm not the biggest Aaron Rodgers fan. But I honestly trust what Aaron Rodgers' eyes tell him about what's happening on the field more than I would the offensive coordinator, based on his resume.
Well, I think there's two things at play there. Based on resumes, it should be the quarterback, and I'm sure you would have and did say that about Ben even late in his career because Farts in a Skillet or Canada were the guys calling the shots there who had no resume. But I think at some point, unless the quarterback's Brady in his 40s, do you really want a guy with diminished skills? I know Rodgers still has the arm having that much say-so. He's not – I've said this a million times. You've heard me say it. If he was the Aaron Rodgers that he was in 2021 – would he have been available to the Steelers for a song, relatively speaking? No. The answer is no.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you there's never a fee unless we get money for you. TJ Watt speaking for the first time since he signed that record-breaking contract. We have him on the cryptic Instagram post, on not just playing in one spot every play in 2025. All that coming up next, plus Tyler Kennedy later this hour. But first, an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are beating the Tigers right now 6-1 in the top of the 7th inning. Pittsburgh is off tomorrow and hosts the Diamondbacks starting on Friday at 6:40. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cowboys are the definition of NFL insanity. No one should be surprised that owner Jerry Jones and star defense player Micah Parsons are publicly arguing over a contract. For the owner of arguably the most valuable franchise in pro sports, no one likes giving out contracts less than Jones. And now he's met his match with a player who also loves a microphone. Typically, Dallas lets these things go deep in the summer and then pays huge sums of money. In the meantime, expect lots of fun quotes from Cowboys camp. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for a BetMGM Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM Sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honey-do home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer Sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Ram at Ram of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at ramofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights canceled with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's just fun. It's a fun time of year. It really is to be here back in Latrobe. We're going to go to Sharky's at some point, I'm sure, with the guys and get some wings like we always do. All the traditions that makes this place special and hopefully leads to a successful season for us.
Do you pick up the check at Sharky's?
Yeah, I'll be picking up the check for quite some time, I'm sure.
Speaking of Sharky's, Donnie Football will be doing his big training camp extravaganza show there tomorrow night from 6 to 10:35.
He'll be at Dino's tomorrow, I thought.
Oh, crap. My bad.
Man.
I'm off to a great start.
Man, stub the old toe right there, my friend.
That's like saying a guy's going to be at McDonald's when he's at Wendy's. Oops.
He will be at Dino's tomorrow night from 6 to 10.
Yeah, subtract and I retract everything I said there. Probably should have dumped it, but whatever. I forgot that there were two competing wing places in Latrobe.
He's got two more of these in the hopper after this one, and they're both at different locations. I don't know what those two were. I think he told me.
Well, before
I'm just trying to vamp here and get away from it.
But we know that tomorrow's at Dino's?
It is at Dino's,
Well, let me just say for now, I believe Dino's has superior wings and the best food and beer specials.
Now, what if you find out that one of the other two places is the place you just mistakenly mentioned? Then you'll be coming right back around saying, and you know what?
I'd have to look at their menu.
It's just neck and neck. It's basically like racing Secretariat against himself.
All right, so Watt gets the big payday. Now I think more on his shoulders. We've gone over it. His playoff Invisible Man act. He did score a touchdown, but he just picked up a ball that was on the ground. That's his biggest contribution to Steelers' playoff losses. He is an edge rusher. He's not a quarterback. He's not a coach. So it's not as much on him as it is on those guys in those situations. He doesn't deserve the criticism that Tomlin gets or Roethlisberger got. However, when you make close to quarterback money, you are expected to be a difference maker in games like this. And he was highly paid for most of those games, not all of them, but most, where he was making top of the food chain money at on the defensive side of the ball. So same goes here. I mean, I expect more than 11.5 sacks now. I expect him to, not single-handedly, but be a driving force to wins late in the year for the Steelers against really good teams like the Bills and the Lions and the Ravens. And
if you're getting paid like the
talent stiffens.
Sure. If you're paid like the best player in the league, which is what, $41 million a year outside of quarterbacks, if you're paid like that guy, I expect you, at least relative to your peers, to perform like that guy. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yes, he did not have a $41 million season when it was all said and done last year.
Realistically, they're paying him like they think he's the best edge rusher in the league. I know this will change whenever Jerry Jones gets his head out of his ass and pays Parsons. That'll change again, and Parsons will reset the market again. But for right now, you can say the expectation is be better than Garrett, be a lot better than everybody else, just not name Garrett and Parsons, basically. Sniff around 20 sacks. That's what you should be expecting. That's what they're paying him like they think he's capable of doing.
Here he is on why he sent out that cryptic. Oh, wait, no, I'll give you this one first. This is because this, I think, is more applicable to what people want moving forward. How about the coaching staff helps Watt and doesn't put him off the right tackle in every game where offenses can scheme all week to double team him, chip him, and all that. Here he is on that change for 2025.
This time of year is perfect for it, to move around, to get comfortable. It's not about winning every single rep and having to be on the left side and having to get everything mastered on the left side. It's about trying new things and moving around, and I'm sure you guys will see a good amount of that. And we just have so much depth, especially at the outside linebacker position, with Herb, too, who's a more than capable pass rusher. So I'm sure we'll have some cool packages and some new stuff for you guys to see.
Well, and I want to say this is not all on Tomlin's shoulders. Everything that's been written and said about this situation is that Watt does have to take some blame for always being there because it's a little bit of the Dan Moore situation. He thinks he's much better lining up across from the right tackle to the left tackle. And from what I know about it, it's not because he likes the matchup better because right tackles are easier than left tackles in theory. It's because of like his vision, he claims, and like the push-off he gets from that spot.
So that he thinks he's got basically got a stronger leg. That his get off is a lot quicker because they do that drill with the ball. They hold the ball on the stick, Pony. Jeff was talking about this last week while you were out.
Oh boy,
they hold the ball on the stick.
Yeah, very technical on the football side.
But
of things,
it's how fast do you get off the line of scrimmage? And I guess he always wins the drill every single time. The thing I always thought was weird about the right tackle part is I thought part of the advantage, even though you had to go against left tackles, about lining up against them, Pony, was that you got most of the time to see the quarterback's blind side and they didn't know you were coming, which I would just think is always going to be easier for a pass rusher, right? They can't see you. They can't avoid you.
Yeah.
Watt lines up and they know even if he beats his man, they know where he is. Like you can have a guy step up and avoid him if they've got a little nimble feet.
I do think that adds to how impressive his numbers are. You know, the Garrett thing is, he goes against left tackles, they're better. Yeah, but he also moves around, so there is some element of surprise. With Watt, what you just said, the quarterback sees him, and the offense always knows where he is. And yet, his numbers have been spectacular every year, with the end of last year being an exception to that. Here he is on why he sent out that cryptic peace sign post on Instagram, which got everybody worried in the first place that maybe there was trouble in paradise.
Sometimes it's just fun to have fun with the narratives out there because, I mean, obviously I'm very in tune with what's going on in negotiations and how things are going. It's fun to see what you guys are all writing, thinking that things are one way even though they're completely a different way. So sometimes it's fun, especially when it's early in the off season, to kind of throw something out there and see what happens. And it stirred things up a lot more than I ever thought it could.
I think he's playing a little dumb there.
A little dumb?
I think that's coy Watt and TJ.
He's playing very dumb there.
Yeah.
Towering levels of dumb. Come on. That's like one of my favorite playing dumb routines. Every athlete does it. Oh, I sent out a cryptic post. Come on now.
I listened to basically the whole press conference. This went the way that everybody thought it would once he got the money he wanted, which all the things that happened up to this, water under the bridge.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
All the hurt feelings are gone now that he got paid.
I mean, most of these
NFL, this always works.
Most of these big NFL contract situations where a guy wants an extension, unless it's like with the Bengals where those they go beyond the pale. They remind me of like the run-up to boxing matches, Pony, where both guys talk trash on each other and you're pretty sure they don't have a problem with each other and they're just trying to sell tickets, that kind of deal.
But even with the Bengals thing, I mean, obviously it's bad with the two defensive players right now. But it looked really, really bad with Chase and Higgins. And they gave those two guys the money, and that quelled everything for them. I think that's mostly how it is. I mean, look at the things that like Hayward was saying last year before he got his contract changed. Talking about, maybe I'll go play in Cleveland. I've got family there. Stuff like that.
And it's all these like varying degrees of mean feelings until the money comes in, and then we all love each other.
We do a weekly segment on the Penguins with Tyler Kennedy. So quick pit stop there. Is Erik Karlsson going to get traded or not? And we'll ask TK if he thinks the guy is untradeable. Plus, did the Pirates sweep the Tigers? And a bombshell report from Noah Hiles to talk about. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by the South Hills Kia location in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's the intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pony, I'll answer your question for you. Pirates are beating the Tigers right now 6-1 in the top of the 8th inning. Buccos are off tomorrow after today's game. They'll be back in action hosting the Diamondbacks on Friday, starting at 6:40. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Donnie.
Hey guys, it's Donnie for Bet Parks and the Bet Parks app, the only casino and sportsbook app I use and the only app I recommend. You got your favorite sports, baseball. You can do so much with baseball. Not only betting the game, you can bet strikeouts, you can bet home runs, hits, stolen bases, everything. Do a single bet. Put a parlay together. The possibilities are truly endless with the Bet Parks app. And don't forget about your favorite casino games. They have games and slots designed after some of your favorite TV shows, but they also have those classic table games like blackjack, craps, poker, and roulette. A new user? Get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus credit if you are down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have, tuck them in, and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon, Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Tyler Kennedy did a full hour with Austin Bechtold today. My apologies in advance on that. That had to be rough. You think you're showing up getting Pomp and Starkey and you get Austin instead. That's like thinking you're going to play on Sidney Crosby's line. You look at the lineup and you draw Craig Adams as your center. Tyler Kennedy brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. TK, Erik Karlsson, still a Penguin. Brian Russ, still a Penguin. Rickard Rakell, still a Penguin. I was told by those who cover hockey a few days removed from free agency, hey, all these big trades are going to start happening because the teams that didn't get what they wanted in free agency are now going to get those players in trades. Do you think at this point Erik Karlsson is untradeable?
It's very close that he's untradeable, but it all depends how much of his salary you're going to retain to get rid of him. What are you willing to swallow to get him on another team is a big question. I don't think there's going to be any moves until at least training camp, in my opinion.
How motivated do you think they are to move him? Like if it's, no, we really got to do this, we're going to retain salary to do it, versus we're just looking for the right... Versus basically like, unless it's the perfect deal for us where we don't have to retain a lot, we'll keep them around here. Because I think they can say one thing publicly. I've got to believe they're more ready privately to move on from him, TK. At least that's my read.
I think so. I think they're just trying to figure out if it's even possible, if there's going to be any takers. I think they've been trying for probably about a year now because it just hasn't been the right fit for him. I think
And Kyle Dubas was very high on Carlson, bringing him here and seeing, what he can bring to the team. Even I've heard that Kyle Dubas wanted him in Toronto, and it didn't work out, and he got John Tavares instead. But I think right now it's going to be a very tough play to get rid of Erik Karlsson. There's just going to be – I don't think there's going to be that many takers on him.
TK, what have you heard about him controlling his own destiny here? He's got the no movement clause. So, do you think he knows the Penguin situation? Do you think he'd block a trade to a Detroit or Ottawa or something like that because he just doesn't want to pick up and move his family again to a place like that?
It's hard for me to say because, one, he's got kids. He's probably pretty comfortable here. I think when guys like him have other guys like Chris Letang taking a little bit of the pressure off him, I think it helps him. But whenever a team is trying to trade you and they come up and ask you if you want to waive your no trade clause, as a player, it's tough to say no because they don't want you around.
You've said that before.
And unless it's a team like a Detroit or a team like that doesn't have much of a future, it's not the greatest city to live in, I don't think he's waiving it. But, going back to Ottawa where he started his career where he was a superstar, I think he'd waive it for that. Even, a team that's young, that has a chance to make playoffs in a good climate, I think he's willing to move his no move. But it's going to be tough, boys, because his last 2 years have really exposed him a little bit on that defensive side. The Penguins aren't that high flying. We're going to outscore you, and doesn't matter how many goals you get. Right now, we have to play a different game. We have to play a very good defensive game, and we have to be at 2-1, 1-0, and we got to be very strong defensively. When you have Chris Letang, Karlsson, they're a different pedigree. They want to run. They want to get up in the play. They want to take chances. And you don't play that defensive style that wins with those two guys. So it's going to be tough. And I think a lot of people have been watching him. A lot of scouts have been watching him and seeing if he can change his game, and he hasn't.
TK, great job with Austin today. I know you had to carry that entire conversation.
I hope he didn't ask you about wiffle ball either during the show. I hope he just kind of let that part.
He should have asked you about girls. Maybe you could have given him some advice on those.
You know what? We were talking about we got to get a little pickleball tournament going. He says he's into pickleball too. He did a great job today.
Wow.
You guys play pickleball or no?
No, I've never picked up one of those rackets in my life.
I've played it one time, TK, and all that little short area stopping and starting, I can hear each ACL popping if I ever do it.
Yeah, but it's so much better in tennis. You don't have to sweat as much. You're moving around. You can wire that.
You're going to be stunned to hear this. You don't want to say that around Pony. Humongous tennis fan.
I do like tennis.
Like a massive tennis fan.
We used to play gentlemen's tennis where the idea was to not hit the ball past the person. It was just to volley it and have fun. So that was my speed.
I love tennis too, but I like you said, I'm too old to chase the ball down.
Yeah.
I need it in a 10-foot area where I still got quick feet a little bit, boys, where I can get to it. But if it's longer than 10 feet, I'm pretty much shutting her down. I can't get to it. I give up.
Tyler, thank you. We'll talk again next week at this time. You're the best.
All right. Thanks, boys.
There you go. Tyler Kennedy.
Sounds like the kids getting restless in the background. I heard some general commotion starting well in the distance.
I remembered what I wanted to say about the Donnie bit, him going to have that big training camp show tomorrow night at Dino's, not the other place that TJ Watt mentioned.
Yes.
The tweet that Donnie sent out that warmed the hearts of millions about how this is the way it's meant to be. The Steelers should be practicing at St. Vincent College. So many teams have elected to stop that. I believe there's only 3 teams left in the NFL, 4 teams left in the NFL who go to a college campus for training camp. The Rams, the Steelers, the Chiefs and the Bills.
What do the Cowboys do, though, in Oxnard?
They're not on a college campus. They have, like, their own practice facility, swaggy.
Do you count that,
bougie.
though, because they go away
No,
at
because
least?
it's bougie. It's not they're staying in dorms. They're staying in the five-star resort.
So, wait, Rams, Chiefs, Steelers,
Bills.
That's
it.
There's no, like, correlation there. The Eagles just go to their practice facility in South Philly, and they're
Some
the
teams
gold
just do it at
right
their
now.
stadium.
Yeah.
Cardinals, Patriots, they're just at Gillette. And, Donnie's point is, and players have made this point too, it's like this is where teams are built. This is where character is defined. And
I think that's a little overrated because if that was the truth, teams like
more
the
teams
Eagles
would
would suck. Yeah.
Well, but let me just finish this point. Art Rooney, I think, has either said or he's mentioned to people, as long as we own the team, we're going to practice here. The scuttlebutt is, now this is not going to be a huge thing the next time there's a CBA, but there's absolutely a movement among the players to collectively bargain to get practices off of college campuses. They don't like it. They don't like what we saw Steelers players do today. They don't like moving their stuff into little rooms that are intended for 18 and 19-year-old kids. There's a reason why kids who go to colleges like Dom, the first chance they get out of dorm rooms, guess what? They do it.
Off-campus housing, baby.
They don't want to live in them.
I was in off-campus housing the last 3 years for that exact reason. And so a guy
making $123 million now, like T.J. Watt, they're not a fan of it. So,
I mean, AB didn't even stay in the dorms.
And some said Roethlisberger didn't either. So I guess what I'm saying is,
by some said he didn't, which means he didn't.
All right. Did the Pirates sweep the Tigers? The MLB trade deadline is 8 days away. Noah Hiles with a massive bombshell story in the Post-Gazette on the trade deadline of the Pirates that we're going to talk about next. Matt Clement, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, will weigh in next hour, too. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment is the PM team. Mulsey.
First, it is me, your pal Mulsey, to tell you about Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. It's the place to go. You want to find the Mitsu that fits you and you want to get the best deal, go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, where right now they've got awesome deals on 7-passenger Outlanders, all-wheel drive Outlanders, of course, very safe and loaded with safety feature Outlanders, plus tons of tech. Right now, that Outlander is available with incredible 0% financing for 60 months. Brand new Mirages, they are already the lowest priced new car on the market. You can now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. Plus, you go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, you're also going to get the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You're going to get 3 years of prepaid maintenance. And how about this, $500 more for your trade? That'll give you even more freedom to make that upgrade. So, what are you waiting for? Get your deal your way. What a great day. And find the Mitsu that fits you at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Spring is in full swing, and warmer days mean one thing. Cooling season is here. Is your AC ready for the heat? Don't wait for a breakdown. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and schedule a tune-up for your cooling system today. The honest, licensed professionals at McVay are trained to repair and maintain any type and any brand of cooling system you may have. Don't wait. Appointments are filling up fast. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric or go to callmcvay.com to schedule your appointment.
Must finance HMF Lowe APR Tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and stock units only. Offers ends 7/31/25.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America is made here.
Always.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates have swept the best team in the American League. A big winner today over the Tigers.
Pony, I've got an extra stat.
Yep,
According to the Elias Sports Bureau, the
6-1
Pirates
win.
Are the first team to sweep the best team in a league and get swept by the worst team in a league in back-to-back series since the 1980s San Diego Padres. What they just did has not happened in 45 years in baseball.
For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Here's the pitch. There's a drive to right center field, deep to the wall. Clear the deck.
I don't get that one. Maybe someone on the text line or YouTube does. Spencer for hire. 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. On a beautiful day in Pittsburgh, in Latrobe, it is 90 degrees right now, just the way Mike Tomlin likes it. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. PM team not all the way back together because Donnie was at this game today as part of our fan junket that went over to the game. So many people who work here. Intern Dom not invited. He is producing us instead.
He'd rather be here in the trenches with us. He wouldn't want to be over there sunning himself, possibly talking to women. He wants to be right in here.
Possibly talking to women.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think he would be chatting up some of the people who work for us?
Well, that's a work outing. It's a work
people
outing.
who are at the ballpark?
But why did you want to emphasize females in that? I'm confused by that point. What made you feel like...
Because we were talking before the show about Dom kind of painting himself as a guy who's got a lot of riz and a lot of, cachet with the ladies at Syracuse.
Like our sales staff here would be drawn to Dom.
They would just be like, what a magnetic personality. This guy's so interesting.
Huh. All right.
I wouldn't be putting the riz on at a professional workout.
No, you have platonic riz, though. I think you have fun riz. You give off good vibes.
Yes, but it's a professional circumstance.
Of course. I
I
also want to congratulate the Pirates on capturing their first ever Leland Cup. They took 4 out of 6 from the Tigers.
We got to get that ashtray taken care of.
Yep, I think it's over at Chartiers Country Club, where it stays during the offseason, especially if teams split, which they have the last few years because they only were playing 4 games against each other.
Spencer for hire, the YouTube chat has exploded. Pony, it is a drama crime series from the 80s.
Yeah,
Spencer for hire.
That sounds dumb and nobody cared about it, and somehow it got on Greg Brown's radar. Anyways.
Dumb?
Yep.
3 seasons, brother.
Yeah, that's not a great run. We've been on the air together for much longer than that. Okay. So with this trade deadline thing, Dom, do I just read it, or do you have something you have to play for it? What are we doing here?
Yeah, I have something. You want me to play it right now?
And then do I still read it, or how does this work?
I'll play the sound, you read it. And then
but is it just going to repeat what is said in the sounder? In which case, why would I read it?
From what I've been told from our boss, I play the sound, you read the thing.
So you play the sound, and then I just say what is said in the sound.
This is riveting theater.
Cool.
Watch the two of you Syracuse big brains figure this one out.
Play it, and then I'll just say it again.
Who's on the move? Another Major League trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
That's Who's on the Move, another Major League trade presented by Globe Airport Parking. Yeah. There are no trades that are happening yet with the Pirates, but there is this from Noah Hiles. This is great fodder as you leave the ballpark with your brooms and whatnot. Sources, Pirates O'Neal Cruz drawing interest as trade deadline approaches. More from Hiles. Sources tell the PG the Pirates have received many calls on Cruz, who boasts 3 years of remaining club control. Arbitration starting next year. It's worth noting the Pirates are not actively shopping Cruz, but are listening to what other teams are willing to offer. Then points out at this moment in time, there have been no teams connected to Cruz. So he does not know who these teams are, but there are a lot of teams who are trying to swindle the Pirates because they see O'Neal Cruz and they must think that they can fix something in Cruz that the Pirates cannot, that they can unlock. Maybe it's, the effort thing, but also it's got to be a consistency thing.
The famous Joey Bats hitching his swing that the Pirates and Phillies couldn't figure out and Toronto did. Or whatever the hell the hell the Brewers figured out with Quinn Priester, who now looks like a very good pitcher.
So this is one of those situations that I don't love. Because on one hand, I say, well, if the Pirates aren't going to turn O'Neal Cruz into that type of player, you might as well trade him. But I also have the fear that if they do trade him, the team is going to fix him, that gets him, and you're going to have egg on your face. You're going to look bad. And it's going to be another one of these situations like we relive every year where guys leave the Pirates and get much better. The latest example of that, now this is a pitcher, not a hitter, is what Quinn Priester is doing this year for the Brewers while Nick York toils in AAA for the Pirates. So that is the issue. The Pirates are the team that the rest of Major League Baseball looks at and says, we can fleece these guys. They don't know how to maximize their talent other than schemes. And we can go there and we can take advantage of this team. And so I am very pessimistic about Cruz reaching a ceiling here. And I am also pessimistic that the trade package they got back, they would not be able to turn those young players into promising stars of the future for the Pirates.
Which is a pretty strong argument to fire the general manager and all of the people who are doing player development for him.
Yes, but
they won't do.
Get conflicting reports on that. Some people think he's as good as gone. Other people think he will be back. I still lean he's going to be gone. I still lean in that direction until I see the Pirates make a move that makes me believe that Ben Cherington does have a long runway. Trading Adam Frazier does not signal that. If he trades David Bednar, Mitch Keller, or in this case O'Neal Cruz, well, then I will feel differently because you would not let a lame duck general manager make that kind of trade. You wouldn't.
I mean, you wouldn't let a lame duck guy make that trade. I also just think the fact that they are picking up the phone and listening to people ask them about O'Neal Cruz says plenty. Because it would suggest a level of disenchantment with the player internally, where even if they know somebody else might get it out of him, they have already reached, on some small level, a level of dissatisfaction with him or frustration with him, where they're willing to at least hear somebody try to knock their socks off, knowing that if they were to make one of these deals, he could end up looking like a 40-40 player, and they will look as dumb as they have looked on all these other accounts. And this one, by the way, would look a lot worse than Priester, who right now has become a quality starting pitcher with the Brewers after one stop with Boston, because Cruz is the dude everyone watched hit the ball 500 feet at the home run derby. It would make him look even worse. Oh, you had that guy who was touched by the gods with basic athletic traits to play this sport, and all you could do was not figure out a defensive position, not get the focus there 100% of the time, and not teach him how to even competently hit left-handed pitching? Cool. Like, it just, even talking about it on these terms bums me out all the way around. I don't want the GM that I think should have already been fired to make the deal. I don't have any belief that the GM and his player development system can make the player really better than he is at this point. And they seem to have come to some of the same conclusions, which actually makes me think that they're wrong too somehow.
Yeah.
If they're coming to these conclusions, they're probably wrong. Yeah, I don't know, man. It sucks. They got O'Neal Cruz for a left-handed relief specialist.
On an expiring deal.
On an expiring deal.
Great trade by Neil Huntington.
It could have been Rincon for Giles again. Instead, it has become Rincon for Marcus Giles, the crappier one. Is that one hit for our audience?
Other Giles out there. I think Marcus
Giles Corey.
Giles,
the Jay Giles band.
Giles with the Braves had like a 45 home run season.
Did he?
I think so.
I guess my point is
we're getting your point, Malsey.
Even the fact that we are talking about this and that they have picked up the phone just signifies another failure.
It's not just Cruz, obviously. Mitch Keller pitched what might be his final game in Pittsburgh last night. He only has, if you do the pitch every fifth day thing, he only has one more start left before the trade deadline, and that would be Monday in San Francisco if everybody takes the turn on schedule here the next time through the rotation. Here he is after the game last night on all the trade conjecture.
Obviously, it's going around. It comes around every July. You definitely hear the noise, but yeah, you just gotta move past it, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I mean, it's not like I can tell them where I want to be traded or want to be, or if I do get traded, I can't say where I'm going or anything. So there's no point in worrying about it. I recognize that it's there. I mean, it happens to everybody. I mean, we kind of jokes about it a little bit, but yeah, I don't think there's anything to like stress over because, like I said, there's nothing we can do about it.
And he has to deal with this every July, it seems like, because ever since he's signed that contract, he's become expensive as far as Pirates contracts go, and the team isn't in position to win. So that's why his name gets bandied about, although in this situation he's an
actual valuable commodity.
Yeah,
right now.
I think we'll have an answer on Ben Cherington's license to make deals very shortly. If Keller is scratched on Monday, that means he's getting traded.
Correct.
If he's not, then that leaves the door open that he's going to be here.
And they're only going to let
past July
Cherington
31st.
make the expiring contracts,
The IKF,
the
Andrew
minor deals.
Heaney, Tommy Pham deals.
The deals that inherently are not going to get you as much.
If you actually do trust Cherington to do his job, I'm saying the Pirates because the fans don't, then you can't let Keller take the mound again for this team. Because if something were to happen, like you'd lose a very precious commodity and trade chip, and your season's down the toilet. So, let's say you scratch him and then for whatever reason no one knocks your socks off with an offer. Okay, you just skipped one turn in the rotation for him and he'll pick things back up in August. Not the end of the world. But I would anticipate that. I think there's a better than 50. Well, I guess I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I don't think the Pirates are going to give him the ability to make that trade.
Noah Hiles was on with me yesterday and said he thinks
they
that they are going to trade him.
And Mackey disagrees, and I think DK does a little bit too. I think the Dejan articles have suggested that as well. But
that he's not going to be allowed
to, and that really we could see Cherington fired before the season is even over.
I mean, I want Mackey
and
Dejan to be right.
Yes.
But at the same time, this team is so in need if they are going to have any prayer of doing anything while Paul Skeens is a member of their roster, an organization.
Yeah.
They are in such desperate need of some sort of substantive bat or bats in that lineup. I want to see Mitch Keller get dealt in principle because he's the one guy they have that could fetch that.
Well, it's going to put a lot of pressure, if it does go that way, on the guy who gets the job here once the season is over, because that guy is going to have to, you would think.
It's not going to be you get to come in and do it your way. It's here's what we have. You need to try to figure out how to make this work.
Well, that's what I mean, and that would probably require trading Keller months into taking the job before next season even starts.
Dude, they're such a mess. They're such a mess, and
they just swept the best team in the American League.
I know. After getting swept by the worst team in the American League, a literal historic event of 45 years in the making. And I will just stress again, Bob Nutting being indecisive about Cherington specifically this offseason has set this entire messy situation in motion.
All right, let's get Clement's take next. Matt Clement, the Butler native, the big leaguer, the former NL All-Star on this Cruz story. Does he think Cruz can reach his potential here? I mean, if I were Cruz, I would want traded. I would want this to be true. They moved him to a new position in the middle of last year. If he wants to get paid, his numbers need to be better. He's got to be in favor of a change of scenery. I'm sure he saw this story and he's doing cartwheels over it, would be my guess.
Pony, you got another one wrong, and you never get anything wrong. AL All-Star with Boston.
Oh, yeah, that's
05.
right. 05, yeah. I remember that game. He struck out Carlos Beltran.
Here's why wins don't matter,
Luis
though.
Castillo to fly out.
I think he was a better pitcher a couple times with the Cubs when he didn't have the same win-loss record, Pony.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is intern Dom's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have beaten the Tigers today 6-1. Bailey Falter gets the win after going 7 innings, giving up only 4 hits and only 1 earned run. Pirates are off tomorrow and host the Diamondbacks on Friday at 6:40. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Halsey.
Thank you, Dom. I want to tell everybody right now about Universal Windows Direct. Probably thinking about your windows today, or probably thinking about the comfort, generally speaking, of your house and your energy bills and everything else with the temperatures climbing again. And if you're a homeowner, period, you're probably thinking about those things all the time. Great investment to buy a house, obviously, but then keeping it comfortable takes a lot in terms of investment. And Universal Windows Direct, they want to make it easier to make your home more comfortable, more energy efficient. They want to make your home look better, too, with their windows that have their exclusive super spacer technology, stuff that blocks drafts, keeps the inside temperature steady, and, of course, saves you money. Right now with Universal Windows Direct, you can choose your offer, and that means either payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will also give you a free in-home window and energy assessment to show you exactly where the windows that you've got right now might be letting in heat. Don't wait on this one, okay? Call 412-545-6003 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com and schedule your free in-home estimate today. Once you get the new windows in, you're going to walk around saying, I love my windows.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We discussed Royals lefty Rich Hill yesterday, but he wasn't the only 45-year-old doing something special. Venus Williams played her first official singles match since March 2024 last night in D.C. and won in straight sets. Afterwards, only half-jokingly, Venus said she had to play again to kickstart her full-time health benefits. I'm Andrew Bogish.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavor. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Traffic-wise, we're seeing slowdowns on 28 on the inbound side, and the Parkway West is backed up as you try to head from the Parkway East area at 2nd Avenue. I'm Rob Taylor.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Calling all parents and teachers. At Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus, laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Carmen Majinski for the Pirates, the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Pirates sweep the Tigers. Race the Jolly Roger. All 3 games.
That's baseball, as John Sterling used to say. A longtime Yankees announcer. Not really a deep quote or anything. I don't know why it gets attached to him. Just saying that when weird things happen, that's baseball. I don't know why that's like looked at as Confucius knowledge, but that's
It's the whole America's pastime that it's somehow special and more different than everybody else, you know.
Swept
what I mean?
by the White Sox, sweep the Tigers. The Pirates season has had a lot of this. They crush the Mets and Cardinals, and they give it all back on a road trip before the All-Star break. Now we've got the trade deadline 8 days away, and no better person to talk to you about that than our next guest, 93.7 The Fan's MLB analyst, Matt Clement. On the Fan Hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service. Matt, we now have this story in the Post-Gazette that dropped in the last hour about O'Neal Cruz. And I said to Chris, like, if I'm O'Neal Cruz, I probably want to get out of here. Mid-season, they made me go from shortstop to center field last year. He'd never played the position before. We see that he's got raw power and potential, but he hasn't lived up to it here at all. He probably wants a change of scenery. What's your reaction to all that?
That's a great way to put it, and probably a change of scenery would be great for him. Think of Tyler Glasnow. A change of scenery did him a world of good too, and probably another point to add on to what you're saying is there's like he's supposed to be saving this team and carrying this team, and he really hasn't lived up to the expectations on his side of things. But at the same time, like that's more pressure that he ends up going somewhere else that somebody's going to give up some big prospects for maybe. He goes somewhere else where he isn't the focal point and can just relax and play, where it's kind of been like, okay, he's the guy here, and it hasn't went well, and probably sick of hearing people talk about how he hasn't performed. So interesting, from his standpoint, probably thinking that way. But like I said last week when we were talking, you got to give something up to get something. And the Pirates are in a weird spot. They have all these people who are going to give up and, pick up a minor leaguer here or there and hopefully hit the jackpot on. But, like, if you want to get players to change this dynamic and, like, this reboot we're going to build around pitching and get some different bats that we can go with, I mean, who better to give up, I guess, but it's risky because he could end up being, if
could be a superstar.
Through, you look dumb.
If somebody unlocks it, it's a superstar kind of player and talent. Well, here's the other question I have about Cruz. He has played approximately, Matt, I think it's almost right on the number, 2 full seasons of Major League Baseball in terms of actual games played in the bigs. He's not young. I mean, he's on the wrong side of 25, headed towards 30. And he's 26 years old. How much time, all things being equal, all players are different, but, like, broadly speaking, is 2 seasons worth of games enough to know what somebody sort of is or isn't in the big leagues? Is that a decent enough sample size for an everyday player?
Yeah, and the Pirates, here's the thing, the Pirates are dealing with, when things aren't going good, you're dealing with different circumstances than Gavin Lux with the Dodgers, where we can just, put him at the bottom of the order, let him do his thing, whatever the case may be. He's supposed to be the guy. It hasn't went well. And as 2 years of sample size as the headliner guy, probably is enough, but is enough at the same time. Not to be on the fence of the question, but like you're in a pretty strange situation with this right now. And again, like me and myself, it's like, if he unlocks, we're going to look really dumb. I mean, how many people have complained about the Chris Archer deal? Right, and how Meadows had some good years in there, and Glasnow became a guy that's been unbelievable. And this is even more surefire that this dude has a chance of being like the face of baseball type dude if he goes somewhere, if it unlocks. So it's a risky proposition. You got to get some real dudes. Like to me, these deals where you're talking like him, you got to get a Dominguez and a Volpe from the Yankees and maybe a prospect, something big that comes in and has a chance to really replace him.
Matt Clement with us here on 93.7 The Fan, baseball analyst who I mistakenly said was an NL All-Star. It was an American League All-Star in 2005. And then I said to Chris, I think you struck out Beltran, got Castillo to pop out, and I did not remember who the third guy was in that inning. Am I right? Am I close?
You were right on Beltran because I've told my sons when they're playing the MLB game, the show game, that Beltran has a great card right now, supposedly, and he was like one of the worst people I had to face. He was really hard for me to get out, and sure enough, All-Star game, who rolls to the plate, and I actually struck him out.
Yeah, okay.
Do you remember on what kind of pitch you threw him to get him?
I think it was a curve.
I would guess it's my slider. If I got him out, it was on my slider. I know I faced David Eckstein that inning also. Don't remember if it was a 1-2-3 inning where I got him out.
Yeah, let's be honest. He was a very visible try-hard guy. Let's just call it what it was. He looked like I would look throwing the ball across the infield with every ounce of might he had behind it. Good, solid little baseball player, but man, he looked
2 world champions.
He looked like it was maximum effort to do anything on the field.
Yeah, he made himself into a nice little career for what he had. Absolutely.
Matt, so Keller pitched last night. We just played before we brought you on what he said about all the trade rumors that are out there. And I said to Chris, I think we'll have our answer before he gets traded. If he gets scratched from Monday's start in San Francisco, that means they think he's gone. If I were in his shoes, I mean, I don't know if I'd want it. That's a weird spot to be in. The Pirates probably shouldn't pitch him again, Matt, if they think they're going to trade him, because what if he gets hurt in that game? What are your thoughts on things?
Agree. If we're going to know if he's scratched, if something's going down. And actually, it could still not go down. But if something is on the horizon that looks like it's going to go down and it's close, you don't want to take that chance at that point because, that's a bad negative situation either way. If the Pirates would throw him and he would get hurt, that hurts them both ways. So yeah, and I for being Keller, I think he just wants to pitch.
Yeah.
So if you're asking me to put myself in his shoes, he just wants to pitch. He's pitching good right now.
Yep.
He's now 4-10. But the last 6-7 game sample outing has been phenomenal for him.
So he doesn't want his routine thrown off right now.
Yeah, he just wants to keep going. What's going to happen to him is out of his hands, really. And for the Pirates, the other side for the Pirates is, you could possibly, he pitches even better. Maybe that adds to what you can get, but I don't think you can take that risk at the same time.
Matt, if you were dangling him and wanted to trade him, what would you need to get in return for you to feel like it was a fair deal for both sides?
I'd love to get, to me, I think that, again, this is trading something to get something. That's the kind of the term everybody asks me about what the Pirates should do that I keep saying.
Does it need to be a guy who's already in the bigs, or would you take somebody who's hugely hyped prospect who just hasn't cracked into the bigs yet?
I think that it would be nice to be able to get both, right? And probably would be a lesser big league dude if you're getting a majorly hyped prospect, if that makes sense. Like if you're getting that top 3-4 guy in an organization, like the Cubs guy, I think it's Cassie, the left fielder or whatever.
Yep.
It's really hot. Like if you're getting him, man, if I can add somebody that's in their lineup, maybe a platoon guy or whatever the case may be out there on their team that can come help this offense immediately. Maybe that's the kind of the combination I go for in that situation. But I think it go either way. It's just the Pirate fans don't want to hear it right now because things just haven't went so well offensively. So to bring back nothing that looks great or a bunch of a package of 4 guys that you're hoping hits, is going to be hard for the fan base to stomach, I think. So getting somebody that can crack this lineup right now, to me, would be nice. But, if you can get one of those top 3, Cubs are trying to win a World Series right now. They're short on starting pitching right now. You can get somebody like that, dude, then I packaged around that.
Matt, are you aware that somebody who was your contemporary pitched in the major leagues last night at 45 years old? Rich Hill. His 14th team, he tied Edwin Jackson for the major league record. He has been on 7 different teams since he turned 40, including the Pirates.
I did see that last night, and I had a former trainer or physical therapist from Boston that tried to connect us because said we would get along well when he was in Pittsburgh that year. We text back and forth a few times, never were able to connect with my schedule with my kids in the summer, but really, what a testament to him, man. Really cool. And to go out there and go against the Cubs and give up 1 run. Just amazing, right? And good for him. And I've heard nothing but unbelievable stuff about Rich Hill. And so to see him back in baseball and having a chance, pretty awesome.
He's getting major league hitters out when he's probably reading AARP magazine before the game, Matt. This is ridiculous.
We're getting to Jamie Moyer territory, right? He's think about that. Jamie Moyer was 4 years older than Rich Hill when he was pitching.
Yeah. More impressive that Moyer was still pitching at that age or that Julio Franco was still getting hits in his late 40s?
I think Moyer because he was, you can roll up there and hit balls and not run fast and put some ice packs on your knees and stuff. But when your arm's still working at age 49 and you're throwing mid-80s in a game that's throwing mid-90s.
Could you pump it up to mid-80s right now if we gave you a little bit of time to warm up?
Just let you get loose, yeah.
Mid-80s?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could get to mid-80s.
Nice.
Could you touch 90 if we gave you a long time to warm up?
No chance.
Are you aware, you'll like this, of who Jamie Moyer's father-in-law is?
Digger Phelps.
Let's go. You know your stuff. All right, Matt. Good stuff. We'll talk again next week. I can't get one by you.
All right, man. Thanks, guys.
See ya. Matt Clement, our MLB analyst.
No, I feel like an idiot. I didn't know that.
Really?
Why would I care who Jamie Moyer's father-in-law was?
They only mentioned it in every game he pitched in, but that's all right.
I wasn't sitting there watching random Jamie Moyer starts unless they were against the Pirates. I'm not a Jamie Moyer historian here necessarily. Clearly not like you who could remember the pitch that Matt Clement used to get Carlos Beltran out.
I would trade O'Neal Cruz for Volpe and Dominguez. However, if Ben Cherington made that trade, I would say, this looks like a good trade, but I would expect Volpe to go into the longest slump of his career, Dominguez to never turn out to be a good player, and O'Neal Cruz to hit behind Aaron Judge and launch 50 home runs into
that short porch in right field. He would just pepper the middle deck in the Bronx and become a hero in that city.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. All right. Coming up next, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, 3 minutes away from him. His reaction to the T.J. Watt contract and his expectations for the Steelers with camp opening. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bauer Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Tigers today 6-1. So after getting swept by the worst team in the American League, the Pirates have now swept, whatever is grammatically correct, the best team. Mosey's laughing in there. The best team in the American League. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Stormmaster Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe, we're actually involved in the case. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? Are we going to run it? We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to the top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead. Take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We're about 20 minutes away from Omar Khan, Steelers GM, with practice starting tomorrow. We're on the eve of Steelers training camp. What is he saying about this team? His first public comments on the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade coming up. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, devil in the details sometimes with these contracts. You've looked at TJ Watt here. Did he get a better deal than Myles Garrett?
Well, I mean, he got a strong deal. He's got 3 years fully guaranteed from signing. He's got a total commitment of 4 years. Not that he's going to be looking for a fourth contract, a significant one when it's all said and done. And there's an early trigger in the final year that isn't guaranteed at like $15 million, so they've got to make a decision early. So he's got 3 solid years with the Steelers. And so much for the talk about them being concerned that he's slipping, he's getting older, whatever. They made, and they rarely do it for non-quarterbacks, they made a firm at signing 3-year fully guaranteed commitment.
Who won this deal then? Is it more Watt beat kind of, if somebody wins this deal, it's Watt won more than the Steelers did?
Well,
To the extent of like looking at his
Watt won
age, his
because the Steelers
performance.
waited.
Yeah, his age, his performance,
it's
everything
a point
else.
that J.J. Watt made. He didn't talk about TJ specifically. He was on with McAfee a month or so ago, and the idea that the longer you wait, the more expensive it gets. It's always that way. Look at what the Cowboys are dealing with Micah Parsons. If they had done it last year, it would have been a lot less than what it's going to be now. Now, in the interim, you save money because you pay a guy less. But even just in one offseason, if the Steelers had swooped in as soon as the 2024 season had ended, they could have gotten TJ Watt for less than $42 million a year. And for less than, $108 million fully guaranteed at signing. He got the most fully guaranteed at signing of any non-quarterback ever, and he got more than like Brock Purdy got fully guaranteed at signing.
What do you think that says on a macro level about the way the Steelers are doing business now, Mike?
Look, they typically are smart about things. I just think they let this one, as they focused on other deals, they let this one simmer longer than it should have, and it ended up blowing up on them between the Max Crosby deal and then the big one, the Myles Garrett deal, that pushed the new money high bar to $40 million a year. You know, we talked in the past, to the extent they were thinking that was an aberration. No, it's the trend, and that's where it goes. And the money's always going to keep going up. As long as the cap keeps going up, the money's going to keep going up. And in any given offseason, the longer you wait, the more expensive it's going to get. But look, they need him. They need him. If they're serious about trying to win a playoff game for the first time since before he was drafted, they need him.
Is it good business still in the NFL to be spending as much as the Steelers are on defense, specifically on that side of the ball, given the way the rules are, given the way the sport just has trended now for probably 20 years or thereabouts, Mike?
Well, when you get all three of your quarterbacks in 2024 under contract for less than what Mason Rudolph got for 1 year in Tennessee, and then when you get a Hall of Famer, first ballot, still a guy who's in the top half of the league for $13 million, which is criminal in today's NFL. The top of the market, $60. You've got the luxury to spend that kind of money on the other side of the ball. So they've been fortunate at the quarterback position, and then if you draft a guy, you keep the total dollars at quarterback low as well, if that's what they do next year. So not having a quarterback that's making top of the market money or close to it allows you to pump money elsewhere, specifically on defense.
Mike, you just said it's criminal how little the Steelers are paying Aaron Rodgers. Is that the sentiment around the league, that they got an unbelievable deal on him?
I just assume it's a given. Like, $13 million is an unbelievable deal. Justin Fields, it costs $20 million this year for the Jets. Russell Wilson is guaranteed like $10.5, $11 million. So, yeah, in this NFL, not that long ago, $20 million made you the highest paid quarterback in the game. But in today's NFL, we've got multiple guys making more than $50 million a year, where the market is $60. Yes, to get a guy like Aaron Rodgers for $13 million, it's a hell of a bargain. And when you find someone like that, it gives you an opportunity to compete. It gives you an edge over the other teams, because other teams have to deal with the more conventional reality that you're only getting a good quarterback cheap if he's in the first 3 years of a rookie contract.
Isn't the counter argument, too, they got an unbelievable deal that if he was anywhere near the Aaron Rodgers that was winning MVPs a couple of years ago, he would not have been available to them at such an unbelievable bargain rate?
Well, yes and no. Look, he gave up $35 million walking through the door 2 years ago with the Jets. Just gave it up. After he was traded, after he was on the team, hey, we got to do something about your contract. There was a big payment to. Okay, he gave up $35 million. Now, I think he did it as kind of a loose quid pro quo that would give him a seat at the table for, every move they made and make him the de facto GM. But this time around, he would have gotten more. He would have gotten more than $13 million if he wanted it.
Like, what do you think would have been the going rate for him if he were paid? If the market were paying him what his play suggests he's probably worth, where do you think that number would have landed, at least per year, Mike?
Right now, 30, I think. So if he's worth 30 right now, based on how he played down the stretch last year for the Jets, that's given up 17.
Okay,
Mike, that's $17 million you can spend on another guy.
We're obviously most interested in the Steelers, but we're also attentive to what's going on with the Bengals. Because they are looked at as competition, obviously. And you've got Hendrickson just flat out leaving. something that you would recommend, going all the way to Jacksonville and just saying, screw it, I'm not going to show up to camp. And then still the bizarre nature in what is a slotted system where this is supposed to make things easier. Their first-round pick is unsigned with no light at the end of the tunnel. So is this just Mike Brown being like the old, stodgy, curmudgeonly, frugal owner that he has been labeled as for decades, or is there more to this story that I'm missing?
It's dawning on me this time around. It's not about money as much as it's about power. It's about showing the players who's in charge and who's boss. And with Trey Hendrickson, I don't necessarily recommend this holdout. With other teams, yes, if the holdout was going to work. Like Micah Parsons, I think should not have shown up for training camp. I think the Cowboys are going to screw him. Once you show up, the team gets all the leverage because you can hold out until the Tuesday after week 10 and still show up. If you're there and leave, you got 5 days to come back or they can shut you down for the whole year. Shut you down and pay you nothing. Hendrickson should have considered doing the best deal he could because I don't think the Bengals are going to blink. I think Hendrickson's going to end up being the Hassan Reddick this year where he'll sit out, he'll give up the daily fines, he'll give up game checks if he doesn't show up. I just don't see the Bengals giving in. And with Shamar Stewart, this ridiculous fight over esoteric language in the contract about the consequences of a default on your guaranteed money. Language that they used last year for Marius Mims all of a sudden isn't good enough. Language they used this year for both T. Higgins and Jamar Chase all of a sudden isn't good enough. They're trying to cram this new language through on Shamar Stewart without giving him any sort of additional concession. That's where this has gone sideways for the Bengals. Language they've used up until their two receivers, they used that old language. Now we have to change it. Well, what do I get? Nothing. Sign it. Shut up. Play football. Sign it. That's their attitude.
Wow.
Mike, the interesting thing about what's going on with Stewart specifically is the other development that I've noticed, it feels like it's actually pro players here. All these second-round picks suddenly are getting fully guaranteed contracts when that hasn't been the norm. What light can you shed on that? Because the Steelers obviously didn't have a second-round pick this year. They traded it to go get DK Metcalf.
Well, and I'm waiting to see the full array of what the second-round picks have gotten. The NFLPA sends out reports that show, for example, the percentage of the contract that was fully guaranteed last year at a given slot, the percentage this year. But the NFLPA is under siege, and that's
Oh, my God. I was going to ask you about J.C. Treader. You and Pablo Torre are like Woodward and Bernstein right now.
But the issue with the second-rounders, people say, football players should have fully guaranteed contracts. Well, every first-rounder does. Every first-round pick now gets a 4-year fully guaranteed contract. This is the first year the team stepped out of line in round 2, and it started with the Texans, and then it continued, and it's deeper into the round now. And that's what a lot of this was as the holdouts continued for more than a few guys. They held firm, and they got fully guaranteed 4-year contracts. So even though veterans have a hard time getting fully guaranteed contracts, more and more rookies are getting 4-year fully guaranteed contracts as they walk through the league. And the second-rounders had a lot to do with that this year.
Mike, are you able to add any more color to what is this breaking news story in Cleveland where they had a helmet revealed today, a new brown helmet, and at this event a photographer fell into the
Lake Erie.
Yes.
Yeah,
did you see this?
I was going to use that later in the show, but let's bring it up. Yeah, the
Mike,
guy just
it has gone viral.
fell.
Only the Browns, where they have this celebratory day. We are showing you something cool and new about our team, and a photographer fell into the lake while it was happening.
And it wasn't a bit. It wasn't part of the dude wipes.
It was
stunt.
windy, and the whole thing. I guess you take the cover off, the tarp off of it, and maybe
they took like
that.
It was like an art project or a sculpture where it has like a light tarp covering it, and they're pulling it off, and just this guy is on the far corner, seemingly unbothered by all this, and he just goes backward into Lake Erie, Mike.
Oh God.
I think
everything but the river being on fire.
Honestly, I think it's got to be a quick write-up on PFT. I think it was tailor-made for Pro Football Talk.
I didn't know about it. I just can't look. The brown helmets, and I remember when I was a kid and I first became aware of football, like, why are the Browns helmets orange? I was always confused by that. But now I know why they're orange, because they look awful when they're brown. And when the whole thing is sponsored by Dude Wipes, how can you not make the association that everyone is going to make when they see a brown
Very
helmet?
well said.
That is a very good
Mike,
point.
We'll talk again next week. Thank you.
See you guys.
Football's back. Mike Florio with us. throughout the offseason and now into the season. Brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. Aditi Kinkhabwala next hour on TJ Watt. She talked about how unhappy and contentious it was. She'll tell us if things have been placated by this deal. Her thoughts on the Steelers as camp opens. Omar Khan talking moments ago on this team. The first comments on the Minkah deal and what else is there to do this offseason in terms of pickups. You'll hear him on that topic. Quick timeout and a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Athletics looking to avoid a sweep. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Texas is off to a 4-1 start in the second half, but the Rangers have a bottom three offense against lefties like J.P. Sears, and this A's roster hitting .313 against Texas starter Patrick Corbin. The Athletics as a plus 120 underdog of the play. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, get 0% APR for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days on the 2025 Santa Fe or Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees, no security deposit required, 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Accident being reported on Ardmore Boulevard. That's in Forest Hills. Also a lot of activity downtown on that Crosstown Boulevard. I'm Rob Taylor.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Spencer Horwitz hit a grand slam, and the Pirates swept the best team in the American League. The Detroit Tigers beat Detroit 4 out of 6 this year. Beat Detroit after getting swept by the White Sox this weekend at home. Next up, the Diamondbacks on Friday night. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, I'll be honest with you, Jerry. I think these things sort of, I'm sure when you guys negotiate all your big deals with your company also, you guys realize sometimes these things takes longer than you would like. But, you know, I always felt good about getting it done. You know, when it happened, it happened last week, and it all came together. You know, we had conversations, obviously, since early in the off season. It just kind of came together last week or the week before that. And yeah, it was good, and it's nice to have it done before we get here. I think he's excited, we're excited, and I think hopefully the fans are excited, and here we go.
Deductive reasoning tells you that's Omar Khan talking about T.J. Watt and his new deal, and you'd be right at the 50-minute mark. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Tomorrow for the first Steelers training camp practice in Latrobe, looking like it'll be 89 degrees and sunny. That is fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group, the sponsor of Judge Donnie at 5:30. We will be debating, are the Steelers a playoff team in 2025, with Judge Dom presiding over the case.
I like this power. By the way, it's Horwitz. You said it wrong on the headline, but just thought you'd like to know.
Thank you.
What did he say?
Horowitz.
Oh, like Barry Horowitz, the old jobber from WCW.
Yeah.
You don't think it's still pronounced that way and he just dropped the O?
I think he said that he prefers it Horwitz.
Okay.
He just dropped the O?
Well, maybe not him personally, but maybe someone along the way in his family did.
Kind of like Travis Kelce, how his last name's really Kels, but now it's Kelsey. Like one of those situations.
Connor Sherry versus Sherry.
Well, Sherry thing was very, you know what? That's like when you put Trubisky at the bottom of the lineup and he didn't say anything, you knew it was a bad sign. when Sherry did not actually tell people this is how my name is pronounced, which was Sherry, that should have been a dead giveaway about him.
No distractions in camp as far as hold-ins go this year with the Watt deal done, so that's not looming over this team. It can be about football. I do think Khan is putting he's putting the right spin on this, like, hey, everything worked out in the end, no hard feelings, we got a deal done. I think if Khan had been left to his own devices, he would have continued to play hardball. I do think this is a situation where it's the opposite of the last time. When Watt was fed up with things, he stormed in and said, I'll just sign the deal, I want to play. I think this time Tomlin got involved. Just kind of I'm not reporting this per se.
Are you
but just
hearing
based
this?
on some of the things I've heard make me think Mike was like, let's do this. What are we really arguing about? What are we really haggling over? Let's do it.
I mean,
I
had heard
he was the one that brokered it in the end.
Well, I don't like that because that's him also getting another thing locked up in another side of the ball, his side of the ball, happier. I had heard, though, that it's just interesting because I had heard that he did not have the kind of role people might have thought he would have in the Minka deal, that was much more of a Khan and other people situation.
Well, we do have some thoughts from Omar. His first comments, let's see if he comes off that way as a guy that pulled this trigger more than Mike did. This is an intern. Jack was the one who poured over Omar Khan. He went and listened
dude,
back
poured over it, Pony. I saw him back there at the computer, and he was like staring this close to the screen, like inches away.
We have intern Jack to thank for all of these Khan clips from a few minutes ago. Here is one on the Ramsey trade process.
So before you make these type of decisions and, you seal a deal, you like to have the opportunity to, you have a conversation with the agent or sometimes the teams give you permission to speak to the player directly. And, we are always going to be very transparent about what our expectations are, what are the roles, what the role is going to be. And, if both sides didn't feel comfortable, we wouldn't have done it.
All right, so that's him saying, obviously, in order to facilitate this trade, he and Mike had to talk to Ramsey about what he was signing up for, because we know that it's
a big personality.
He's not unlike Minka in that he really is not going to, just give you like a yes, sir, that's all good, I'll do whatever you want.
He is unlike Minka in that he will say it publicly. Minka kept most of it under
with both
wraps.
teams when he got traded from the Dolphins to the Steelers, and same thing with getting traded back there.
Ramsey is just as
disenchanted with his role.
as bullheaded as far as like this is what I think I should do, but he will absolutely not be a shrinking violet in public about it.
I think we have one more from him on that trade here. Let's see. No. This is labeled from Jack. Khan on filling free safety role. Let's see if he mentions Ramsey as a possibility there in this answer.
We signed Juan. That's not to say we won't look to see what else is out there. But part of being at training camp is for us to kind of figure out and get to know the players that we have and see how those roles are going to take, how they're going to come together. And I'm sure you guys will ask Coach throughout training camp about how these guys are progressing and what he's seeing. But that's really what training camp is, to help us sort through all that.
Not a ringing endorsement on Thornhill. We have
Thornhill. If I were Juan Thornhill, I'd hear that and go, oh,
well, we have someone who has a pulse and is alive and breathing.
We brought in Juan Thornhill. That doesn't mean we're not actively looking constantly for a player who is better than Juan Thornhill.
Yep. That's how I heard that too. He was asked about, let's see, I think there's another one on more moves here. Do I have
How'd
that?
Jack do with these so far? Are these labeled in a way that you're able to read?
I think pretty good. This is Khan on off-season plan. No, is that going to give me an answer I want? All right, let's listen to that one. Here he is on what they went about doing this offseason.
We lay out a plan. Obviously coming off of last year, which was disappointing the way it ended. We had a plan, an idea of what we want. We had a vision of what we wanted this team to look like. And, to tell you there that we laid out a plan and everything happened 100%, that wouldn't be honest of me to say that. But we think it came together pretty nicely. We filled some needs, and we acquired some players that are, stealers. You guys heard me use that phrase before. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was 100% the way we planned it, and I don't think that's the case for anybody, but it came together.
And I think Aaron Rodgers might be part of that.
As in he wasn't originally part of the plan?
Yeah, I mean.
Do you think Omar wanted him, or do you think he wanted Fields back?
I think Omar would have preferred Fields. I think Tomlin wanted Rodgers.
I think the owner wanted Fields back.
But the owner also made a comment about how you needed to be a pocket quarterback to succeed, and we know that Fields isn't that. So there was a mixed message that got sent.
The owner sent a very mixed message. He said, I would like to have one of the two quarterbacks that was starting for us last season back under contract next year. And then, oops, went 0 for 2 there. I never believed it about Wilson. I thought that always referenced Fields.
Right.
And the owner maybe just doesn't know what he wants. I also think besides Tomlin says, hey, Aaron Rodgers is, all-time great, et cetera. It was a pain in the ass to run a defense against him. I think the owner might also be a guy who's getting kind of suckered in by, it's Aaron effing Rodgers. He's a 4-time MVP. He goes to the special wing of the Hall of Fame with the great, 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 great players. He is, by definition, by career, will be viewed as a better quarterback than Ben Roethlisberger, who we all, he might even be viewed as better than Bradshaw by a lot of people just because he has 4 MVPs. And so I think it's easy, even though he's 41, for people like Art Rooney to get suckered into that a little bit.
Because I think Tomlin's the one that's telling him those things.
But I mean,
they put ample trust in Tomlin and belief in him. I'm saying...
The problem is that he's not that player anymore. That's his resume.
I know, but I think Mike still believes that guy is in there. And he's let the people around him know that. And they're not like us, where we're cynical and skeptical of Tomlin's opinions on quarterbacks. They still treat what he says about football as gospel inside the Steelers' facilities.
Shouldn't treat what he says about quarterbacks as gospel.
Here is Con on if there's any more moves to make. What else is out there? Is there still meat on the offseason bone?
In terms of extensions, there's nothing going on right now. Could there be a player maybe that we think about? Sure. I mean, that option's still available. I think you also said about acquiring other players. I'll be honest with you. We made a lot of moves this year, and I feel really good about where our team is right now. So to say that we're out there trying to find someone, and that's not the case. If an opportunity comes available, we'll look at it, but I feel really good about it.
If you take him at his word there, that means he doesn't like the scraps that are left in the free agent market. If you take him at his word.
Which is weird given some of the players that are still out there at positions they could use a guy.
That's not him shutting they're never going to shut a door publicly, but I'm going to infer there that they could still upgrade at wide receiver, at safety, maybe bring in an offensive lineman. But it's going to be based on what happens with other teams' rosters when we get to cutdown day. Who becomes available in a trade? Who gets straight up released? Who do you like more than the guys on your team?
They definitely have a list of those guys already that they think could get chopped.
Yeah, and I don't know anything.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying this with any kind of inside knowledge, but they either don't think these receivers are good enough.
Well, that's the one that gets me.
Or they think they're too expensive. I will say this, and maybe something will happen that takes what I'm about to say and makes it a moot point. But I did hear that the Gabe Davis experiment here was more about something he did on his own than the Steelers being interested in him.
So he tried to reach out to them.
Hey, his agent said, hey.
He facilitated it.
Yes. Hey, can my player come tour your facilities and check things out? And they said yes. It was not them
being very interested in Gabe Davis. He's also coming off of an injury. There was all the other stuff.
Yep. I also really didn't look great. Both how he performed in whatever workouts they put him through, and also just he didn't look like he was in football shape.
Oh, good. The one that I'm going to be on the wide receiver front, the one that I'm going to be continuing to scratch my head about is Amari Cooper, who nobody. And I'm scratching my head partly not just because they have ignored him.
The whole league has.
The whole league has.
It's like whatever happened in Buffalo last year gave him a scarlet letter.
Did you watch Buffalo games and go, man, that guy looks like he can't play? I did not.
He looked like he was not on the same page with Allen whatsoever.
Okay, but how could that give a guy a scarlet letter across the league? Sometimes players just don't mesh well with other players. And then, my God.
Yep.
The guy's considered, I would think, one of the crispest route runners of his last 10 years or so.
The year before that, he had 1,200 yards and toasted the Steelers and still looked like a great
that
player.
One's going to have me scratching my head. Maybe other bigger ball knowers than I can explain that
Well,
one.
here is Khan on their wide receiver room. Let's see if he makes it out to be the greatest thing ever like he did last year when he was talking up Van Jefferson.
Yeah, I feel really good. Obviously we traded for DK. DK is going to be an impact player for us. But I saw how the growth in Calvin Austin last year, and that was cool to see. Watching Roman Wilson this offseason has been, it's been really great to see his progress and where he's at. And I think we would have seen some of it last year if he would have, towards the end of last year, if he would have had the opportunity to play. We acquired Robert Woods, a veteran leader in that room. So, feel really good about that position.
I think they're drinking their Kool-Aid, man. They think that Austin is prime for big things, and they really do see a change in Roman Wilson's body type.
Okay, the Roman Wilson thing, forget about Austin, who I think in a perfect world is a rock-solid slot receiver and kind of, not specialist, but a guy who can run very fast down the seam. He's a down-the-field threat. He's a seam threat, too. He's a guy, you want to attack the middle of the field, just let him run by people. The degree to which Roman Wilson, it felt like, and you can tell me if you think I'm wrong, got buried by Tomlin, and just the way they handled him in general last year, it's a moving train, all that other usual stuff.
Yes, now they're bringing him back to life like he's Lazarus, and they're making him out to be something
he's
special.
Not just like he's Lazarus. He's up there, and he's hop, skipping, and jumping, man. It's one of the wildest shifts in how they sort of subtly implied they felt about him last year, coming back from injury, to how they think he's going to perform this year. It would be like a pitcher having a 7 ERA and barely playing, and the next year in the offseason, people going, we actually think he can anchor our rotation.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. A law firm that always says there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All Access with Aditi next. Her thoughts on Amari Cooper, TJ Watt's deal. What happened with the Browns today? Did a reporter almost drown during their helmet reveal? No Steelers employees were hurt during their ugly jersey reveal the other day.
I've got an update on that coming up next that has me disgusted. Disgusted beyond belief. Is there nothing sacred in this world?
But first, an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Tigers today 6-1, so the Buccos have now swept the American League's best team. Pirates are off tomorrow when they host the Diamondbacks on Friday at 6:40. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, intern Dom, who is actually producer Dom. Let us talk about the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. It's always a big day, and it's a big Wednesday with BetParx. Bucks, of course, got a win against Detroit today and swept that series. You can always bet Bucks baseball, and live betting it is better on the BetParx app. You can also bet game combos, player performances, and more on the BetParx app. BetWire, it's now live right inside the BetParx app. It is the all-new sports betting live feed with quick videos, takes, game predictions, and more from content creators in sports betting across the country. Plus, in addition to all that, you could check out new games on the BetParx app like Huff and More Puff. New casino users can get up to $1,000 cash back. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland for BetParx. You love to play, you play to win, you bet BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has college sports' new revenue sharing system actually solved any problems or just given us all new ones? We've already had to redefine the definition of NIL collectives. The White House may intercede to keep NIL payments down, and states are creating laws to protect their schools from any punishment for breaking these new rules. All of this, and the new academic year hasn't even started yet. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Join the Wild Things Friday, July 25th through Sunday the 27th for fireworks presented by North Franklin Township, baseball fights cancer with a photo frame giveaway sponsored by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by the PA Treasury with Bluey and Bingo on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Mostly clear skies tonight, the low 61.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Chris Muller here, and while I'm not Santa Claus, I can tell you it's Christmas in July right now at Choice Cabinet. Check out these deals. 10% off their already low prices for any order under $12,000. If your order is over $12,000, you'll get an additional 15% off Choice's already 60 to 70% off retail pricing. Plus, they're tripling the size of their showroom and design center, which is set to reopen in the next few weeks. Remember, if you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com. Restrictions apply.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Accident being reported on Ardmore Boulevard, that's in Forest Hills. Also a lot of activity downtown on that Crosstown Boulevard. I'm Rob Taylor.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's obviously a huge day here with the Steelers reporting to camp. We've heard T.J. Watt. We've heard Omar Khan. We'll hear from more Steelers players arriving, like Patrick Queen, Alex Highsmith, new Steeler Juan Thornhill, who's a former Brown. Which gets me to this. On this big day, the Pirates swept the Tigers. O'Neal Cruz might get traded. The thing I can't stop paying attention to and watching is this Browns alternate helmet reveal. It's a brown helmet sponsored by Dude Wipes, where the jokes just write themselves. They take the tarp off the inflatable helmet, which is on a raft on Lake Erie, and a photographer falls into the lake. And the thing that's really got me cracking up right now is the mascot's reaction to it. They're all excited to be photographed.
Did the mascot throw like a life preserver at him?
The Dude Wipe mascot starts sauntering over like, oh no, this happened, and it looks like the Brown mascot did throw something into the water.
The Brown mascot did throw like a life preserver. Can you imagine telling your parents, hey, guess what? Finally got a job out of college. I am the Dude Wipe guy. I'm the mascot. I have a disturbing piece of business, and it's from that that Cleveland sports account that has a gajillion followers that is like I don't know, it's like the Joey Bag of Donuts or whatever.
Okay.
He posted something that just said, oof. 59 minutes ago, we missed this. I received insider information from the Browns that the fall was on purpose to make it go viral, which makes it worse.
Yeah.
Is there nothing sacred in this world?
Aditi Kinkhabwala joins us right now, NFL on CBS Insider, brought to you by Bet365. Aditi, did you know that this was a spoof or a planned thing? Oh.
Uh-oh. Is Aditi spoofing us?
I think that we're going to try to go back to the phone here. Are we? Or are we going to try to do video? I feel like the video... Okay, we're going to
go phone here.
Something about Aditi's gigantic house in Fox Chapel hurts.
She's got to get one of those mesh networks where you plug something into the wall and it boosts the signal. She might need 3 or 4 of them for her palatial abode.
In the meantime...
Not a problem you and I are familiar with.
Here is Watt on the peace sign cryptic Instagram post he put out earlier this year.
Sometimes it's just fun to have fun with the narratives out there because, I mean, obviously I'm very in tune with what's going on in negotiations and how things are going. It's fun to see what you guys are all writing, thinking that things are one way even though they're completely a different way. So sometimes it's fun, especially when it's early in the off season, to kind of throw something out there and see what happens. And it stirred things up a lot more than I ever thought it could.
All right, so there's Watt again on that.
Mr. Giggles, the guy who just loves social media. He just loves paying attention to those narratives and having fun with it, man.
Aditi, let's circle back on the Browns event today.
First of all, I'm not even in my house. Don't be ripping my house and my community.
We weren't ripping your house. We were saying your house is so...
I was praising your house.
We were saying your house is so big that it needs like a Wi-Fi booster to reach all the corners.
Please. I'm sitting in a hotel in New Jersey. I was at Jets training camp, and I'm headed to Giants training camp.
When you're in New Jersey, do you feel like you're home, or have you been in Pittsburgh long enough that feels more like home to you now than your original home state?
Ooh, that is such a tough question. No, because your hometown is always your hometown,
I was
right?
just
like
in
your
Jersey,
home is your
Aditi.
home. Were you?
Yeah.
Did you have a good time?
I was at Sesame Place, which is outside of Philadelphia, with Stella for her second birthday. And I didn't realize, Mulsey, this is how bad I am with geography, unlike you, that where we were staying in Pennsylvania, we could walk across a bridge and we were just in Trenton, New Jersey.
Delaware Water Gap.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I saw where Washington crossed the Delaware. I had never been there before.
Oh, yeah, brother. Yeah, there's like big it's like a big gorge in some spots. Aditi, by the way,
I was Justin Fields today, and last year I remember Justin Fields telling me that Pittsburgh was surprisingly cooler, prettier than he expected. And I said, so what do you think of Jersey? And he's like, oh, it's so nice out here. And he's living close to the facility, and he's talking about everything is so green, and it's really beautiful, and it makes him think of home. And I said to him, well, as a Jersey girl, that makes me feel proud.
Can I ask you?
I got to be honest, Aditi. Hold on, Pony. As somebody who's driven through New Jersey many times, various parts of Jersey, it always just kind of struck me as one enormous suburb. Like, not really anything that sticks out. No, it's just like, hey, New York has 12 million people, and Philly's got 8 million people or whatever, and they all just kind of live somewhere in New Jersey.
Because sometimes you need to escape those big, big cities and all that concrete, those concrete jungles, and you need some fresh air.
Yes, that just happens to smell like a landfill in certain spots.
Moving right along.
Yes. Okay,
yes,
so here.
That video, I cried.
Yes, so
I cried laughing. But is this really verified that was done on purpose? Because I don't think someone would damage a camera on purpose, right?
What if it was a dummy camera that they didn't need? It was like a prop.
A prop. Good point.
Wait, but who is telling you that this was fake?
So there's a big Cleveland
Ballers
sports account that I'm sure Ken Carman follows. The guy's got like 600,000 followers.
As long as Ken follows, we know that this person's basically 60 Minutes. Got it.
But they are suggesting that this was a staged viral stunt. And honestly, Aditi, do you know what makes me believe that? Unlike most of the things the Browns do, it actually worked.
Yeah, but it got everybody ripping the Browns. Why would they want that?
It got them talking about the helmet.
Yeah, but I don't like. I
Do
don't
some
think
digging,
that
Aditi,
all
and give us.
publicity is good publicity.
I agree.
Here.
Do some digging here. Use your large
Rolodex.
Again, yes, Rolodex. They
My
don't even
network.
exist anymore. Yes.
Get
the
to
AK
bottom
network
whether
of
that was on
sources.
Okay.
purpose or not. Okay,
Here's
I'll
the
report back
random
to you.
question that popped into my head with Justin Fields, and I demand an answer from you on this. If you had to pick a former Steeler to be most successful with his new team, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Kenny Pickett, who would you go with and why?
Are you asking who do I predict will be the most successful,
Yes,
or
the
who
Aditi
do
crystal
I want?
ball. No, the crystal ball of
Oh,
Aditi.
now she's got a crystal ball.
I
She's
think
got a
right now
Rolodex.
Justin Fields. I think right now Justin Fields is set up for the most success.
Okay.
Justin Fields is superior to Russell Wilson at this point of his career. He is extremely charged by what happened last year. I wouldn't call it, it's not that he's never not been focused, but there's certainly a chip, there's a fire. I talked to Garrett Wilson, who obviously played with him at Ohio State, and he said there just seems to be something different in his eyes in terms of how Justin has been affected by what went down last year. He is the starter. Kenny Pickett has to fight for that starting spot. The Giants open up with a murderer's row.
And they just handed the job to Russ today. They handed it to him.
I mean,
no competition.
Sure, but let's see what happens. Okay? And again, they start with a murderer's row. You look at those first 8 games, and again, every player goes into every game thinking that every game is winnable. But we,
Especially
as outside
Russ.
observers, look at those
God,
first 8
does
games.
he ever?
Okay?
What's going to be Russ's biggest
Justin has
like
a little
task?
bit more around him. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what's going to be tougher for Russ? All those defenses and teams he has to face, or the New York media? Because he's not going to be able to do the Russ platitudes routine with some of them.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how all of that is going to fly.
Not
But,
well.
I don't think that's
Your
going to go.
diplomatic answer
I
there
do not
reveals
think that's
that.
going to go very well when he is just spewing the usual motivational stuff.
Aditi, how about the Watt contract? In the end, did TJ get what he wanted from the Steelers, you think?
I think absolutely he did.
No hard
I mean,
feelings?
what is there to quibble with? It's the same thing that I've been saying from the beginning, though. We knew that they would end up here. Why did we have to go through all this other stuff to get here?
Do you buy this idea at all?
That's life.
Well, do you buy the
No
idea
pain,
at
no
all
gain.
that people are saying the Steelers got something back from him because he wanted a 5-year deal? I just maintain he wanted pretty much exactly what he got.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident that there was unnecessary,
Strife?
whatever you want to call it, gamesmanship, angst, just they were going to end up here, so just do it. But that's what I told you guys months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you were saying, Pony, that you felt like there was this added stress, I never really thought that he was going to be traded. I never really thought that they weren't going to come to an agreement. But I kept saying, just get it done. Like, you made all these other guys, you showed you had some priority, some ability to find money for them. Just get, obviously, the most important guy done. And they did. And kudos to them. Kudos to them that that's not hanging over them in camp in any way, that there are no distractions, that there will be no questions about it. And when you have arguably your most important player feeling this good, that's only a good thing.
Malzi, ask Aditi the question about Amari Cooper that you keep contemplating and pondering.
Very, very simple question, Aditi. Is there something fundamentally wrong with Amari Cooper that none of us know about? Because I'm scratching my head not only at the Steelers, who presumably could use a solid veteran wide receiver 2 type of guy, not being seemingly interested in him. I'm also baffled that the other 30 teams, I'll exempt the Bills from this because they just had him, the other 30 teams in the NFL seem equally disinterested in Amari Cooper. What gives there?
You know, honestly, that's something that I should ask some people about, because there's nothing personality-wise or professionally that is a red flag. If anything, he's the consummate professional.
He's the opposite of a diva receiver.
Un-diva-like.
Exactly. That's what I've heard, too.
Good route
Arguably
runner,
the most
great route runner.
un-diva-like receiver, correct, that I've ever been around. I don't think that something was lost last year. I remember talking to Bill's GM, Brandon Beane, about him, and it wasn't at all that he was missing a step or, I mean, obviously this is a guy, he understands every offense and he can draw plays up in the dirt. I've covered games where he has, and they've led to touchdowns. I don't know. So when I don't know the answer, I'll tell you I don't know, but he is someone that I should ask after. I'll get back to you on that one, too. Okay, so the dude wipes, was that a stunt, and Amari Cooper? Two things to get back to you on.
Yes. And you want to talk about, especially in the case of the first one, just a hard-hitting football story
And
that
Aditi,
people need a solution.
You are going to go viral if you get an answer there.
Yeah,
I mean, you are going to blow up. So this is going to be a great career opportunity
If you
for
get somebody to go on the record and say, yeah, you know what, we were trying to mess with people, it was a viral stunt, that's a summer maker for you. That's a huge story.
I have to tell you, as my involvement with the Browns organization, I have a really, really, really hard time believing that the Browns signed off on that. And I don't know that would dude wipes go rogue and do that all on their own?
Dude wipes goes rogue.
Aditi, would dude wipes go rogue and do that is one of the great sentences or phrases that's ever been uttered by anyone on this show.
Enjoy New Jersey and that like weird roll thing that people
All
obsess
right,
over.
you have a message you want me to give Russ tomorrow?
Yeah, tell him to stop acting like a robot, like when he met me and he acted like he was programmed.
Ask him if he remembers. Ask him if he remembers Andrew Filipponi, because I have never seen somebody stiff-arm the pony effort to make small talk.
Playing in that game,
like Wilson just brushed him off like he was an oncoming pass rusher, and it was 2012 still. Like it was incredible.
That to Kyle Van Noy at the end of the year. All right, thank you, Aditi. We'll talk again soon. Goodbye.
Have a great day, guys.
Follow us on Twitter. She was exhausted by the end of that.
Would dude wipes go rogue?
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. Donnie Football Debrief, the biggest football topic of the day with intern Dom next. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Tigers today 6-1. Bailey Falter went 7 innings, gave up only 4 hits, only 1 run, and struck out 8. Pirates are off tomorrow, host the Diamondbacks starting on Friday. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Dom. Let's talk right now about my friends at Weather Seal Home Services, and they have gigantic news. Their affordable roofing replacement program rolls on here in July. More weeks remain on this extraordinary deal, where you get 2 years of no payments or interest with Weather Seal. 24 months of no payments or interest with this top-of-the-line company. Not just promoted by me and endorsed by me, but also the customer gives rave reviews. 4.8 rating on Google. A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. This is Weather Seal for you. They will give you peace of mind like no other. They will install your roof and get you the best roof at the best price and no payments for 2 years. So why don't you make that call right now and get it on the books? 855-351-SEAL. That's 855-351-SEAL. Or go to their website right now, weathersealhomeservices.com, and schedule that free quote and estimate today. Don't delay. Call today. It's Weather Seal.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, here's where the show goes off the rails. The Donnie Football Debrief brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. Intern Dom in for Donnie, who was at the Pirates game today, their good luck charm for their sweep of the first-place Tigers. Dom has a propensity to self-sabotage shows here in the debrief and bring up topics that are nonsensical and irrelevant to what we should be talking about. So take it away, Dom.
Malsey, you know what I feel like right now? I feel like the nerdy kid in school going to the playground and approaching the bully as I prepare to give my debrief to Pony. Because every time I do this, he just, belittles me and
that's
makes fun of me.
because your track record here is so poor. If you do a good one, I will lavish you with praise. But
I've been told I do great debriefs.
By who?
People.
Like,
the audience.
The audience. They're just coming up to you on the street and saying, you know what you do good? When you present the biggest football topic of the day at 4:30.
Sean Meyer said he liked one of the topics I did.
So if you're the nerd and he's the bully, what does that make me in this school analogy?
The bystander, because you don't do anything about it.
Okay, that actually makes him guilty by association.
True. Yeah,
he's not doing anything about
guilty
it.
On which side? I'm not stopping you from bullying him, or I'm not stopping him from doing asinine stuff that makes you bully him.
Fair.
What
do you got today?
So there's a couple opinions being thrown around. Nick Wright has said that he believes Nick Saban, who is a free agent, essentially, would make a great fit for the Bengals. Colin Cowherd has said that Nick Saban would make a great fit for the Browns if either of those two teams decided to move on from their head coach. Here's what Intern Dom says. And I tweeted this last week, just kind of an idea that floated in my mind.
Yep.
If the Steelers season completely bottoms out this year, and the Steelers and Mike Tomlin decide, you know what, it's best that we move on, I got to be honest. I don't think Nick Saban would be the worst idea the Steelers could come up with as their new head coach, at least for the next few seasons, because he is clearly the best college coach of all time, and the Steelers are going into a draft where they're going to have to select their quarterback for the future. So why not bring in Nick Saban, have him pick out which college QB he thinks is the best, develop him, raise him, and then after a couple years, whenever Nick Saban decides to retire, he retires.
Because there's absolutely no proof that Nick Saban could develop a quarterback in college. That's why.
Correct.
So that's why the Joe
He's
Burrow
also
situation
73.
with the Bengals would make more sense, but the Cleveland thing would not, because he would be tasked with turning Arch Manning into a legit NFL quarterback. My rebuttal to the Nick Wright, my buddy, saying that Nick Saban should go coach Joe Burrow is, why not just ask Bill Belichick to do that instead? Why not just take the proven NFL head coach and pair him with the great NFL quarterback, opposed to his friend who has zero success in the NFL? Saban was a good coordinator with the Browns.
His
And
tenure in Miami was a disaster.
Well, if they didn't fail Drew Brees' physical, then he probably would have succeeded for
There
many
are
years.
plenty of stories, though, about players just basically not respecting him and the hard-ass act just not playing for him. It just didn't work in the pros when guys were making that much money. He also got out of the college game once the NIL stuff really started to pick up steam.
Yeah, I'm on Mulsey's side here.
Okay, but you're going to hold that against him? He left Miami and won a championship at LSU.
I think Nick Saban was at his best when there was the quiet network in Tuscaloosa of like boosters making sure everyone was well taken care of, but it was kind of under the table, and he could still run that whole thing as like judge, jury, and executioner, the emperor. I think he's now 73, a guy with, as Pony put it, a bad NFL head coaching track record, and I don't like the idea of bringing in a guy at that age and telling him, in the Browns case, you've got to overhaul this dysfunctional franchise. Or frankly, in the Bengals case, you've got to work for this tight-ass owner who you're probably going to butt heads with. Yes, you have Joe Burrow, but fix the defense. Oh, by the way, your best player on that side doesn't want to show up, and neither does your first-round draft pick.
I would give him a much better chance of making that work than the Cleveland
because
situation.
there's a Joe Burrow, the factor there, because he's
Right.
there.
I also will stick up for Zach Taylor for a second here. He's had 2 years where they've missed the playoffs in a row. One of them was because Burrow was hurt. He went 9-8. If we're going to be consistent about things, if Tomlin gets credit for 8-8 with Mason Rudolph and Duck, Zach Taylor should get credit for 9-8 with Jake Browning. Now, last year was on him. He had a horrible year. They should never go 9-8 with Joe Burrow as their quarterback, especially with the way Burrow played. So he is coming off a horrendous year. But I don't think Nick Saban is an upgrade over him.
There's no reason to believe that in the NFL, Nick Saban is an upgrade over most coaches.
And speaking of...
people said the same thing about Pete Carroll, though, and he went from USC to Seattle flawlessly.
Pete Carroll had coached in the NFL with two different teams before that.
You knew he had like coached the Patriots before USC, right?
No, yes, I didn't. Yes, I did know that.
Did you?
Yes, I swear to God, I did. I'm just saying.
Fooled me.
I'm just saying we've seen coaches go from college to the NFL, and people didn't think it would work out, and it turned out, to work very. I'm just saying. First of all, I don't think Mike Tomlin's going anywhere. I'm just trying to be creative and think, well, if Mike Tomlin does move on.
Dom, without looking it up, can you name the other team besides so far New England and Seattle that Pete Carroll did coach in the NFL as the head coach?
Chicago. The Jets.
Okay, that's not bad. He got there.
You recovered nicely,
don't
but I feel like
try.
somebody helped you.
Don't try and make me look bad
You
during
think
the
intern
debrief.
Jack
Malsey.
I'm not trying to make you look
Jets in
bad.
his
You
ear?
do that well enough by yourself.
I appreciate that.
I don't think intern Jack knew that he coached the Jets because that happened before he was alive.
Speaking of Saban and Belichick, did you see what Pat Narduzzi said about Belichick today?
I did not. This is intriguing.
No.
This
ACC Media Day.
Has my interest
Quote,
peaked.
I expect North Carolina to be the championship game against Pitt this year. You got Bill Belichick. You better be. Right?
I'm not so sure that is right.
In fact, it's wrong. Quite frankly.
Well, yeah, because you're going to say
What
like,
is more
Duke will be
wrong?
there.
Is it more wrong to put North Carolina in that game, or is it more wrong of Pat to put his school in that game?
Yes.
Well, they're both wrong. I mean, Clemson might be the best team in the country, so they're clearly in the mix. And, North Carolina, I have zero faith in them. And Pitt, I have even less than zero faith in them.
Did you see the other thing about Pat today that was kind of funny? And Pat is already, it's July 23rd, and Pat is very much in midseason form. He's in his bag. Eli Holstein did not go down there with them, and he had gone down there, and there were people wondering, is there something afoot basically here? Pat said, there is nothing to see here. Eli is our quarterback. I've brought quarterbacks down the last year or two, and it's been bad luck for us, and so I am not doing that this year. That is a very Pat thing to do. The man is in his bag right now.
Mosey, I have a college football question for you, by the way.
Okay, we're all over the map on this debrief, but let's do it.
Well,
Come
Pony
on.
kind of took it off the map, so I have a question for you.
Let's go.
So I'm officially going to the Oregon-Penn State game in late September.
Oh, yeah, because you're a Syracuse student who still roots for Penn State. You pulled my stunt with Pitt and Penn State.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And ticket prices right now are about $400, and on a part-time producer salary, I simply can't afford that. So do you think I just suck it up and buy $400 tickets right now, or do I wait until prior to game time to buy them?
Wait a minute. Why do you think? Oh, because he went to Penn State.
Right.
So you're thinking he's the authority on this, even though he was there 20 years ago?
I mean, back in the day, like, you'd get 6 tickets, like your 6 home games or whatever,
Mhm.
Dom, and, like, I think I paid $45 for the entire thing.
Well, that doesn't help me with my question.
That's what I mean. So wait till closer to?
I'm afraid prices will just start going even further up, closer to game time.
Well, not if Penn State stubs its toe and loses one of those gauntlet games against Nevada, Villanova, or
so it's funny.
Florida International.
It's funny
because
Pony kind of gave you my answer. I was thinking about how I wanted to say it, but yeah, assuming both teams come in as we expect them to, which is unbeaten.
Right.
The dangerous game you are playing is this. If you don't buy them now, you absolutely could just be up you-know-what creek, close to the game. But there is almost always a situation, and Pony and I have a friend who I think can speak to this, in those games where somebody's holding on to tickets that for some reason they can't offload and they drop the price right before. But you got to have nerves of steel to play that little game. And I don't see you as a nerves of steel guy.
I mean, I have nerves of steel.
Can you deal with the idea of not getting into the stadium to watch that game if you don't score tickets?
He's going to get in if he goes. There's 108,000 seats there. How many people
Don
are you
could
going
hide
with?
in somebody's backpack that you can take in legally and just pop out.
Listen, I've been to a couple Penn State games. They take this stuff very seriously. It's a whiteout game. It's a night game. I mean, I'm already going to try and sneak into the student section, so I'm already doing shady stuff to begin
Here's
with.
a thought. Wait a minute. Try to get credentialed.
I don't think I'm getting credentialed.
Wait a minute.
Like,
say you're doing it as, I don't want to say doing it for the fan.
Wait
but
a minute. Time out here.
Get credentialed.
Why couldn't he try to get a credential through the fan? We're in, like, Penn State is
Pittsburgh team, according to Bechtold.
Right?
Say you're covering it
No,
for
but hold on a second, though. But Pittsburgh outlets do cover Penn State.
Yes, they do.
I don't think somebody else from the station
That's a massive
is going to the game.
It is a huge game with national implications.
See, now we're getting somewhere.
But here's the problem for you.
Do you want to be drunk at the game?
You would actually have to go and work. I would not tell you get a credential and then just go act a fool, hide the credential.
Yeah, see, that's
if you want to go get drunk, then you can't do this. But if you are willing to, you just want to be there and be in the environment.
I think you
and
should
have
go to the
work a
game
little
and
bit.
cover it. And if Penn State loses, I think you should be there asking James Franklin very hard-hitting questions afterwards.
And if Penn State wins,
you're just the guy to do it, too.
If Penn State wins, you calmly ask whatever questions, send the sound back, and they'll go get absolutely rocked at one of the bars.
I'm with Malsey here.
I think this is your solution, and it's free for you. For God's sake, we all actually like you. Hathorne would absolutely try to get you credentialed.
Yep.
So it would be through Jeff. Jeff would be the one that has to give me credentials.
But all I'm telling you have to do is don't be a jackwagon. Go in there, sober Sue.
Right.
Cover the game, win or lose. Do the job, i.e. send the sound back here and send back what you get. You know how to do all that.
Mm-hmm.
Pack your stuff up wherever you're staying and go get drunk at the bars after. This is very simple.
See, it's a good idea.
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, hold on. It's a good idea, and I'm certainly mulling it over. But this might be the only time I would get to sit in the student section during a whiteout game.
It's overrated.
All right,
you
then
get
just
food in the press box. Come on.
I do like free food. No, this is a very good solution, and I'm glad we came to the conclusion, and I think we should look into it.
Well, again, I'm happy that we did a self-serving Donnie Football Debrief, where in the end
are you kidding me?
Circled back to something that is going to benefit you and that is of no interest to our listeners whatsoever.
No, I had
How does Dom get into a Penn State football game? That's what you should label the Donnie Football Debrief for the day. Put that in the show notes. This was not about something interesting for the show. You were just looking for the right time to ask a question that helped make your life better.
You're full of it. I had a very good topic. You essentially dismissed it. You barely
we didn't
even
dismiss it. We answered it.
Nah, but it was like you didn't give you guys when.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We didn't give a long-winded political address to answer your question.
Did you want me to filibuster on your Nick Saban thing? I don't know.
You
what
guys
else
are two of the best radio hosts in the country.
7 years ago.
You guys are two of the best radio hosts in the country. I'm going to be honest. That wasn't your best stuff because I think you were taking it seriously. So yeah, I asked a question, and by the way,
pivoted to something that was only about you and of zero interest to the rest of people listening.
Oh,
Jack
I guarantee.
Practically fell asleep next to you in there. There was drool falling out of his mouth.
Jack was having a great. I guarantee you, the YouTube comments loved it.
Donnie Football Debrief brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking
YouTube
experience.
comment: when are Dom's balls going to drop? That's an interesting one.
That's a fair question.
All right, I didn't. Okay.
What do you want me to say? You want me to engage?
Coming up next, Mike Tomlin talking about the Steelers with training camp starting tomorrow. His first comments on this Steelers roster. First time talking since the Minka deal got made. There's a pretty important Steeler who's starting the season on the injured list. We'll tell you who that is. Tomlin just broke that news moments ago. It's all coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. But first, here's a message from Malsey.
There is a guy named Nelly in the YouTube comments who hates your guts.
You think it's Joe Nelson?
I'm just going to say.
This guy stinks. Yeah, this guy stinks. And then there are people defending you, Dom. So you have once again accomplished the main goal, polarize the audience. Some of them love you, some of them hate you, some of them love to hate you. All right, you know what I love? Awaken 180 weight loss, because it made a massive difference in my life. If you're staring down knee surgery like I was a couple of years ago, summer of 2022 to be exact, you do not want to go in there overweight. You do not want to go in there lugging around extra poundage. And I didn't, thanks to Awaken 180. Matter of fact, here's how effective it was for me. I lost my 35 pounds that I wanted to lose in 6 weeks. And then I lost some more before surgery. My surgeon, good buddy of mine, he said, I'm going to tell you right now, the single best thing you did for yourself heading into knee surgery was lose all this weight. And then it continued. I was laid up for 6 weeks, couldn't walk. The habits that I developed thanks to Awaken 180 and maintained thanks to the free support for life, even after you reach your goal weight, had me lose like 2 more pounds during a 6-week period where I was not allowed to move, to walk. Think about that. That is how effective Awaken 180 was for me. That's how effective it can be for you. That's why I call it the long-term solution for weight loss. Check it out for yourself online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends July 31st. Visit Bowser Hyundai today and take a test drive. Check out the Hyundai Tucson. Now that's the power of Bowser. Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai.
That's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, July 25th and Saturday, July 26th. Come see the unforgettable Days of Morgan, only at Cheerleaders.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
A lot of traffic on this Wednesday afternoon from the Parkway West is jammed in both directions. Parkway East accident affecting traffic around Bate Street as well. I'm Rob Taylor.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates did the unthinkable after getting swept by the White Sox at home. They take down the Tigers, win 3 in a row, beat the first place Tigers 6-1 today to win the Leland Cup for the first time. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a reason that we come out here to Latrobe, to build this team camaraderie, to be in this setting, because this is where, the foundation is built. And so coming out here, developing this team camaraderie and being out here and practicing every day, you're with the